Hello. Hello, everyone. Welcome to my latest episode of Fueling My Gacha Addiction. I hope that that everyone is doing fine tonight. And I hope that everyone, well, usually this is the part where I say, wish me luck in my rolls. I've already done my rolls. I maxed out this gremlin, so let me tell you something. Here you go. Voyeurism simulator. Yes. Let me show you this feat of German engineering. Where the hell is she? There she is. Maybe I should use this list instead. Look at this thing. This is Mishti. I love Mishti. If anything happened to her, then I would destroy the entire Eastern European continent. This creature. You tap her on the head, she is sleepy. Wow, that sleep bubble was something else. You tap her on the... Okay, if you tap her anywhere else, it doesn't do anything, but still. That is a gun. Very cool gun, well, I say it's a very cool gun. It's a gun with a lot of character, the G11. If you've never seen this gun before, you're probably wondering, like, what the hell is that thing? It's the space gun. This gun was made by the German space program. No, it wasn't, but... You could tell that to someone and they would believe it. She's supposed to be a soldier and she's sleep-deprived. Is she stupid? She's a little stupid, but she's also very precious. See, very, very sleepy. I also shoot guns when falling asleep. I think that's just called being American. I don't think she has any, like... Nope, she just falls asleep. Alright, cool. We won't go into the... Okay, maybe we'll go into the dormitories. Look how cute she is. She's an intense gamer, though. Look, she's very not stupid here. She's game... Okay, she might be a bit stupid, she lost, but... Chat, mark it off your bingo... What bingo card? Hello? What bingo card do we have? It didn't even take 10 minutes. Is that a Switch 2? You think they have a Switch 2 on the Helmo? Way too expensive. That's easily the Switch, like, No, that's not even a Switch. That's a third party, like, Steam Deck ripoff. It's like the Asus Apex, the old one. Oh, sorry, it's the Infinity Plate. Could you stay still for 1 second? The one thing you're meant to be good at, you can't even sit still. Okay, hold on. I want to see what you're playing. Yo, is that Girls Frontline? I said that really weirdly. Gripper gang, how we feeling? Listen. I don't have any kind of judgment to cast down upon the Gripper gang. All that I will say is that this game very much caters to that crowd, and I'm happy for them. Whether or not I'm part of them is not something that should be public knowledge, because that knowledge might not even exist. It might just not be factually incorrect. But I'll leave you guys to figure that one out. I want to play this game whatever it is. I thought that was like a pit that the Aegis was hanging over. That is just a sign in the foreground. Yeah, you want to see something else, actually? So we go to, This is how I learned how to properly pronounce her name. Hey. Cheeky little fucker. Alright. Look. She's reading a comic about herself. Ah! Okay. Mishti. Her name is pronounced Mishti. And she got Yamcha'd. Can't believe it. That wasn't because she was, like, that wasn't because she was attacked and, like, thrown into the ground by someone. She just fell off somewhere and fell asleep. And she left a crater because she's heavy and expensive. That's how it be. That is a smile that must be protected. But yes, this is Mishti. We all love her. I haven't maxed out her bond, actually. That's a thing. You know, let's do that first. I completely forgot to do this. So you can quote unquote marry your dolls in this game. And after you marry them, you can like do these missions together with them. I mean, they're not really like they're not intense missions or anything like that. It's just a little fun little exercise that you can do together. That was a really bad move. Usually there's like a certain way you would do this, but I'm not really bothering here. Just kill that thing. Oh, you know what? That's probably a good way you would do it, yeah. You blow them up and they blow each other up, kind of thing. It doesn't matter. These aren't difficult. Yeah, so her whole thing is that she gets like one drop of caffeine in her system, and suddenly it goes into overdrive and she becomes like absolute sicko mode. Look how sleepy she is. She can't even get to the coffee dispenser. Can I just say, their dorms have a built-in like coffee machine. They're living in luxury on this place. In the Elmo, I mean. It's crazy. I wish I had... I mean, technically I do have a coffee machine in my room because my room is also my kitchen, but that's besides the point. The Elmo is like a whole different world compared to the Salvador. That it is. It's like a pocket dimension, dude. Or we just put it here. Bam, 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 bam. You love to see it. And we'll just shoot that. Yeah, we got some intense story to get through in the event. I haven't touched the event story yet. So we'll be going through it together. This is technically the first time I'm streaming, like, GFL2 content on this channel. Which is very funny to me, but... Actually, it's not that funny, because, GFL2 came out during the time when I wasn't doing anything at all, when I was on my little hiatus. So, of course... You know what? Let's you know what? Just for the sake of this, I will. No, don't skip over here. I'm gonna turn on the sicko mode. When you have your first Red Bull the day after waking up. Wish that were me, to be honest. The only thing I feel when I have my first coffee of the day is I just feel more tired. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna put at least on 2 times speed here, alright? One speed is a bit too slow for me. Why would I ever not use this? That's a sign of ADHD. What, me preferring to have it on 2 times speed? Excuse me. I can diagnose myself, thank you very much. Getting sleepy after drinking coffee. Well, that's not ideal, is it? This is the hardest, like, Bond mission I've ever had. Like, this guy just won't die. Maybe I should, like, use less of that move and just do this. There we go. And then just kill this guy. Is that really a sign of ADHD, though? I thought it was just caffeine tolerance. Like, if you have too much caffeine, your body just starts not reacting to it. Building an immunity. Isn't caffeine technically like a poison? Or maybe your body considers it a poison? Hence it builds a tolerance, because your immune system's reacting. I don't really know. I know it's probably more of a stimulant than it is a stimulant, but I'm no biologist. Get headbutt, idiot. I made the very intelligent and wise decision earlier to have lactose. So now my throat is like clogged up. I'm not lactose intolerant, but lactose just does things to my body. It's not a very convincing case, but believe me when I say that I'm not lactose intolerant. I might be a little bit lactose intolerant. It doesn't stop me from eating dairy on the regular, though. As I thought. Okay, let's go into the event. It's a freaking story time. Now, I think this actually does have voice acting, so I will relinquish my my vocal rights for those situations. You can't see the bottom left. You can't see the bottom right of the text box because my fat head is in the way. Give me a second. Did not account for this. What do I do about this? Where should I go? What about here? I'm right in the corner now. Hello. Corner MX. Spies on you. Be nice to your beautiful head. Beautiful, stupid head. I'll have you know. After a night of rest and preparation, Hyde 404 and the Survey Corps set off from their camp and head deeper into the contamination zone. Yeah, this is pretty much just leading off from the first part of the event, which was just a bunch of shenanigans involving Klukai and Mishti. The two parties travel across the rugged terrain of the wilderness in separate vehicles. Yeah, so the Survey Corps and Hyde 404 are working together, even though they're not really friends. They kind of don't like each other, but they're working together because of orders from higher up, basically. I think they have a semblance of respect for each other, but they don't like each other because Hyde 404 are dolls, and the Survey Corps are full of doll racists. You can see how those two things don't quite align. And yes, in this setting, it's okay to be racist against dolls because of the machines. And who the fuck wants machines taking all our jobs, huh? With her motorbike secured to an external trailer, Klukai drives her other 3 teammates in a jeep. Oh yeah, they did rendezvous, didn't they? They rendezvoused the rest of their team. Pressing the comms button in the dashboard, Klukai connects to the encrypted comms channel. The voice of the communications officer speaks matter-of-factly through the speakers. I will never get over how much of a mouthful this is that they have to, like... they have to announce this title anytime they do, like, a call-out. This is the 3,762nd platoon of the 7th Environmental Survey Corps, the Neo-Soviet Union District Environmental Purification Project, under the URNC Contamination Zone Management and Recovery Administration. Received, go ahead. It's just like, it's so excessive. It would suck to be put into this, like, into this regiment. Just because you have to recite that every time you, like, each time you have to, like, you know, address someone from, like, a different thing. Or, like, pronounce who you are, because that's typically what you do in this kind of official capacity, I'm guessing. Save money and just... It bumps up the word count. How many words is in this title alone? I guess you could count this as a word. You can't see my mouse, but... let me turn the mouse on. Hold on. Capture cursor. Oh yeah, you can see my mouse now. This probably counts as a word, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. A 25-word title. Oh, Yuzhong really buffing the word count with this one. He can pat himself on the back for that. So, ah yes, GFL2 story has more combined words than the entirety of the Lord of the Rings novels. And then you have, like, titles like this probably compose about half of that text amount. Just because every time it's brought up, they're just like, I'm of the 2074th platoon of the blah 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 blah. And after 30 seconds, they continue the conversation. They're trying to gun for Arknights' record. I don't think anything is going to be Arknights' record. Look, I love Arknights. I haven't been able to catch up with it recently. And I kind of dread catching up with it. Because, oh my god, the amount of text you have to read through with every single event and story chapter is so much. I'm reading a visual... Like, this is meant to be a visual novel, right? These games are being conveyed as visual novels. How about a little more show and not tell? I think Arknights is definitely, like, a shining example of what I like to call, Chinese gacha verbosity. It's probably a fancier term I can come up with than that, but... Essentially, a lot of Chinese gacha games really like to fluff up their descriptions. They love their purple prose. Like, there'll be a point that a character wants to make about, like, oh, how humanity has fallen, but we have to, like, be happy in our own ways and stuff like that. Like, something... They can wax philosophical, but what can be condensed into a single paragraph, or even a sentence... They will take, like, 10 paragraphs, like 10 clicks of text to describe their one point. It drives me up, as a writer, it drives me up the wall. Because I know for a fact the majority of people are not reading through all of that. They're gonna skim read it at best. It's why I really appreciate Limbus Company, because it really condenses its story down. It gives you the important parts. Like, it's still pretty verbose in some ways, but it condenses that verbosity to where it's relevant. And obviously Limbus does a lot of showing, not telling, which is great. In fact, it does so little telling, it drip feeds its telling. So you get a little, it's like a wine tasting. You like swish it around, you get a sniff of it. Oh yeah, that's a good 1972 H Corp District flambage. I'm making up words now, but you know what I mean, right? They trickle it in, and through that trickle, you just get a taste for more. It becomes addictive. Rather than just like, here's your full-size course meal all at once. It's like, there's too much to eat. I can't digest this amount in one setting. It's like when I go, I've never been to America. Technically, I have been to America once, but I don't remember anything about my experience because I sat in a hotel the entire time. So technically, I've never had a proper visit to America, but I've heard the portion sizes over there are massive. And I feel like this would be the equivalent of going into like an American fast food place and being like, you know, I usually order the large meal in the UK, and the large meal, you know, I've gotten used to it. It's a good sized portion for me. So I'll get like a large Whopper meal from Burger King, except, you know, like, yeah, I get a large Whopper meal from Burger King, and then they'll bring out the Whopper, and it's like the size of my head, and I'm just like, holy shit, dude. And then and that's the first shocker. The second shocker is realizing how shit Burger King is in the States. Because I've heard horror stories about it over there. Burger King's awesome here, though. I ate a massive pizza slice a week ago. Is that like a New York slice style? Like big New Yorker? Fast food is 9% of the time terrible here. Which is so surprising to me. Because fast food is kind of like what comes to mind when you think of American cuisine. I mean, like, okay, like, regions of the States, you have, like, your regional dishes, like, you have your southern cuisine, which looks really good a lot of the time. It's comfort food, soul food. But, like, a lot of people will default to, like, yeehaw burgers and chips and, burgers and fries and soda on the side. Yeah, New York-style pizza, they do the massive, like, huge spreads. And, like, a portion of a New York pizza is typically just a slice, because it's huge. It's like the size of a dinner plate. It's massive. I haven't had, like, true New York-style pizza before. I've had pretty big pizzas, though. Not, like, the entirety of a big pizza, because I probably can't finish that, but... McDonald's here load their meal with preservatives. Yeah, they do that here as well. I mean, I think that's just the global standard for McDonald's, not gonna lie. Like, it doesn't age. You leave a Big Mac out on the counter for like a week, it won't look at... The only thing that will look different is the lettuce, because it's all, like... Because that's still kind of organic, so it decomposes, right? But the rest of the burger just looks the same. I'm pretty sure they're not. It's probably worse over there, but... Over here in the UK, I don't think the burgers are too much different. They're just overall smaller. They do have more vegetarian options here. One thing I did note is that the UK... Well, there's two major differences between junk food establishments that I know between the UK and the US. The first one is that we put sugar in all our soft drinks instead of fructose syrup. Fructose syrup isn't banned here, but we don't use it in our industry. And in my opinion, it tastes a lot better than fructose syrup. Because I've compared, like, American Coke to British Coke before, and it's like night and day. Like, American Cola is a novelty, but it's horrible, for instance. And then the other exception is that fast food places here, I think, are obligated to offer vegetarian choices. So, like, I don't know about Burger King, actually, but Taco Bell, I can't really use Taco Bell as an example here, because Taco Bell is like a weird novelty here. It is a fast food chain that has opened up in recent years over here, but I wouldn't consider it to be on the standard of, like, a McDonald's or a Burger King. It's nowhere near as prolific. But, like, McDonald's have, like, the whole, like, veggie burgers and the veggie slices, and they offer, like, salads and apple slices with your meals as part of your, like, meal deal. That's, like, a perfectly normal thing here. I don't know if American McDonald's even offers salad. Because it's like, why would you go to McDonald's for a salad, right? I mean, you could say that here. Why would you go to McDonald's for a salad? I guess maybe if you're, like, trying to diet, but you're going out with your mates to the McDonald's, you'd be like, oh, I guess I'll get a salad. Maybe you get, like, a 6-piece chicken nugget deal. To be a little bit cheeky with a salad. McDonald's apple slices, though. They fuck. I mean, it's just apple slices, but, you know. You're paying for the convenience of having your apple pre-cut. And you probably have, like, a Big Mac to go with it, so win-win. How did we get on this tangent? We have a story to get through.
현재 환경의 영향으로 행군 속도가 20% 감소할 것으로 예상된다.
There are a couple of, like, fast food places that are exclusive to the US, though, that I would love to try. Arby's is one of them. I want to go to an Arby's. Because we don't have Arby's over here. American portions are just overall larger than other countries. No, that makes sense. I've seen your Thanksgiving spreads. Those are outrageous. The closest thing we have is Christmas dinner, and even then our Christmas dinner's pale in comparison. On the other end of the channel, the communications officer pauses for a moment as if pondering something. Oh yeah, no, I have the game in Korean, because of course I do. I'm Project Moonbuild. Why wouldn't I have it in Korean? If you go out for dinner here, you typically have enough to feed 2 people if you really wanted to. Yeah, I can see that. I mean, it depends on the person. I mean, I could probably get used to that, but it's not something I would want to get used to. Splitting a meal is very common here. No, it's not common here. No, that is unheard of here. Typically over here, the closest thing is... The only thing I can think of, really, is if you get, like, a large kebab from, like, a kebab place. I'm talking, like, doner kebab. Because that one's kind of a share deal, unless you're terribly hungry. And it really differs as well. Like, a large kebab in one place is just like, this is just a meal for me. Like, this is one meal. But a large kebab in another place could be like, my god, this can feed a family of 14. How am I supposed to finish this much meat? But yeah, typically, like, you order for one person here, and portions will typically outline, like, feeds up to 2, or, like, get this meal deal for 2 or 4. That's usually, like, the deals that they have on like places like Burger King or Pizza Hut. Like, feed the family. Yeah, so like a meal for two could be like a medium or a large pizza with like a tall drink. But then they also have a personal meal deal which is just like a medium pizza. A medium, we could never. How big are your... That's like large or XL. Okay, how big are your medium pizzas? Because I think in the UK... Yeah, okay. Yeah, so they're 2 inches bigger. A medium in the UK is generally about a foot long. Like, a foot diameter, I mean. So you got a couple inches bigger. And that's probably a large, actually. I think a large here is about 14 inches. No, a large pizza here is 13.5 inches, so that's bigger than a large UK pizza. That's crazy. Yeah, no, like... Wait, do you guys do personal pizzas over there? Because Domino's and I think Papa John's do a personal size pizza, which is like this dinky little, like, 9-inch glorified garlic bread of a pizza. And that's usually what you get for like lunch and stuff. Like, if they're doing like, if you're going out for lunch and you want a Domino's, you get like the personal meal deal, which is this dinky little like, is it 9-inch or 6-inch? No, it's got to be 9-inch. No, it might be 6 inches. Yeah, they do them everywhere here. You get that with, like, maybe a side if you're feeling more peckish and a drink. But usually you just get the dinky little pizza. America's built different. Roger Wilco. Klukai, you fucking dog. Who says Wilco? Which do many exchanges over, Klukai disconnects from the encrypted channel and gestures for Andorus to take over. That's right, Belka and Andorus are here. Belka! She's so cute. What side even goes with a pizza beside fries? You have fries with a pizza? What is wrong with you? Okay, this is like a culture clash right now, alright? Mozzarella sticks, yes. Like, mozzarella sticks is one of the typical sides you get over here with pizzas. What others? The most common sides, I think, with pizzas over here, like, that is just something universally across any pizza place you would find in the UK. One is chicken. Like, we're talking, like, chicken wings or, like, chicken tendies. Like, most pizza places will do a chicken side like that. And I would like to say... Excuse me. And I would like to say... I think Papa John's over here does the best chicken sides. I'm sorry, I know Domino's have the kickers. I know, they're great. The Domino's kickers are great. But Papa John's has got the chicken, like, poppers. And they got, like, they do like, the plain ones, they do the peri-peri ones, they do the tandoori ones, and they're really good. Like, sometimes I make a meal about just the Papa John's chicken poppers. Sorry, I don't know if they're called poppers. They're like chicken bites. They're like popcorn chicken from KFC, but bigger. They do that. I get one of those, and I get the jalapeno poppers alongside them. And it's like, oh, I'm sorted. Great. Especially with the Papa John's garlic sauce. Papa John's has fallen off in recent years over here. Domino's has been fighting. See, it's the other way around for me. I think Papa John's over here has been consistently good. But Domino's has really fallen off in my opinion. Domino's does like no special stuff. Papa John's is always doing like seasonal specials and all kinds of like great deals going on and stuff. They like to change the menu up like at least like twice a year. Domino's doesn't do any of that. Domino's might have like one new type of pizza every year. That rotates, I mean. They don't add to the menu. They just replace like... They replace a spotlight option on the menu. You can't taste the difference between Domino's... Okay, whoa, okay. Near, okay. Okay. I mean, okay, that's true. They do scratch the same itch, which is like, I just want a junk food pizza. That is correct, but they do have very distinct, like, styles. Domino's is more like, you know, traditional junky pizza. Papa John's, at least, is trying to imitate, like... Papa John's is trying to imitate the Italian style. It's kind of like an Americanized Italian style. They definitely have, like, yeah. Papa John's falls apart too easily? What is happening to your dough over there? What is happening to Papa John's? Yeah, so... Papa John's have a more, like... what's it called? Their dough is a lot more... Well, at least over here, the dough is a lot more dense. Like, the major difference between Domino's and Papa John's over here is that you don't want leftover Papa John's because the crust becomes tough as hell. Like... I don't like eating leftover Papa John's, so if I order Papa John's, I want to finish the pizza. Domino's is a lot more tolerable, like, leftover. But, you know, they're both alright. Even Pizza Hut is different to them, actually. Like, Pizza Hut has a lot more of the, like, deep pan kind of thing going on for it. It's pizza here. That's the major difference, actually. Papa John's and Domino's like bake their pizzas. I'm pretty sure Pizza Hut over here, like, they do it in like an iron pan with oil and stuff, so they're a lot more oily. Probably has some shit in it that gives you hyper cancer, but that's pretty cool. Yeah, it's very cool. Hey, Captain Milk. We're playing the Thirsty game. Thirsty Gacha game. The only way to revive your Papa John's pizza crust with the garlic dip. So true. I'll tell you, like, no matter what flack you give Papa John's, they committed like witchcraft with that special garlic sauce. No other pizza place has a garlic sauce like that. That's like the good points for Papa John's for me. Like the special garlic sauce is like second to none. That's the good shit. I'm gone for a bit now. You're enlisting girls into the army. They're actually the military-grade androids, and they're probably more capable at fighting the good fight than most of our dudes. Mishtu yawns and sprawls out across the back seat, laying her head on Andorus's lap, aka heaven. Andorus pulls a blanket over her in a thoughtful and tender gesture. Mishti curls up comfortably and buries her head inside the blanket. Aww. Actually not government property. The government wants nothing to do with these things, but society kind of embraces it anyway. Evidenced by the fact that the Survey Corp are a government, you know, they're the military. Like, they're a branch of the military, which by connection is aligned with the government. and they are dull racists. So they don't like them. But I guess in some weird way, Hyde 404 are working for a different part of the government. So technically yes, but technically no. Hello, Andorus.
오늘 아침에 그 사람이 정착지의 아이들과 놀아주는 걸 봤어.
Uppies! Dimitri going around giving uppies to children. That bastard! He's trying to brainwash the children into joining the good fight. Of course Andorus would say uppies. Have you seen how, like, motherly she looks? Of course she would say that. I don't think they've gone big, so to speak. I think... The Nyaz, they barrage my eardrums. Just adjusting my microphone. Oh my god. I've given you too much power.
그래? 클루카이 대장, 접속 성공했어. 양방향 실시간.
I forgot to remove the Dora redeems. Whoops. I think you can refund redeems or something. Also, don't make me put a cooldown on the sound effects. I'll do it. But I trust you guys, alright? I trust you to do the right and sensible thing. Oh shit, Discord is dying? That's not something anyone wants to hear, but it's kind of a regular occurrence. I'm a little sad, actually. During the whole Doro thing, I'm a little sad that people didn't redeem more of the Doro rewards, because that would have been chaos unbridled. Are you sure Discord is dead? Discord looks fine to me. Maybe it's just dead for you guys. Try joining a VC. Alright, bet. I joined a VC just fine. I got a green connection. I think skill issue. I think y'all are just having a skill issue right now. In before the US is putting tariffs on Discord. They're putting tariffs on your Discord connection. What the f- Oh, sorry. Things just got remarkably communist all of a sudden. I was kind of taken aback. We are the successors of Peter the Great, defending the comrades hammer. Not being the allegations right now. I've always liked the communist tunes though, you know. Don't quite agree with the ideologies, Okay, I don't quite agree with how the ideologies are often carried out, but they get their music right. The moment the channel is plugged in, loud singing in some strange regional accent start blaring from the speakers. You can't tell me that Red Sun in the Sky isn't a banger. No one is saying that. Michti, originally wrapped inside a blanket, jolts awake and pokes her head out like a groundhog. I can envision that so much. She's remarkably groundhog-like. Turn your communism down. It's outrageously loud. Okay, come on. The Howls of Elids, like, I don't know, maybe they are musical infected. Musical monstrosities. Like that one game. I used to do this all the time. Like, there are some, like, really famous songs that I just don't know the words to. So I'll just hum along and pretend I'm part of it. Especially, like, this one time I went to a metal festival called Bloodstock, and one of the headliners was Judas Priest. And they started playing Breaking the Law, and everyone went nuts and started singing along. I didn't know I didn't know the lyrics aside from, like, you know, the chorus. So I was just kind of like just kind of making noises with the tune. Cause I'm not a massive fan of Judas Priest, but I know them. I know some of their songs. I just don't know. I'm terrible with lyrics, though. I wouldn't know the lyrics. This is gonna be out Rob Zombie this year and Creed. See, I would be even more lost with those. I know of Rob Zombie. I couldn't name a Rob Zombie song for the life of me, though. Very popular among the neo-Soviets, yes. Thank you for the Google search, Anders. Oh, so they're basically Sabaton. Yeah, a little history lesson for the GFL2 timeline here. So we're currently in the year 2070. I believe the Neo-Soviet Union joined the URNC, which only established itself in the 2060s. Around, yeah, I mean, in the 2060s. The Neo-Soviet Union formed, like, 2030s, I want to say? Am I correct in that? 2074. Right, yeah. We're that's where we're at. But Tomato, you're good at this stuff. (2032) nailed it. I don't know if I should really be bragging about my historical knowledge of a gacha game, but here we are. I get the sentiment a lot. If I have the storage space for it. This is how I feel when I'm learning, like, Savage raid strategies in Final Fantasy. Especially at the moment, because, the latest, the most recent, the most recent set of Savage raids arrived in Final Fantasy like a couple weeks ago. Or, not even a couple weeks ago, a week ago. And, it's me just trying to, like, cram all this knowledge in when I still have, like, ultimate stuff in my head. And stuff from the last Savages as well. It looks crazy. I'm kind of dreading, M6 because of the ad phase. That looks scary. Because I've never done an ad phase before. Well, not an ad phase like that. Christ. We got... My static got M5S down to 2% yesterday, so... We can do the fight, it's just a DPS issue we're having at the moment, but that's because, like, I don't think everyone's optimally geared. So the fact that we can get to that point is really impressive. But I think if we just got one really good run, we can clear it. And then we'll be on to, well, we raid again this Sunday, so we might actually go on to M6 this Sunday. But yeah, we're super close. I haven't seen anything about M7, though. I haven't heard anything about M7, which is surprising. That either means it's going to be unfathomably terrible, or it's going to be kind of just a walk in the park. Towards the tail end of 2064, the Neo-Soviet Union was formally absorbed into the Union of Rostress Nations Coalition. The military was broken up and reorganized under Survey Corp, the railway forces. Many went private and turned to bounty hunting companies and downscale PMCs. Yeah, so the Survey Corp is one branch of the military. You know how in M7 normal... Yeah. Very cool. I loved M7. M7 was probably my favorite fight of the tier. It was so dynamic. And, like, it got the blood pumping, shall we say. Equally perturbed, Klukai turns on the microphone with a scowl. Oh, Klukai, don't be a spoil sport. Come on. Let them sing the song of their people. The boisterous soldiers quiet down for a moment, but they soon return to their raucous ways. Just let the boys will be boys. Just let them do it, man. Whoa. They're a bucket of nuts and bolts, I'll have you know. Once more with feeling. That's what Andros is just like. Please, let's be diplomatic about this. Andros mutters softly to stop Klukai from losing her temper. Difficulty extreme.
통신 채널은 정숙을 유지해야 해.
명령할 거 있으면 내가 알아서 조용히 시킬 테니까 지금은 신경 끄셔.
그럼 우린 채널 접속을 끊겠어. 필요하면 다시 연결할게.
어쭈, 내가 분명 홍보했을 텐데. 최소 한 명은 접속 상태 유지해. 이건 명령이다. 똑같은 말 자꾸 나오게 하지 마라.
좋아.
뭘 멍하니냐? 어디까지 불렀어? 계속해! 마주 말이야! 이내 또 이러면 차 버리고 도보로 이동시킨다!
In before they're actually being starved. I wouldn't put it beyond the URNC.
비올카, 이어폰 끼우고 로컬 통신 채널 내용.
You somehow knew it was gonna be Belka.
내가? 아이, 난 언니랑 얘기하고 싶은데.
우린 지금 임무 중이야. 한가하게 수다 떨 시간 없어. 그리고 안도리스는 실시간 정보 수집을 맡아야 해. 미시티는
As for Mishti,
이 녀석한테 맡기면 저쪽 사람들 다 죽어나가게.
it's funny that she's right. Like, Mishti, what's the status on the situation? Just hears a fucking snore.
맞아. 나한텐 절대 맡기지 마. 가능하면 아예 평생 깨우지 말아줘.
Sleepy gremlin.
언니, 방금 그 말은 내가 미스티보다 훨씬 더 쓸모있고 중요하다는 뜻이지?
마음대로 생각해.
You are free to interpret it as you like, she said. So you see, if you give them enough leeway, fools can easily gaslight themselves into thinking that anything is possible and that they are capable of excelling at anything. It's the art of fool wrangling. Sitting up Rimrod straight in the passenger seat, Belka puts on the headset somberly, as if she is monitoring information of critical importance. I've never heard this turn of phrase before. Rimrod. Oh, I got the hiccups. Why? I swear whenever I stream, I just get hiccups for some reason. I don't like it.
안도리스.
Oh, I didn't read that one
주변
out.
상황
Oh well.
계속 주시하고 무슨 일 있으면 즉시 보고해.
Actually, I just realized the game's probably quite quiet, huh? Let me turn it up. Jesus, I didn't notice until now. That's better. That's like way better.
알았어.
That was
드론
my
영상으로
bad.
봤을 때 아직은 안전해.
Maybe even a bit too loud.
그런데 클루카이 대장 옐로우존의 아침은 그린존에 비해서 정말 썰렁하네.
Well, yes, Andros, it is a wasteland as opposed to thriving civilization. Kukai makes no answer. The jeep continues to speed across the deserted wilderness. Let me guess. Ellids? Yep. There's a bit of a clean-up operation here. It's a standard clean-up mission. Nothing too special.
필요하신가요?
We'll just use the dolls as intended. We got guns here as well. We get to put guns down. Isn't that cool? Oh, I'm gonna put one of those there. These aren't meant to be particularly challenging because we have, like, superpowers. As in, like, I'm superbly over-leveled for this, so this should be of no consequence. Thank you, machine gun. Surprised I didn't up the levels from Act 1. It's still an event. It's the thing about, like, event scaling.
별거 아니죠.
It's kind of a fundamental flaw in their presentation strategy. Because events are meant to be accessible for everyone, hence why the enemies are going to be so low level in, like, the main stuff. But also, the story of this event is meant to be leading on from the main story of the game, and in, like, the recent chapters of, like, the main story, you face off against level 55 enemies and stuff, so it's kind of just like, huh? I know, like, I kind of figure, like, I know why they're doing this, because, like, I mean, I know why they're this level. It's because it's still an event at the end of the day. Some people won't care about the story. They just want to play through this for the rewards, and that's fine, but this is the problem when you tie events into the main story. They started this trend in GFL 1. They've just gone back to it in GFL 2. It's not a good model, especially when you have no event playback. Sunborn, Yuzhong, put event playback in already. We've missed 2 events now that are main story relevant. Like, they were literally, like, they were not even intermissions. They were sub-chapters for the main story. They directly fed into it. And we can't recap them aside from watching videos on YouTube. It's crazy. Even, I mean, okay, for me, it's no challenge for me, but that's really unfair to say because I have so many maxed out units that everything is kind of just a cakewalk at this point, especially with a fully maximized Klukai. But yeah, like, that is where the challenge lies. They don't want it to be in, like, the main, like, loop of the gameplay. They want it to be optional difficulty.
대장, 2시간 뒤 목표 정착지에 도착 예정이야.
This isn't Limbus Company where the difficulty is just kind of par the course. Like, the difficulty in Limbus Company keeps going up with the main story because the story is the main mechanism that drives the content of that game. It's harder to say it with GFL 2 because it's not really. I don't really know what the main thing driving GFL is right now, which I think is like, yeah, GFL's kind of all over the place, which is a fault of what they're trying to build up here. Because the gameplay is good, but they don't put enough of that gameplay. Okay, that's not correct to say. The gameplay design that GFL has is good. They have a good thing there, but they haven't really used it properly. Because all they're doing with new characters is they're making new characters that completely turn, like, the meta into something else, like Klukai, for instance, and then Mishti is just an addition to Klukai that buffs her even more. And they'll center all the difficulty content around the most recent character. There's a recency bias in the challenges based on which character was most recent. Other gacha games do this as well. Like, every MiHoYo game will do this. If you've ever noticed in, like, Genshin or Star Rail, the most, like, the latest challenges and stuff will always be something which the current banner character is geared towards. Like, if you have the banner character, you have a much easier time with these challenges, and that's an incentive to get that character. It is part of, like, the macro design in that regard. Do I think that's good game design? No, I don't. But I understand why they do it, and they probably will never stop doing it, because the macro game design of a gacha game kind of prevails over the micro detail, the micro design. By that I mean, like, when I say macro design, I mean, like, the grand scheme of things. Like, the multiple gameplay components are coming together to achieve this result. Whereas the micro design is the individual components of that game. Granted, they are giving us more stuff to do in Frontline. Like, we've got the boundary exploration thing, which is pretty cool. It's pretty shallow right now, but it is, like, a cool little addition to, like, you know, your weekly grinds and stuff. I just wish they would add more side story, because one of the biggest selling points for this game for me is its story. GFL has a very, very rich lore. Like, it's got a very, not immersive, but it has a huge, like, world. And that is that's kind of encapsulated across multiple games. So you have GFL 1, you've got GFL 2, which is, like, more of an insight into, like, how the world is outside of the military. And then you have Reverse Collapse, which is the far future. Well, not far future, but it's like 20 years after GFL 2. About, you know, the Antarcticans and the URNC. And GFL 2 is kind of the bridge between that and GFL 1. I saw a Twitter post about this, actually. They really need a glossary in GFL 2, because I think one of the biggest things that's hurting this game right now, in terms of its story, like, delivery, and people taking it seriously as, like, a story-driven thing, is the fact that we don't have a glossary. A lot of people are coming to GFL 2 for the first time. Like, this is their first GFL game. And they have no idea what's going on. They can't care about the story because they're not being told anything. They're just expected to know what all of this stuff means. They give some descriptions here and there, but, like, ultimately it feels like they're mostly pandering. They're mostly pandering to GFL 1 fans while trying to get a bigger draw in for new fans. Which isn't working because they're not really giving new fans much to go on, except for, ooh, look, pretty characters. And a lot of the people that have tried this game out and wanted to try and understand the story and, like, get into it, have had to come to me, they've just come to me and just asked, like, what does all this mean? And I've had to give them the super summarized version of, yeah, so so-and-so is this, this, and that. And they're just like, oh, okay. But it's not as engaging. Like, it's not as engaging as, say, like, you, like, experience it for yourself in the story, or, like, there's something that, like, there's a little tooltip that at least tells you that, so you can discover it on your own. When somebody else has to explain it to you, it makes it so much less, like, impactful. Reverse Collapse had a glossary in it. It had a whole, like, glossary for, like, when a character would mention this one thing, then you could like pull up a little tooltip that explains what that thing is, and you could read more about it in the extras section. They at least had that, but they don't have that in this game, and I'm like really just struggling to figure out why. Well, I mean, I know why. It's because it's probably because they don't see the story as like a massive priority to that extent. Which is crazy to me because they spent so much effort and risk in rewriting these events, like, completely.
현재 정보에 따르면 그곳의 거주 인구는 약 60명으로 추정돼. 하지만 이건
I make it sound like I hate the game. I love this game. Like, I'm a GFL fan since, like, 2015. Back when GFL 1 came out. I've been a huge fan of this series for so long. It's because I'm such a huge fan of this series that I'm, like, giving it this critique. I want it to be better. Back in the old days... Back in the old days, we had to pull our resources to have a chance of building the girl of our dreams. And we had to build several of them because we needed several copies for the dummy system. Or something, I don't know. Early day GFL was rough. Andorus peers outside the window and tries to ignore the conclusion her neural cloud has come to.
이런 환경에서 꿋꿋하게 살아가는 건 정말 대단하네.
Well, you might get to experience it. You might get to experience it somewhat this summer, because GFL 1 comes out on Steam this summer. And I am fully intending to play through that on stream. I'm going to start from scratch, and we're just going to have a good old time with it. We're going to see how terrible it was back then, and just laugh at how terrible it is, and then how good it gets. While the game is still terrible. Pulling is definitely going to be something, I'll tell you that much.
준비 단단히 해둬.
I don't think GFL 1 had limited banners, did it? GFL 1 had drops. You actually had to try and get the dolls to drop on, like, certain missions. I remember that. But otherwise, I think most of it was just, they were just added to the build pool, so you could build them at any point.
이곳의 환경 정보는 너무 오래됐어. 언제든 예기치 못한 상황이 발생할 수 있지. 뒷좌석에 늘어져 있는 그 녀석도 당장 깨워.
Hey, that invalid has a name.
알았어.
Yeah, thankfully they did tell you those combinations eventually.
비올카, 조사부대 쪽은 무슨 소식 없어?
Oh no! They've overwritten Belka's code. The communism is rewriting her neural cloud. Leaning against the window and focused on the comms channel, Belka clearly has not heard Klukai's question. As the jeep rocks back and forth as it travels across the bumpy terrain, Belka's lips move softly as she hums intermittently, her bright green hair bouncing in time with the rhythm.
비올카!
Pierka! I'm gonna say something that might be a hot take for some people, but I prefer Klukai's Korean voice to a Japanese voice. Don't get me wrong, her Japanese voice is great and very, like, iconic. But, yeah, Korean Klukai hits different. Brainlet.
비올카, 대기 중. 명령만 내려줘, 언니.
대기 중은 무슨? 조사부대랑 통신 유지하라고 했잖아. 지금 대체 뭐 하고 있는 거야?
Korean voice acting is really good. Like, there's one thing, like, Project Moon really opened my eyes and my ears to Korean voice acting. Because so many Korean voice performances in like Ruiner and Limbus Company are stellar. They're so good. Because you can really feel all the emotion and the energy that their voice actors put into those roles. And it crosses to other games as well. Like, I had Star Rail in Korean, and like, the voice acting was so like vibrant and full of life. It brought like new life to some characters who just kind of sounded like nice in Japanese. It's not universally applicable for every character, for sure. But there's some characters where I'm just like, Korean is the voice for this character now. Like, I won't accept it any other way.
나중에 비정규 무력 관리국 장기자랑이라도 나가게 해줘.
Momfa has a concert? Is that where Sharkry and Vepli perform? Noticing Klukai's displeasure, Belka sticks her tongue out apologetically.
저 사람들이 계속 노래하길래 자꾸 듣다 보니까 나도
They got her.
감겼어.
They got to her. We're gonna have to reformat her. No.
다들 진지하게 해. 똑같은 말 두 번 하기
She's
싫어.
just humming the song. She is paying attention. She's just paying too much attention.
알았어 언니.
Klukai, come on.
알았어.
In fact, she was paying so much attention that she didn't hear you the first time. Can't just scold her for not doing a good enough job. Like, come on.
드디어 끝났다.
Hello, beepo.
돌아가면
We continue. That was the first node, by the way. We're like, what, an hour 20 into the stream now. And we've just finished the first node. Time for a sip. Thank you very much for the hydration. Sipping the old gamer sups. Get your sups on! With a loud rumble, the makeshift fortress temporarily converted from an old building shakes violently. The exposed and bent steel structure lets out a screech. What flavor you rocking? I'm rocking the old goof juice. The moist, critical, endorsed flavor of Gamer Subs. It is a delicious blend of strawberry and kiwi, and it's been my recent favorite. Very, very good stuff. It's so good that I'm considering offering? I'm considering buying a second tub of the stuff. Oh, excuse me. I had to blow my nose. I think aside from that, I've been drinking, oh, what's it called? It's the limeade flavor. Oh yeah, Pestile's Antidote. The one with the hot plague doctor on it. That one's just like that one's a limeade flavor, and that one's really nice as well. I have that one sometimes. Everyone's talking about Gamer Subs, like Gamer Subs is rocking. You should get some, Scarlet. Join us. Just get a Gamer Subs cup of your favorite VTuber waifu. And then get their associated flavor, and bang, you're going to the races. The smoke and dust cause the soldiers lying on the ground to cough uncontrollably. The young soldier, firing wildly through the hole in the wall, quickly falls back and wipes the soot off his face, revealing his features. Okay, like, no joke, I think I have like 12 Gamer Subs cups now of like different VTubers. The latest ones I got were like the Hololive ones and the Dokibird one, so I have I'm currently drinking out the Doki Bird GamerSupps cup. I also have... I have Calliope, I have Narissa, and I have Crony in the cupboard. And then I've also got, like... I've got a Shy Lily Metal Cup, which I haven't opened yet, because I'm saving that for a special occasion. I've got a Nyanna's one, I've got a Bao one, like Bao the Whale. I've got an Iron Mouse one, I can't forget that one. And I've got a couple of their promotional ones that I just like the look of. I have a problem. Every time I say this is the last one I'm gonna get, they release an absolute banger, and I'm just like, I need it. They do gamer mats as well. Like, the mouse mat I currently have is one of Cinder. My Cinder, like, play mats. Very nice. Every time I move my keyboard up, I get greeted by Cinder's thighs. It's lovely. You see, for me, instead of GamerSupps, I'm collecting plushies. How's your plushie collection coming along? So I collect those as well, like, just to an extent. I'm not as crazy about plushies as I am GamerSupps, but I will, like... I will go out of my way to, accumulate some, if they take my interest. I think I've got about... close to 20 on my bed. Including a Dakimakura, which isn't a plushie, but I kind of count it as part of the horde, so to speak. I need to show you my plushie setup some time. I'll take, like, a picture and show you my collection. When my bed doesn't look like an absolute den of, mess. I've been meaning to change my sheets, so I might do that first. Plushie collector buddies. Hell yeah. I think the most outrageous plushie I have in my collection is this little Bocce the Rock plushie. So I've got a little plushie Bocce. It's a little plushie of her in her, like, dinosaur costume from that one scene where she's like... It's that one, like, skit where she's fantasizing being, like, a kaiju about her, like, social media, like, craze and stuff. Or, like, the potential social media stuff. I've got a plushie of... It's a tiny little plushie. I've got a plushie of that. That cost me about $100. Like, that... And that's not even, like, a second-hand price. I believe that's the price that they were actually selling that plushie for. Because I think it was, like, a limited run thing or something. But I scooped it up while I was in Tokyo because Bocce the Rock was kind of, like, a big thing at the time. Because it had just, like, aired. I really wanted the Bocce, I really wanted the Bocce, like, earbuds as well, but they weren't going to come out for, like, a few months. And I couldn't really, like, pre-order them, so... Send me to the arcade and I'll get you a plushie of your choice in 3 swipes max. I'm the Claw Queen. That's an impressive accolade to have. Nia, have you ever thought of, like, going onto that site where you can play, like, the crane games remotely? There's, like, a site where you can do it, like, remotely, and then you can, like, win the prizes and get them sent to you. I think so, yeah. I've seen Hololivers play it before. I think it's Toriba? This is a dangerous thing to tell me. Yeah, I think it's Toriba. You gotta stream that? Hell yeah. Yeah, definitely stream that, Neo. This cat girl loves to gamble. And you don't play gacha games? I will definitely come to watch a claw game stream. That sounds pog. I want to see you, like, make them regret their business decisions. That'd be really cool, though. So, we're not opposites then, because my claw game luck is absolute dog water. But my gacha luck is insane. Tomato can attest to my gacha luck. So I don't know who got like the better deal there, to be honest, but together we can be unstoppable. Let us unite our fortunes, sister, and we will conquer the world of gambling. This is like a Kaiji subplot or something. Young Dimitri? Oh shit, we're in the past! I didn't even realize!
정신을 차려. 조금만 더 버티면 지원군이 도착할 거야.
하지만 팀이 탄약이 거의 바닥났어. 다음 공세를 막을 수 있을지.
I will make you face the greatest in Korea die. Wait, Korea die? Wait, what did you mean by this? Maybe the strategy is only 1 plush per day. Nonsense! If you win a single plush, you gotta keep winning! That's how it works! Primeval YouTube poop reference? Oh, you can't do that to me, come on. There are so many YouTube poops from back in the day. How can my mind, like... How can my mind register, like, all of them to memory? The gambler's brain. Yeah, there's no room in this brain for remembering important things like YouTube poops. All that's in my brain is the probability of the next roll. And how the next roll I do is gonna be the winner. Absolutely, I can feel it.
쓸데없는 생각하지 마. 대장님도 전장에서 비관적인 태도는 금물이라고 했잖아. 스스로 명을 추측할 뿐이라고.
하지만 대장님도 이미
It's a very sound argument, actually. Squad leader always said that pessimism is the #1 killer on the battlefield. But he's fucking dead, dude. Touché. We're fucked. Yo, that's metal. Soldier glances at a corner obscured in shadow. A burly man is slumped there, with dark crimson fluid dripping from his pierced forehead. The fluid has started to congeal, but half his body is already soaked. His eyes are half open, but utterly devoid of life. He died in the assault when the dawn was near, probably trying to determine if there were reinforcements in the distance through his binoculars. And just as the sky was tinted white, the one who was searching for hope fell before the door leading to a brand new day. See what I mean about, like, the purple prose? Like, he's fucking dead, dude.
이미 나 엄마 보고 싶어. 엄마가 나 군대 가는 거 계속 말렸었는데 나 실전은 이번이 처음이야. 무사히 돌아갈 수 있을 줄 알았는데 출발하기 전에 엄마가 그랬어. 고향집에 마지막 남은 소를 도둑 맞았다고.
Oh no, not the last cow. They ran out of cows? I can't believe that we live in a world where a man has to go cowless. Dimitri looks at him restlessly. then turns his attention to the other surviving soldiers, but most of them simply stare back at him with despair in their eyes. Their incessant gunfire from beyond the fortress is generating thick, choking smoke. They have been defending this position for a week, but there is no sign of any reinforcements. The soldiers no longer harbor any hope for survival.
그럼 네가 한 마리 새로 사들여야겠네. 포상금 받아서 말.
Hey, there's a rational take.
니콜라스.
With the most Russian name in existence, Nikolai. Not very much better than the others. A soldier named Nikolai sees an opening in the enemy's fire and dives behind a heavy machine gun mounted by the wall. He promptly pulls out an ammo belt from a nearby box.
밖에 총소리 들려?
After securing a few loose bullets on the belt, he feeds it into the machine gun and confirms that the weapon is in order. Nobody answers him. Explosions erupt continuously in the distance. Bomber planes whiz past them overhead, and the air raid siren is deafeningly loud. The intensity of the dense gunfire pales in comparison to the cacophony all around.
들어봐. 전우들의 소리. 신소련이 전진하는 소리다.
Oh Christ, here we go.
신소련은 여기서 멈추지 않아. 나도 멈추지 않을 거고. 우리 뒤에는 신소련의 대지가 있어. 이 땅이 물러서지 않는 한 나도 물러서지 않아.
Nikolai speaks softly, but the resoluteness in his voice pierces through the miasma of hopelessness in the fortress. During the reload break, Nikolai slings the rifle over his shoulder and tosses it over to Dmitri.
뭐야? 나도 총 있어.
Here's a better gun.
우리 아버지가 물려주신 총이 보급보다 더 좋은 거니까 네가 써.
이거 진짜 괜찮은데. 너네 아버지 좀 하신가? 이런 총을 어디서
Just casually giving this man your father's gun.
고마워.
Absolute, like, Chad move.
잔소리는 나중에 하고 놈들이 다시 쳐들어온다.
This guy just gives Dmitri his dad's, like, epic gun and mans the heavy machine gun after giving a pep talk to the rest of the soldiers. Nikolai's a Chad. Dmitri waves the rifle in his hands. He then shakes the nerves off himself and turns to his other comrades.
다들 들어! 대장이 그랬잖아. 원군은 지금 오는 중이야. 끝까지 버텨서 내일을 쟁취하자. 모두 총 똑바로 잡아. 놈들이 안으로 못 들어오게만 막으면 계속 버틸 수 있어.
Under Dmitri and Nikolai's leadership, the young soldiers once again muster their resolve and start preparing for another round of defense and counterattack.
좋아, 좋아. 문벌 잃어버리지 말고 분장 따서 같이 몸에 달고 다니자.
Did his voice suddenly gain a lot more reverb? Maybe because of the flashbacks ending. The impassioned cries in his memory blend into the alarm sounding in the present. Dmitri hurriedly stuffs the dog tag back into his pocket.
대장님,
Reminiscing on the battlefield?
상공사가 이미 교전을 시작했어.
You know better than that, soldier. That means your time is coming. If you suddenly have a flashback of an important moment in your past on the battlefield, you probably have an important story event coming up. That can be a good or a bad thing.
진짜 나타났다.
Bulliet!
원거리에서 지원한다. 놈들이 본대에 접근하지 못하게 막아.
예.
Yeah! Now establishing new combat zone. Are those our support units? Love the designs of these Cyclops 2.0s, so sick. They are. Deploy support. Okay, no. Isn't this just the same map as before? Oh well.
필요하신가요?
Let's do this. I think what we do here is... I think when we do this, it'll take out both eggs. Let's have a look. Bake. Yep, it does. Perfect. That's exactly what we wanted. Alright. And then we just come over here. This will kill... I think this kills all of them here. Bike. Yeah, easy. Easy money.
드디어 끝났다. 돌아가면 하루 종일
So I guess we'll just not talk about how they ominously zoomed in on the Cyclops thing there. Alright. Hyde 404 arrives at the target settlement. The old and dilapidated walls are eroded from years of exposure to wind and sand. The smell of decay permeates this modestly sized settlement.
어쩌면 어딘가로 이사 갔을 수도 있지. 방금 조사부대와 재차 확인했어. 정착지 내부는 조사부대가 수색하고 우리는 정착지 주변 상황을 조사할 거야. 조사 범위는 반경 500m. 시간을 아껴야 하니까 두 팀으로 나뉘어서 각자 반대 방향으로 조사를 진행하자. 나랑
You'll pair up with?
당연히 나랑 갈 거지.
Without waiting for Klukai to finish, Belka quickly slithers over to her side.
이번엔 봐주지만 다음은 안 돼. 다음부턴 내 배치에 따라.
알았어, 언니.
Belka was incredibly happy on this day.
아유, 다행이다. 안도리스랑 한 팀이면 나도.
게으름 피울 생각 마. 안도리스, 얘 똑바로 감시해. 안 그러면 돌아가서 둘이 같이 나머지 훈련시킬 거야. 알았어. 나와 비올카는 동쪽.
Andorus is gonna let... She's gonna let
사람
Mishti
즉시
just
연락해.
have the greatest nap of all time. She's about to get a nice old... She's about to get a nice break from Klukai.
출발하자.
Klukai and Belka began their search near the settlement.
클루카이 언니, 여기 뭐가 있어? 여기, 빨리.
She's gonna like show her like a caterpillar or something. It's like, look how cool this is. Absolute brainlet behavior. Klukai frowns as she peers over at Belka, who is bouncing up and down and waving at her, but she still circles around a boulder and heads towards her.
우린 지금 임무 중이야. 보물찾기 하러 나온 애들이 아니라고.
It is Easter soon, so maybe she's just being seasonal. Easter's in about 10 days. Y'all got your Easter eggs ready? Do they celebrate Easter in America? I forgot. You do, right?
중요한 단서를 발견했단 말이야. 그래서 바로 언니한테
Oh, hell yeah.
보고하려고 했지.
I've got my Easter egg already. It's a Belgian chocolate Easter egg. I decided to treat myself this year because I skipped Easter last year, so I get this. What's Easter?
제발 그러길 바라.
It's a timeless Christian excuse to eat copious amounts of chocolate as a holiday.
이번에도 시생물이 물어뜯은 가방, 버추얼 아이돌 다키마쿠라, 현상금 사냥꾼이 묻어둔 불발탄, 뭐 이런 거 나오면 각오해.
It's when Jesus came back from an egg. We love chocolate in here. We are a chocolate. This is a Christian. This is a Christian chat that loves chocolate. But yeah, Easter's a pretty big thing here. We have like, I mean, it probably is in America as well, considering its origin. But at least over here, we get like a 4-day weekend for Easter, on like Good Friday. And then we have like, most people just celebrate by eating Easter eggs, but some people do like egg hunts and stuff. Like they'll like hide eggs and like look for them, kind of like that thing in Stardew Valley. Or they like to paint eggs as well and just have like a good old Easter festival. It's very much like a younger person thing though. It's mostly kids that do it nowadays. Adults either just don't. Adults will either just care about the 4-day weekend or they'll just have the chocolate. Or if you're parents, then it's kind of a big deal for your children. How many body pillows of idols are they finding out in the yellow zone? That's kind of crazy to me.
그런 거 아니야. 와서 봐봐.
I feel like she's just gonna add a new thing to the list of things to never talk to her about.
저기에 엄청 수상한 뭐랄까 오브제?
Installation art? Wait, what? Belka leads Klukai over to where several strange rock piles lie exposed in the ground. The dark rocks are scattered all over, then unnatural edges and jutting corners giving them an ominous... Did she just find a pile of collapse?
외부의 힘으로 파손된 흔적이 보여. 원래는 이런 형태가 아니었을 거야.
Or is it something else? Am I thinking too much into that?
맞아. 그런데 말이야. 진짜 중요한 단서는 여기에 있다고.
Close. Is this a Paradeus thing?
바로 여기야.
Is this? Have they just stumbled upon Paradeus like stuff? Oh, don't you dare make Nia's smug face at me. Belka walks through the scattered rocks and stops by another pile.
언니, 이거 봐봐. 이 돌들 반쯤 흙 속에 파묻혀 있어. 마치 주춧돌처럼 말이야.
I'm trying to visualize what these are.
이런 돌은 옐로우존에서 흔히 볼 수 있긴 하지만 경도가 높고 쉽게 부서져서 건축 자재로는 잘 쓰이지 않아. 그런데 이렇게 모여 있는 걸로 봐선 누군가가 일부러 모아둔 것 같아.
헤로데우스가 한 걸까? 아니면 예전에 여기 살던
Paradeus
주민들이
mentioned,
이 돌의 특별한 용도를
which makes sense
발견해서
because
여기
their
남겨둔
original
걸까?
mission here was looking for Paradeus.
아직은 몰라. 아무튼 일단 촬영해서 리바에게 전송해. 확인해서 조사해보라고 해.
알았어. 그리고 언니.
Honey. Fucking creature. She just wants her sister's approval. Seeing Belka's "please shower me of praise" face, Klukai sighs in defeat.
이번에 발견한 건 제법
She's so
쓸모있어.
tsundere!
칭찬받았다.
Now Macchiato. Macchiato just needs like a Kohai / little sister now. So she can like dote on them like Klukai does to Belka. But I guess she's got the commander, so she doesn't need that. She's so relatable. If she was my sister, I would be. You know what? I'm not even going to entertain you continue that train of thought, Nia.
우쭐대지 말고 전송 닿으면 계속 수색해.
I think we're better off leaving that alone.
알았어.
All I'll say is that
30초면 돼.
yeah, kind of agree. If you know, you know. Klukai and Belka continue with the investigation along their planned route, but they find nothing else noteworthy.
언니, 주변엔 딱히 다른 건 없는 것 같아. 우리 그만 돌아가자. 어? 방금 조사부대에서 메시지가 왔어. 정착지에 도착해서 현지 조사 시작했대.
답신 보내. 404도 곧 작업을 마치고 정착지에서 합류하겠다고. 합류한 뒤에 다음 계획을 의논해보자고.
알았어. 뭐라? 클루카이 언니, 저기 봐봐. 저 앞에 바위에 엎드려 있는 하얀 거. 저거 미스티 아니야?
Misty?
벌써
she doing here?
여기까지 조사한 건가?
저 녀석은 진짜 어딜 가도 잔만 파자냐.
She found a nice comfy rock to sleep on. Don't disturb her. There are many rocks in the yellow zone, and she found the one that was comfy enough to sleep on. Don't take this away from her.
히히, 미스티. 클루카이 언니 이번엔 진짜로 화났어.
This little creature trying to get our sleeper beepo in trouble.
그럼 이제 내가 뛰어난 업무 능력으로 언니 마음을 단번에 사로잡는 거야.
I feel like Belka got into 404 just from the sheer amount of requests she like submitted to become part of them, because 416 was her. I like to think Belka DDoSed the 404 servers until they let her join. It's completely believable. As Klukai approaches the large rock, she realizes that Pt.2 isn't usually actually dozing on it as she initially thought. In fact, Bishti is perched on top of it to study a jeep covered in sand that's behind the rock. Andorus is also peering inside the vehicle through the window.
안도리스, 위에서도 잘 안 보여.
이건 대장에게 연락할 수밖에 없겠네. 미슈티.
She was
일단
getting a
내려와.
vantage point.
너희 둘, 뭐 하고 있는 거야?
She's being industrious. Praise her. She's working hard. Startled by Klukai's voice, Mishti, who is climbing up the rock, lost her footing and slides right off, landing on her backside. Look what you did.
우와, 갑자기 뒤에서 튀어나오지 말라고. 갑툭 튀라니 대체 언제적 수법이야. 오지근한 공포 게임에선 이제 나오지도 않는 걸.
So Klukai horror game when? I
헛소리
want
말고.
Klukai to jump scare me.
그 차가 뭔데 둘이서 그렇게 한참을 보고 있어? 클루카이 대장, 여기 주인 없는 차를 발견했어.
Yes, evidently.
차에 쌓인 먼지를 봐선 최소 15일 이상 방치된 것 같아. 그리고 차에서 이걸 발견했어.
Oh, what's it? Klukai circles over to Andorus' side and spots a familiar logo on the wiped down Jeep. On the wiped down front door, the Jeep is covered in bullet holes and scratches.
이 마크는 로련 정화 프로젝트 조사부대?
Wait, so this is a Survey Corps Jeep? And it's been here for half a month?
맞아. 문을 열어보려고
Oh, they did the
했는데
fucking...
충격이
They did the
너무
sprite
심했는지
slide!
문이
I haven't seen them
틀어져서.
do that in the game yet, what? I've never seen them, like, move the sprites like that.
드미트리 신의 임무랑 관련이 있을 것 같아서 강제로 부수지는 않았어. 대신 창문으로 내부를 살펴볼 수 있을까 해서. 하지만 창문에 차광 필름이 붙어 있어서 밖에선
That's
안을
kind
볼
of
수가
ominous.
없어.
There's a jeep that's been abandoned here for about half a month in the yellow zone. We can't tell what's inside.
알았어. 그건 신경 쓰지 마.
And honestly, like, it could be nothing, but when you frame it like that, it's like, we don't know what's inside because of the one-sided glass. It kind of makes it a little bit
거기서 멍
ominous.
때리고 있지 말고 조사부대에 연락해서 사람 불러.
알았어.
Disappointed by the way things have turned out, Belka contacts the Survey Corps and informs them of 404's discovery.
언니, 좌표 정보도 보냈어. 지금 바로 온대.
알았어. 미스티, 지퍼 문짝 뜯어버려. 안도리스는 옆에서 영상 찍으면서 기록해. 이따가 괜히 틀지 마.
Didn't we just decide we were gonna wait for them to do this? I don't know why Kukai is doing this.
또 나한테만 힘든 일 시키네.
This demonstrates that Mishtu is actually physically the strongest out of 404. You wanna know a fun fact? I play in a I play a number of GFL D&D campaigns. I also run some of them. And in one of them, which is 404 centric, I play Mishti, or G11 as she's known in that one. And this was before GFL2. I mean, this was when GFL2 was still in development. But I played G11 as a barbarian, just cause, like, with the little details that we had, we kind of construed that G11 or I'll just call it Mishti. That Mishti has like a she has like an on switch for like combat mode. Like, she's sleepy most of the time, but that's because of her, like, the core that controls her combat capabilities is so, like, advanced for her, like, basic hardware that it's taxing on her whenever she's not, like, fully energized. So I translated that into D&D terms. Barbarian, rage. So I play G11, I play Mishti as a barbarian with rage. And, where she just woke up when she raged and, like, did lots of cool stuff. She did some cool stuff in that game. Or I did some cool stuff as her in that game. But, what's really funny is that eventually we got G11 in... We got Mishti in GFL2. And she basically operates very similarly to the way she did in our D&D game. Except for the phase damage, because the phase damage was a completely new thing. But otherwise, yeah. Collective unconscious mind siphon strikes again. I got Yuzhonged. We always get... All the GFL homebrewers in the world, at some point in their lives, they will get Yuzhonged. And it is simultaneously the utmost of outrages, as it is the utmost of honors. Because for one, they stole my idea, but two, it's really cool that they stole my idea. You can't really brag to anyone except the people you know, because everyone else will just be like, who fucking cares? But I care, damn it. I care that I came up with the cool idea first, and Yuzhong hijacked it. Yuzhong is listening in on our Discord calls. He's looking at our games and being like, hey, that's pretty good. And just snagging our ideas, and we can't do anything about it. It's fucked up. But it's also incredibly effective. The Xenoblade series is constantly doing this to me, but I don't give a fuck. That just means I'm locked into the frequency. Yeah. That's one way of looking at it. We're just locked in. Like, we are, like... I'm so GFL coded that whatever ideas me and my friends come up with becomes a reality. We're part of the Matrix now. We're in the programming. We are a component of the binary that causes things to work. We're a fragment of the DNA. Got our fingers up in this biz nasty. It's good.
지렛대는 차에 두고 왔으니까 그냥 쏴버려도 되지.
We're riding the Unus Mundus system together. Hell yeah. Cowabunga, motherfuckers.
그래.
It's ride or die.
다치지 않게 물러서.
그럼 쏜다. 됐다. 나머진 내일 아니니까 신경 안 쓸 거야.
And just like that, she has done her work. It's time for her to leave. Klukai pulls the door open and something dark immediately tumbles out. It is the corpse of a man. The hands are clutching a gun tightly. His army uniform is covered in a large patch of dark brown, especially around the abdominal area.
조사부대 제복이야.
차 안에 2명 더 있어.
상처에 자라난 결정의 크기로 봐선 죽은 지 최소 2주일은 지난 것 같아.
Somehow it's just not surprising to me that it's just full of dead bodies. I told you it was ominous. I told you! Andrus tries her best to steal her neural cloud as she takes in the pockmarked vehicle and the stains in the interior. She's never seen such a grisly sight in a green zone. Yo, a T-doll that's not desensitized to, like, corpses? Oh boy, this is gonna be fun.
이들은 습격을 당해서 다친 상태로 차 안에 숨어 있다가 결국 과다출혈로 사망한 걸로 판단돼.
I swear to God, man. I hope that the Survey Corp, like, people don't just come over and be like, oh, the dolls killed them! When they're very clearly, like, several weeks old. Like, that would just be, like, so stupid. So, who gave you permission to open a Jeep, huh? Bet you killed them, huh? You doctored that recorded footage. Don't trust no clankers here. Sorry, I used the hard R.
경계를 늦추지 않은 거겠지.
That won't happen again. She almost blue screens a couple of times. She does, but I don't think that's related to her sensitivity issues. I think that's because I heard that Andorus is like... I heard that she's like an information type doll. That she's meant for like processing information, but she does so at like a... she processes information at a high capacity, but doing so like burns her out. So she'll blue screen sometimes because of the information overload. Which is, you know, highly relatable, honestly. I get over, like, the first time I read a Savage guide in Final Fantasy, I blue screened a bit. Because I was just like, this is a lot of information to take in. And there was even more information to apply in real time. But, you know, you get used to it.
이 차에 마모 수준으로.
Oh no, she's blue screening. Help her! Andorus scrambles to gather all the information available, but she cannot stop her voice from wavering.
안드리스, 가서 미시티 좀 깨워줘. 미안해. 고마워, 대장.
Belka watches Andorus with some concern.
클루카이 언니, 안도리스 괜찮을까?
괜찮아. 민수용 인형 출신이라
yeah, this. Yep.
시간이 좀 더 필요할 뿐이야.
Not all. So a lot of T-dolls are converted from civilian dolls, especially the ones from GFL 1. I believe Klukai's an exception. Klukai is a tactical doll, like, through and through. Like, she's a purebred, essentially. Like, she was made to be a tactical doll. She was made to be a military fighter. Mishti, on the other hand, was converted from a civilian model, like, maid. Like, Mishti's original doll model, I believe, was a maid. Like, dolls that were specifically designed to be house servants. Hence why when she was installed with the experimental, like, combat module, obviously the civilian hardware has a lot of trouble keeping up with that. And for some reason still does. I don't know why Mishti hasn't upgraded yet to have more capable hardware. All I can think of is that she doesn't want to, which, you know, is perfectly reasonable. All of the original 404 are high-spec unorthodox mutants in some shape or form. Yeah, they're not quite clear-cut. Like, yeah, I remember 404 have, like, a lot of off-market modifications thanks to a certain mechanic. So none of them are, like, completely, like, factory standard. I think Andorus would be included in that, but yeah, I think it's like a prerequisite to joining 404. That's such an interesting thing about T-Dolls in this setting, is it's like, there's so many different models that were made for different purposes in society. You get a lot of these showcased in Project Neural Cloud, which is another game under the IP, which explores a lot of the doll types in depth. Rather than, like, GFO1, every doll was a tactical doll. They were all outfitted for battle, but a lot of them were converted from civilian dolls. Whereas Neural Cloud will showcase them in their, like, civilian modes. And, you know, the way it works is that they'll install a combat module into them, and they'll download all the necessary information to become a capable fighter. Literally any doll can become, like... They can basically become, like, the equivalent of, like, a highly trained military, like, soldier. Just from installing the module and necessary, software. Whether or not their personality traits take to that is an entirely different thing, which is why Andorus is having problems.
그린존이랑 옐로우존은 완전 딴판이니까.
There's a lot of dolls I'll take in stride, but there's definitely a lot of dolls where fighting doesn't really suit them, even though they're really good at it. It creates this really interesting, like, dichotomy of different doll personalities because of the way they fight and the way they look at fighting. Because, you know, they're fighting in wars and stuff. And some of them are very sensitive to the idea that they're, like, you know, fighting wars and, like, potentially taking the lives of others. Others just recognize that's their purpose. And others are so... what's the word? They're so whimsical about it that it makes it almost disturbing. But, you know, that's just how they're coded. Like, for instance, if a doll was an idol before, like, if they used to be an idol, but then they were, like, converted into a fighter, they're still gonna carry themselves like an idol. They're still gonna be, like, smiles and sunshine and, like, doing dances to cheer people up, but they're also gonna be killing people, so, you know. I'm looking at you, Sharkery and Vepley. The most terrifying fighters among us. Taking Belka's unease, Klukai ponders for a moment, then simply gives out a piece of advice.
안드레스의 감수성에 영향받을 필요 없어. 과거의 일은 우리와는 상관이 없어. 현재 인류의 처지가 어떻다든가 하는 것도 마찬가지고.
알았어, 언니.
Because there's only one human that Klukai trusts.
나머지 시체 도구도 밖으로 꺼내. 몸에 다른 단서 없나 살펴보게.
Starting to prefer 416's Korean voice. Hell yeah, join the gang, dude. Telling you. Ah, Dmitri, my friend! It's good to see you again. The soldiers of the Survey Corps arrived at the scene. Dmitri walks up to the jeep and takes a look. Klukai backs up 2 paces to keep some distance between Dmitri and herself.
이제부터 여긴 우리가 맡는다.
Okay, they're being professional about this.
몇 명 나와서 시신 꺼내. 총 2구다.
After giving the order, Dmitri circles around the jeep and studies it closely with another subordinate in tow.
차체에 탄은이 가득하고 한쪽이 움푹 파여 있다. 전투 중 지형 지물과 충돌한 흔적으로 추정된다.
Yeah, the dent is, but not the bullet holes. I don't think the bullet holes are from a natural land feature somehow.
번호판 확인. 확실히 임무 중 실종된 그 부대 소속이군. 차내의 시신은 부패한 상태이며 군번줄을 아직 찾지 못해 신원 확인이 불가능하다.
Dmitri calmly voices all his observations while the soldier next to him jots them down one by one. At this moment, there is no sign of Dmitri's former temper and surliness. His features are marked by composure and maturity of a veteran of the battlefield. Finally, he returns to the front of the vehicle and watches as his subordinates extract the corpse trapped in the back seat.
그쪽은 뭐 발견한 거 있어?
그래, 사망자 한 명. 엘리드에 감염된 상태로 시생물에게 잔뜩 물어뜯겨 있었지.
Yeah, that's how it goes in the Yellow Zone, actually, to be honest.
그쪽 부대 사람?
아니, 그냥 일반 주민이었.
Ah!
본 적 없는 이상한 로브를 입고 있었고.
Paradeus, Paradeus.
영상 기록 있어?
적당히 해라. 니들한테 일일이 보고할 의무 없으니까.
Okay, come on, she was asking nicely. Dmitri has not raised his voice, but his impatience is apparent. Paying no more attention to Klukai, he walks off and calls his superior on his communicator.
충성. 루리안
Not this again!
조사부대 376이 소대 드미트리 원사입니다.
Gotta get that word count
정리
in.
보고 시작하겠습니다.
충성. 상황은
준이님 명령대로 조사 임무를 계속 진행 중입니다. 임무 중 실종된 제7 환경조사부대 1364 소대의 차량과 병사 3명의 시신을 발견하여 보고차 연락드렸습니다.
Every time, dude.
정중하게 안치하도록. 루크 사트 주의의 미래를 위해 희생한 애국 열사다.
For the future of Rossitrism.
예, 알고 있습니다. 그리고 준이님, 재차 건의드립니다. 일단 저희 부대를 일시 후퇴시킨 뒤에 증원이 도착하면 임무를 재개하고 싶습니다.
이유는
이번에 발견된 병사 3명은 모두 총상으로 사망했습니다. 차량에는 조사부대 마크가 뚜렷하게 찍혀 있었고 3명 모두 군복을 입고 있었습니다. 현상금 사냥꾼이나 발야그단이라면 어지간해선 함부로 공격하지 않았을 겁니다. 저는 이 구역에 데이터에 없는 미확인 세력이 존재할 가능성이 높다고 생각합니다. 이는 명확한 목적을 가진 습격입니다.
Silence on the other end of the line makes Dmitri restless.
준이님, 절대 목숨이 아까워서가 아닙니다. 이번 임무의 복잡성이
드미트리 원사. 옐로우 존에는 총기 규제가 없다. 고작 3명이 피습을 당했다 해서 그리고 그 지역은
oops, that means glue.
물자가 부족한 곳이야. 거기서 활동하는 발야그단이 군용물자를 노리고 낙오된 조사부대 차량을 표적으로 삼았을 가능성도 크다.
준이님, 지금 무슨 말씀을 하시는지 아시는 겁니까?
드미트리 원사, 임무를 계속 수행하라. 이건 명령이야.
맹목적인 명령은 임무 진행을 더 지체시킬 뿐입니다. 1364 소대는 전원 실종됐고 저희 소대는 이미 병력의 3분의 1을 잃었습니다. 임무를 완수하려면 우선 증원부대와 합류해야만 합니다.
지금 멈춰선 안 된다.
희생은 두렵지 않습니다. 하지만 저는 형제들이 무슨 말도 안 되는 계획 따위로 목숨을 잃는 꼴은 보고 싶지 않습니다.
Hold on. Lactose is hitting me. Real bad.
언사에 주의하도록. 우리 중대 전체가 더 심각한 상황에 빠지는 걸 보고 싶은 건가? 애초에 우리가 담당한 구역은 조사 진행도가 다른 구역보다 훨씬 뒤처져 있다. 그리고 우리 중 상당수가 같은 곳에서 왔지. 조사부대, 철도군. 이곳이 우리에게 남은 마지막 안식처야. 우리가 몰락한 건 단순히 전쟁에서 한 번 패배했기 때문이 아니야. 그로 인한 영향 역시 일시적인 자원 배분이나 인원 배치에 국한되는 게 아니고.
Ooh. I think someone isn't quite feeling the Rossitrism.
됐다. 여기까지 하지. 계속해서 임무를 진행하도록. 가장 가까운 곳에 있는 중앙병력을 이미 자출해뒀다. 원래 계획보다 더 빨리 도착할 거다.
After a brief pause, the warrant officer adds,
몸 조심해라. 모두 무사히 돌아오길 바란다.
After the call ends, Dmitri stows his communicator away in silence. The bulky and stuffy protective suit is getting suffocating. A soldier who has been waiting for him to finish the call walks up to him.
드미트리 대장님, 병사 3명의 시신을 모두 차량 밖으로 옮겼습니다. 아직 시신을 조사하진 않았습니다.
그래, 내가 가보지.
Whoa. By the time Dmitri returns to the jeep, he has already regained his composure. The dolls of 404 and the soldiers of the survey corps are standing around the corpses.
대장님, 영상 자료는 촬영 다 했습니다. 이제 시신 조사 시작합니까?
내가 하지.
Soldiers move aside to make space for Dmitri. He solemnly approaches and squats down by the bodies. He rummages through their clothing thoroughly, taking great care to also scrape away the collapse crystals forming on the wounds. His hands move efficiently, but with gentle respect.
군번줄은
After a lengthy search, he finally fishes out 3 pieces of paper covered in stains from their pockets.
쓸 수 있는 물자는 회수하고 시신은 이곳에 매장해. 그리고 이들의 개인 물품도 몇 개 찾아와. 뭐라도 유가족에게 보내야 하니까.
Dmitri falls back several paces and moves over to the jeep, then lays all the scrunched up pieces of paper that he just found on the hood of the vehicle. Klukai and Andorus huddle in for a closer look. Dmitri shoots from glare but does not stop them. Nosy T-dolls, honestly.
세 장 모두 같은 내용이야?
그래,
뭔가 이것저것 표시가 돼 있는데 혹시 지도일까요? 하지만 지도에 필요한 요소들이 부족해 보이는데 이 숫자들 그리고 오리진이라니 원점을 의미하는 걸까요?
Andorus studies the numbers next to the markings on the piece of paper.
일반 좌표계로는 해석이 안 돼.
군대에서 쓰는 메시지는 전부 암호화돼 있어. 너희 같은 놈들이 한눈에 알아볼 수 없게 말이야.
그래서 넌 무슨 뜻인지 알아?
Oh, so you know how to read these? The silence is worrying. Klukai's question has obviously touched a raw nerve, as Dmitri immediately flies into a flustered rage.
뭘 봐? 부대마다 내부적으로 정해진 암호화 규칙이 있다고. 정보 누설을 막기 위해서. 우린 철도군에서 임시 차출된 부대야. 조사 부대의 암호화 규칙 좀 모른다고 뭐 잘못이냐?
Unable to make heads or tails of the notes, Dmitri puts them away for now.
셋이 각각 한 장씩 몸에 지니고 있었다는 건 이 내용이 아주 중요하거나 반드시 필요한 것이란 뜻이야.
네가 말 안 해도 알아.
Dmitri dismisses Klukai's observation. He checks the time and looks up at the sky, then turns to address his subordinates.
시간이 많이 늦었다. 정리 서둘러. 오늘은 방금 그 정착지에서 수경한다. 안전지대가 아니란 걸 알았으니 오늘부터 불침번을 2배로 늘린다. 그리고 방금 상부에서 증원군이 이미 출발했다는 소식을 전달받았다. 조금만 더 버티자. 증원군과 합류해서 임무만 후딱 해치우면 이 더러운 나날도 끝이다. 장성 열차로 돌아가면 이제 다들 꽃길만 걷는 거다. 예, 대장님.
Dmitri is relieved to see their subordinates' morale has not suffered too much. Just as he is about to leave, Klukai speaks up.
드미트리,
뭐냐? 용건도 없으면서 알짱거리지 말라고.
Klukai jabs a thumb to the side.
뭔 말을 하고 싶은데? 그냥 여기서 해.
시신 세국 모두 군번줄이 없었어. 그냥 여기서 토론할까?
Dmitri raises an eyebrow. He walks off to the side and gestures for Klukai to follow him.
보점의 몸에서 발견한 군번줄, 혹시 저 사람들 거야? 하지만 시신에는 물린 흔적이 없었어.
소설 쓰지 마라. 옐로우존 같은 위험 지역에서 군번줄 잃어버리는 건 흔한
That's
일이야.
a key observation, actually. That implies that the dog tags were lost before they died or they were taken.
내가 알기론 군번줄은 군인이 죽어서도 몸에서 떼지 않는 중요한 물건일 텐데.
이 깡통 로봇이 뭘 안다고 짓거려? 너는 너 할 일이나 잘해. 괜한 참견하지 말고.
As per usual, racism clouds rationality. Clearly unwilling to continue the conversation, Dmitri storms off.
드미트리 씨는 아직 현실을 직시하고 싶지 않은 것 같아. 이렇게 명백한 의혹을 눈 가리고 아웅하는 건 직무유기라 할 수밖에 없어.
It's really kind of a problem on both ends. Like, Dimitri's like obviously very distrusting on dolls based on his like past experiences, so he's like incredibly irrational towards them. But also Klukai and the dolls' approach is incredibly tactless. They're clearly not very good at dealing with humans.
클루카이 대장이
We are
너무
a sensitive
엄격한 거야.
species. We require a certain finesse. Look, Klukai is incredible at fighting and leading a squad. She's not very good as a diplomat, okay? Diplomacy's not their strong suit.
우린 어떻게 할까? 우리도 근처에서 수경해? 응. 나는 정착지를 좀 더 살펴보고 리바에게
I mean, I would
연락할게.
argue diplomacy is 45 strong suit, aka leather. And maybe Lena? I think leather would be like the main... I think she would be the face of 404, but she's kind of busy with everything else, so...
너는 가서 미시티랑 비올카 입단속 좀 하고 있어. 페로데우스 얘기가 새어나가지 않게. 알았어.
At night, most of the Survey Corps soldiers have already turned in. The few who are on sentry duty and the dolls of 404 work together to patrol the area surrounding the settlement. Unable to go to sleep, Dmitri takes out the dog tags again. The burden of this responsibility weighs down upon his shoulders. He knows the truth he must face.
야,
but he
니
cannot
봤어?
muster the will to
문
do
열어.
so. Dmitri knocks on the door to a room in the dorms. His grin widens when he sees his friend. Nikolai freezes for a second before letting him in.
소리 좀 줄여. 규칙 까먹었어?
됐어 임마.
Everest.
이제 누가 우리 신경 쓴다고?
I mean, Nikolai does look like a stickler for, like, you know, the rules and the system. He's just like, this is after curfew hours, this is highly unprofessional. Dmitri plonks himself down on an empty bed, and Nikolai sits down by the desk in the center of the room and picks up a book he was in the middle of reading. Haha, book reader. Imagine reading books in, what is this year, like 2050 or something? I don't know. Probably 2060, actually.
정보학 원리. 아유 이 돌대가리야. 이 시대에 정신이 있냐?
Dmitri
뭐 하긴
echoing my thoughts.
그것도 괜찮네. 기계 따윈 믿을 게 못 되니까.
Wow, even back then he was just like, fuck machines, dude.
우리랑
Not literally.
전장에 나갔던
Fuck them in the bad way.
기계는 루리안 군대가 인수인계에 가서 권한만 쓱 바꾸니까 바로 인정사정 없이 떠나버리고 말이야.
The droids that used to serve us on the battlefield. Okay, so this is... Okay, so this probably is after GNK's dissolution, then? Because this bit right here tells me the droids he's on about are the dolls that were previously working for PMCs during the Sangvis Ferry War. And the authorizations got rewritten in the UN. So the URNC did take over GNK. It became a government institution. So this is probably what he's referring to. Whereas in reality, a lot of the dolls from this actually, some of them did join, but they were allowed to like keep within their own like parameters, thanks to like special permissions and various shenanigans from former GNK personnel. A lot of them kind of just went off to do their own thing and found jobs in other sectors. That's why they're all kind of spread everywhere.
마음에 들어서 애완동물처럼 돌봐줬더니만.
Sounds about right. Little surveillance drone?
디미, 목소리 좀 줄이라고.
예. 볼륨
Yeah,
낮추신다.
yeah.
아이고 여기 이제 너밖에 안 남은 거지?
마지막
So I'm going to hazard a guess
어젯밤에 저녁하고 집에
that
갔어.
a doll is going to murder Nikolai, like, violently in front of Dmitri, and that's going to, like, cement his racism forevermore.
너는?
할 일 해야지 뭐.
Nikolai scribbles a mark on his book.
아유 너도 참 성실 대마왕이구만.
General Carter!
카터 장군님 실각한 거
Carter
영향
mentioned.
있지 않았냐?
If you know, you know.
뭐 괜찮아. 이제 어르신들도 나이가 많아서 슬슬 일선에서 물러나실 때도 됐지. 그것보다 넌 뭐하러 왔는데? 우리 집 걱정해서 온 건 아닐 거 아니야?
이것 때문에 왔지.
Dmitri pulls a piece of paper out of his pocket and gives it a wave. Nikolai grows still.
전출 명령이야. 오늘 아침 도장 찍었어. 나도 이제 간다. 일단 지방에서 몇 년 썩다가 뭐 그 다음엔 어디로 떨어질지 모르는 거고.
네 계급이면 여기 남는 걸 신청할 수도 있을 텐데.
남아봐야 뭐 좋은 일이 있겠냐? 차라리 예전 형제들이랑 유배 가는 쪽이 나을지도 몰라.
Exiled? What is this, some kind of Exilium?
얘기 들었거든.
Hehe.
루리안이 앞으로 장성 열차라는 걸 만들 건데 우린 그 장성 열차를 지키는 예비군이래. 엄청 고생할 것 같긴 한데 잘하면 나름 얻을 것도 많지 않을까 싶어. 거기서 일하면서 돈 좀 모아다가 형제들 데리고 전역해서 장사하려고.
군인 그만두게?
뭐 그런 셈이지. 예전에는 그래도 전장에 나갈 때 뚜렷한 목표가 있었는데 말이야. 근데 이젠 카터 장군님도 안
Yikes.
계시지.
Alright, yeah.
KCCO에서 장군님 따르던
Yeah, so that
사람들도
confirms
다
it.
사라졌지. 남아 있어봐야 무슨 의미가 있겠어.
During the events of the tail end of the first GFL, the Neo-Soviet Union's military was involved in a coup led by General Carter. Indeed, General Carter of the KCCO, which was correct me if I'm wrong, the KCCO were the Neo-Soviet Union Special Forces. Yeah. They're basically like the Spetsnaz, but on steroids. But yeah, a lot of former Neo-Soviet Union soldiers chose exile in the sense of wanting to at least do good via the Great Train Wall's expansion, so at least their families could get more clean air and ground. Now, obviously, a lot of GFL fans will know the KCCO and how infamous they are because of point care recurrence is the only term I'll say there. That should spike up some PTSD in people.
그거랑 군인 관두는 거랑은 아무 상관없잖아.
상관이 없다니. 전부 사라졌는데 이제 누굴 위해서 싸우라는 거야?
지켜야 할 사람이 있는 한 한 번 군인은 영원한 군인이지. 부대가 어디든 상관없이 말이야. 팀이 변방 지키러 가는 건 괜찮지만 그렇게 스스로를 방치하지 마.
Nikolai speaking sense. He has always been a man of logic. Oh, whoops. Didn't mean to do that. Hearing the disapproval in Nikolai's words, Dimitri's jaunty smile slowly disappears.
니콜라스, 난 작별 인사하러 온 거지 말싸움 하러 온 거 아니야.
나도 너랑 싸울 생각 없어. 로 말하는 거야.
사실 좋아하시네. 눈귀 틀어막고 살지 마. 죽어버린 형제들한텐 아무도 관심이 없고 겨우 살아남은 사람들은 강등되거나 부대가 해산되거나 심지어 군사법원에 끌려갔어. 우리 같은 들러리 부대 쫄병들 정도나 간신히 계급장 유지하고 지방부대로 좌천돼서 그놈의 적...
Oh, I keep clicking out the window by accident. In a rage, Dimitri marches up to Nikolai, tears off his dog tag and throws it down on the desk in front of his friend.
이걸 봐. 전장에서 우리의 신분을 증명해주는 건 이 군번줄 뿐이야. 그런데 지금 어때? 양식도, 부대 번호도, 군번도 싸그리 변했지. 이 태그에 찍혀있는 사람이 여전히 똑같은 나라고 생각해? 어?
이건 네 신분을 증명하는 물건일 뿐이야. 넌 여전히 너 자신이야. 드미트리 준이야.
꺼져. 드미트리 준이는 신소련이냐? 그런데 신소련은 이제 신소련이 아니게 됐어. 루크사트주의 합중국연맹 신소련 대관구라고. 카터 장군님도 끝났고 신소련도 끝장났어. 그리고 우리의 이상도 같이 끝난 거야.
Maybe you should have thought about that before you committed unfathomable crimes against our dolls. Dmitri pants heavily as he glares at his friend, but Nikolai simply gazes earnestly back at him, his face still utterly calm.
아무튼 이제 나는 그런 이상 같은 거 논하고 싶지 않아. 그냥 내 주변 사람들과 내 몸 하나 잘 지키고 싶을 뿐이야. 이 엿 같은 세상에서 아득바득 살아남을 거라고.
Damn it, Nikolai, I just wanted to say goodbye, but now you got me talking about my ideals and what we fight for, and God, this always happens, Nikolai!
너도 알아서 갈 길 찾아. 카터 장군님을 따르던 부대는 이미 숙청당했으니까. 여긴 남아봐야 왕따만당하지. 좋은 결말 같은 건 없어. 이미 뒤져버린 이상한테 무덤까지 끌려가지 말고.
Dmitri puts away his dog tag stiffly.
됐다. 이제 할 말 다 했고 간다.
When Dmitri reaches the door, Nikolai, who has been silent the whole time, calls out to him.
디미,
왜?
Thinking that his friend wants to make peace with him, Dmitri's voice softens. But when he looks back, he sees Nikolai standing ramrod straight, pointing at his chest. See, again, they use the same term, but they wrote it differently. What's happening? I've never heard ramrod straight.
네 여기에 대고 물어봐봐. 정말 그렇게 생각해?
Oh, whoops. I was so tuned in, I didn't read that out loud. I read it in my head. Some of them are comrades in arms who served the Neo-Soviet Union alongside me on the battlefield, while others are rookies who enlisted with lofty ideals. Yet here they are, all huddled together in the ruins of an abandoned settlement on this night. He lets out another sigh and stows the dog tag away.
적어도 이렇게 생각하는 나는 지금까지 잘 살아있다고.
At least I'm still alive. We got a lot to get through, gang. Let's buckle down. Hey yo, we're starting with a battle this time. Nice. What do we got? Just a bunch of dudes! I don't need support. I have Klukai. Hehehe. Klukai go brrr. I'm just gonna do this.
별거 아니죠.
I should be able to reach. Blue guy go brrr. Nyum, 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 nyum.
별거 아니죠.
Oh, whoops, didn't mean to do that. No, 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 no. Cancel rewind. So I pressed the wrong button. Hehe.
지금이라도 하는 법.
Oh, it didn't reach. Okay.
별거 아니죠.
We have a living frog. We have a frog alive. The frog cannot do anything. Well, that's just funny, isn't it?
현실의 직시.
Excellent. Oh, look, a scout. Welcome back to mine. After fending off the Ellards that attacked them along the way, Klukai walks aside while the team is resting up and answers a call from Leather with obvious displeasure.
지금 약속한 정기 연락 시각부터 무려 10시간이나 늦었거든. 비정규 무력 관리 하시느라 시간 관리는 따로 안 하시나 봐.
The swap variant is a new horn. It's probably because the older model was made obsolete by the swap variant, you know? It's like I said this to some other people. All the Sangvis Ferry units that we see are the Aegis models, the Dinner Gates, and the Scouts, mostly. And the Goliaths, obviously. And they all seem to derive from their swap variants. All the older stuff, and the Prowlers, sorry. All the older models, and the doll models of Sangvis Ferry haven't been seen in this game yet. And I think that's owing to the fact that the doll models probably... Well, obviously we don't get the ringleaders, but the normal doll models, like the Rippers, the Jaegers, the Vespids, they probably got delegated into, like, civilian sectors rather than the military. So obviously most of the ones that we fight are going to be, like, the military-grade Sangvis Ferry units.
바로 그렇게 뚜껑 열리지 말고. 나도 어쨌든 진지하게 일하고 있잖아. 가끔 연락이 늦는 건 이해해줘.
하이드 404 대원 수칙 통신 및 회의편 제24조. 돌발 상황 발생 시 즉시 관계자에게 회의 또는 통신 취소 사실을 알리고 이유를 밝힌 뒤 다음 회의나 통신 일정을 정할 것.
Yeah, the humanoid exterior for dolls is probably one of the most, like, pricey things about them. So cheaper models are, like, more robot.
몇 번을 말해야 알아들어?
클로카이는 규칙이 너무 많아. 그걸 다 어떻게 외워?
너희가 각자 엘리트 인형의 기준대로 자기 관리를 엄격하게 했다면야. 이렇게 많은 규칙은 필요 없었겠지.
전에 404의 규칙이 종이 반정짜리였을 시절에도 다들 잘 지냈잖아.
그건 옛날 얘기고 지금 대장은 나야.
그렇게 대단하신 클로카이 대장님께서 평범한 쫄병인 저랑 연락이 안 돼서 불안해하시다니.
불안하긴 누가?
The average cost of a doll? I think generally, like... I think even, like, a low-end doll is probably, like, several thousands, at least. If you want something exceptionally high-grade, you're looking at, like, 5 to 6 digits. That's how I see it, anyway. Like, the only reason G and K originally had so many dolls is because they had, like, a contract of IOP, didn't they? Yeah, it's like buying a car, basically. I imagine some of the civilian models for, like, more everyday things are probably cheaper, and they would have a lot more, you know... There'd be a lot more, like, price negotiation for, like, civilian industries. Like, I would bet that, like, restaurants... For instance, restaurants to hire a doll that specializes in cooking or service, they will probably get, like, customized rates for those specific types of dolls if they have like a restaurant license or something. It's probably all kinds of bureaucracy in place that makes it more affordable for certain industries. Because the thing about that is that a lot of the, I mean, you would say dolls are a lot more consistent than humans. Obviously, there's some jobs that just won't take dolls, they'll only take humans, and vice versa. But the economy through the 50s and 60s was also probably pretty decent given post-war developments. Yeah, basically. More buying power, and there's a lot of, there's probably a lot of market demand for that kind of thing. Especially with businesses like IOP starting to flourish because of, like, World War III and stuff.
됐어. 본론이나 말해.
Leather chuckles at Klukai's huffiness. Having succeeded in riling her up, she decides to call it a day.
보내준 영상 자료는 다 확인했어. 레나 쪽에서 얻은 정보와 결합해보면 그 돌들은 확실히 페로데우스의 존재를 증명하는 흔적이야. 그리고 정착지에 있던 사망자의 옷차림도 구성원들과 거의 일치하고. 축하해. 드디어 임무의 실질적인
You
진전이
did it, Klukai. Well done.
이게 좋아할 일이냐고.
전엔 진전이 없다고 불평하시더니 페로데우스가 확인됐는데도 여전히 우거지성이시네. 제가 대체 어느 장단에 맞춰야 할까요? 클루카이 대장님?
대장 대접해줄 거면 먼저 그 경박한 태도부터 고쳐.
I'm pretty sure. Oh god. I'm pretty sure I was meant to say ditzy, not dizzy, but you know.
그래서 요즘 페로데우스는 도대체 뭘 하고 있는 거야? 닉토들이 건축하기라도 연구하기 시작한 거야?
The NATOs.
구체적으로 무슨 일이 있었는지는 우리도 조사 중이지만 확실한 건 페로데우스가 정신적으로 인간 구성원들의 통제를 강화하기 시작했다는 거야.
Well acquainted with them.
페로데우스의 인간
Basically,
구성원들은
Paradeus cultists.
자신을 신도라고 부르고 있어.
Because, I mean, people watching this stream probably wouldn't know, except for Tomato, but Paradeus used to be like, they used to be a very, like, strong kind of paramilitary organization with cutting-edge technology from Germany, and, including obviously the Nitos, which are basically like the next step up from T-Dolls. They're basically like augmented humans with the processing capabilities of T-Dolls. So basically like cyborgs in very, very layman's terms. Augmented humanity. Techno death cult. Yeah, that's an appropriate phrase for Paradeus. Yeah, previously they were seen as like super advanced. They were seen as more super advanced. In GFL2, they seem to be more of like a traditional, like, well, quote-unquote traditional cult. Like, they just have cultists in rags running around, like, doing suicide explosions and stuff. And they have their, like, mock religious, like, incantations and ceremonies going on. They believe the collapse radiation, which is, like, you know, bad radiation disease thing. They believe the radiation to be, like, cleansing, like, to be pure as to be infected and stuff like that. And we're currently not clear on how that serves their agenda, but we're slowly piecing things together. Because as some of us know, Paradeus, the machinations and ambitions of Paradeus are all parallel to the intentions of a single man. A single man who shall not be named for now. Lever sent an image to Klukai.
이건 석탑?
페르데우스의 상징이야.
Totem?
페르데우스는 이런 방법으로 신도들의 충성심을 강화해서 자신들의 실험에 헌신하도록 만들고 있어. 그리고 그 목표는 성공적으로 달성되었고.
그게 무슨 의미가 있어? 일반인을 부려먹고 싶으면 니토의 무력으로 위협하면 되잖아.
클루카이는 정말 인간을 모르는구나. 우리는 이성에 따라 행동하지만 인간의 행동은
This is exactly Klukai's flaw.
정신과 감정에 따라 정해져.
She only tries to deal with humans based on logic.
억지로 실험에
But Lever's right.
언제 터질지
You need a
모를
certain type of
대비하기보다는
capability to
근본적으로
properly interact with
정신을
humans
지배하는
as a
게
doll.
더 효과적이라는 거야.
But I guess that comes with the plot when it comes to her being a tactical doll by nature. She can't help but rely on the cold logic of things.
비유하자면 권한을 수정하는 것과 비슷하다고 할 수 있지. 정상인의 세계에서 페르데우스 밑으로 권한을 바꾸는 거야.
아주 인류학자 다 되셨네.
She's better than you are.
일단 너보다는 좀 더 잘 알거든.
It's okay for people to be better at you than in something, Klukai. That's perfectly normal. Like, us as human beings, we're all cognizant of the fact that whatever we're good at, someone Asian is probably better than us, and we accept that as part of our daily lives.
그래서 네 말은 페르데우스가 예전보다 상대하기 어려워졌다는 거야?
그렇지. 이미 극단주의 조직에 가까워진 상태야. 니토들의 전투력은 계속 발전하고 거기에 정신나간 광신도들까지 더해진 거지. 레나는 지금 카린을 도와 다른 일을 수사하고 있어서 이쪽을 하나도 신경 써줄 수가 없어. 오히려 내가 그쪽까지 도와야 하는 상황이야. 정말 바빠서 머리가 터질 지경이었는데 칼루카이가 도와줘서 참 다행이야.
그렇게 위험한 일이면 네가 저번에 말한 또 다른 증언은 언제 오는데?
금방 도착할 거야. 아마 쯤? 보면 엄청 기뻐할.
You'll be well pleased.
뭐?
Scream! With an ear-splitting burst of static, the comms line breaks down.
왜 하필 이럴 때?
Klukai recalls what Lever just said. Well pleased? What kind of reinforcement would make her well pleased? 404 have always preferred to work on their own. The way Klukai sees it, seeking external help is a show of weakness, so she will never consider it an option unless absolutely necessary. 404 are extremely unlikely to accept aid from an outsider to begin with. The chances of Klukai appreciating the aid are even more minuscule, unless a figure appears in Klukai's neural cloud, but she soon dismisses the idea. No, it couldn't have been him, or he would have responded with feigned nonchalance. But even as Klukai refuses to entertain the possibility, she deliberately reduces her processing speed so that the figure can just linger just a little longer in her neural cloud. That's not very logical of you, Klukai. In any case, she'd better ask for more clarification from Lever, so that she won't be distracted from her mission because of her mission because of any unnecessary expectations. Why was that so hard to say? Just as Klukai is about to send another comms request, Andrus walks over to her.
클루카이 대장, 방금 서버와의 정보 전송이 갑자기 끊어졌어. 신호 강도를 확인해봤는데 완전히 0은 아니지만 아주 약해졌어. 장거리 통신과 마인드맵 백업 모두 힘든 상태야.
Andrus looks over at the survey corp nearby. Dimitri is talking to his subordinates.
가서 물어볼까? 지금 우리는 저 사람들의 군용회선을 빌려 쓰고 있잖아. 만약 군용회선도 영향을 받았다면 이제부턴 저 사람들과 너무 멀리 떨어지지 않게 주의해야 할 거야. 너는 미시티와 비올카에게 함부로 움직이지 말라고 전해. 내가 가서 얘기해 볼 테니까.
알았어.
Klukai approaches the survey corps and notices that the few soldiers that Dmitri was talking to have split into two groups and started loading their equipment onto assigned vehicles. Meanwhile, Dmitri is giving more orders to the other subordinate.
대열이 줄어들면 위험성이 커질 거야. 본대에 있는 형제들한테 더 조심하라고 해. 신호 증폭기 출력을 최대로 설정하고 형제들과 404 녀석들한테도 통지해. 임시 기지국을 다 세우기 전까지 거리를 유지하고 로컬 통신 범위를 벗어나지 말라고. 알겠습니다. 가서 일 봐.
After Larion is gone, Klukai walks over to Dmitri.
신호 증폭기도 못 버티는 거야?
안 그러면 내가 이런 시기에 부대를 쪼개놓겠냐? 원래도 신호가 나쁜 곳인데 폭풍까지 시도 때도 없이 불고 있어. 지금은 상부와 통신도 끊겼고 빨리 임시 기지국이라도 몇 개 세우지 않으면 우리까지 실종 처리될 거다.
2인 1조로 편성하는 건 위험해. 지금 상황에선 4인 1조로 움직이는 편이 적절할 거야.
나도 알아. 지금 사람이 이것뿐인 걸 어떡하라고?
I don't speak Russian, but I appreciate they straight up put Russian in the speech, in the text even.
대신 개인 장비는 전부 상태 좋은 걸로 챙겨 보냈어. 게다가 다 내가 키운 놈들이야. 한 명이 최소 3인분은 한다고.
이곳은 레드존과 매우 비슷해. 네가 이전에 있던 곳보다 훨씬 복잡한 환경이야. 좀 더 신중하게 계획을 세워야 해.
꺼져. 이 고물딱지가 뭘 안다고. 전장에 나서기도 전에 쫄아버려서야 아무리 좋은 무기 들고 있어도 바로 벌집된다고. 됐어. 잔소리할 시간 있으면 시생물이나 더 해치워. 기계 주제에 무슨 참견이 이렇게 심해?
Once the preparations are complete, the soldiers tasked with constructing a temporary base station split off from the main force and set out to carry their mission. Meanwhile, a small surveillance drone is hidden behind a piece of cover not far away. Its indicator light blinks as it records everything that's transpiring. Ooh. The clear visual feed is displayed on Blue Sphere's monitor.
떨어져 나온 부대를 따라가세요.
Dun dun dun. Blue Sphere. So in the first part of the event, we were introduced to Blue Sphere, who is a third generation doll that is an enemy, to put it very simply. She's in cahoots with the enemy, and that's not a good thing. Even though the GPS is severely hindered by the terrible reception, the Survey Corps and 404 are still painstakingly conducting the environmental survey.
대장님, 두 개조에서 보낸 신호를 받았습니다. 임시 기지국을 다 세운 모양입니다. 현재 전용 회선 신호도 중간 수준으로 회복돼서 외부와 통신이 가능합니다. 그리고 몇 개조가 아직 적절한 설치 장소를 찾지 못했지만 이미 본대와 연락이 가능해졌습니다. 네, 잘하고 있다. 기지국 설치 끝났으면 잠시 거길 지키며 대기하라고 해. 임시로 설치한 거라 불안정할 거다. 시생물 같은 게 와서 망가뜨리면 안 되니까. 만약 구점 같은 대응 불가능한 상황을 만나면 자기 목숨을 우선시하고 본대에 상황 전달하라고 해. 알겠습니다.
On the cold digital monitor, two specks of light flicker steadily like stars in the night. They may be faint, but their presence is unmistakable. Dmitri wishes sincerely that the stars obscured by the gloom will get to light up the night sky again one day.
준이님과 다시 연락해야겠어. 빨리 이 망할 곳에서.
Oh! Explosion! The Jeep is hit by a strong impact. Even the communicator has knocked out Dimitri's hand, falling underneath the sea. Through the window, he sees that the vehicle that collided with his is also part of a pile-up collision. The actual vehicle that came under attack has skidded to a halt with blown-out tires and heavy smoke. The world's still being polluted enough that the upper atmosphere tends to remain cloudy and smoggy. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of the world in Frontline is suffering from like a mass like radioactive incident that happened. That is like a lot of the world has been made uninhabitable by like radioactive storms and weather formations because of that like disaster. Which is why you hear terms like green zone and yellow zone and red zone, which you can probably gather what those mean from like a very like tangential standpoint, but to put it into words, green zones are where most people live in these kind of areas. Those are considered like safe enough to live in. Yellow zones are technically not habitable, but some people are forced to live in yellow zones anyway because that's where their homes are. And yellow zones are the most expansive, I think, because they're basically, imagine like the wasteland in Fallout. Like, civilization still exists in the ruins and stuff, but like, you know, it's split up, it's scarce, everyone's fighting for survival in the yellow zones. It's a lawless country. It's no man's land. And then you have the red zones, which are completely uninhabitable. They are exceptionally dangerous. The radiation is sky high. The infected radioactive monstrosities within are incredibly violent. No one likes to go into red zones. It's the place you don't want to be in. There's technically two other zones as well. You have black zones, which are like, those are like 0.0, like those are ground zero for like radioactive like collapse areas. Like, if a radioactive collapse bomb went off and it covered a massive area, the point where it detonated would be a black zone. It would be so riddled with, like, radiation that it would be uninhabitable for probably centuries to come. They're basically like hell on Earth. Black zones are like alien almost in nature. And then you have white zones. White zones are completely purified of any radiation. They're also where, like, the upper echelons of society lurk. So, like, basically, the safest place in the world to live in would be a white zone, because that's where they stuff all the important people. That's correct. Dolls can function in yellow zones without too much hassle because the radiation isn't enough to affect them. Red zones being more radioactive, dolls can only operate for a limited time before the radiation starts affecting the machinery. And black zones just completely destroy them just by being in them, unless they're modified otherwise to, like, withstand that amount of treacherous conditions. His debts? A group of vehicles have appeared in the distance, followed by a vicious fire assault. The dolls of 404 have already leapt into action, diving behind cover and exchanging fire with the attackers. Paradeus? Oh. So I'm guessing we get that, like, I'm guessing the sniper, like, mechs are meant to be representing URNC troops, like the Survey Corps, because they don't have, like, a model for, like, the soldier. Which, you know, that makes sense, I guess. Anyway, Kluke's gonna wipe them. I'm turning the speed back up. We know the drill. This should be easy money. Yeah, it's about here. Easy. Having repelled the assault for the time being, Dimitri directs his subordinates and the dolls of 4 to clean up the battlefield. After some thought, he walks over to Klukai.
어이, 그 뭐냐? 클루카이라고 했나? 아, 온놈의 이름이 당초 입에 달라붙질 않네.
Dimitri channeling the thoughts of literally everyone in the GFL fan base when they first revealed what her real name was. So, back in GFL 1, Klukai was called HK416 after the gun that she wields, the HK416 assault rifle. And most people still will call her 416 because that's just who they know and love. When Neural Cloud came out, she was a character in it and she called herself Klukai. And everyone was just like, the hell kind of name is Klukai? Actually, the funny thing is, I remember for like several months, people were trying to figure out what the correct translation of this name was. I heard things like Kuruke or like, yeah, Kuruke or Kruke and Kluki and stuff like that. And now, like, obviously with the voiced stuff coming out since from Neural Cloud and GFL2, it is Klukai, but it was just very funny. It's just the most random name. I think I remember reading once where it came from. I don't remember, though. I don't remember where Klukai comes from, or what it even means. I could probably look that up, actually. Klukai. Apparently Klukai is just an American surname. A very obscure American surname. Which, you know, it kind of makes sense if a bunch of, like, writers for a Chinese gacha game were looking for, like, American names and they stumbled upon Klukai. They're just like, ah, yes, Klukai. Just like a member of Western society. It's like how in Japan, a lot of names in the West that are very common or boring, like John, or, like John, or... Why am I struggling to think of names now? You know, stuff like John or Smith or, I was about to say Lorenzo, but no, that's it's not, like, really that. I mean, it's probably common in, like, Hispanic areas, but, like, it's not a general, like, yeah, you know what, fuck it, Lorenzo. They probably look at those names in, like, Asia, like China and Japan, and they're just like, oh, yeah, such exotic names, we'll give this to our, like, major characters. Like Clive from Final Fantasy 16. fucking Clive. To them, it's a very exotic name, very fitting for like a protagonist, but to us, it's just kind of like, fucking Clive? I found it so hard to take Final Fantasy 16 seriously because the main character's name was fucking Clive. I mean, there's a lot of things I disagree with Final Fantasy 16's direction, but I'll talk. That's for another time. Klukai and Andorus, focused on inspecting the wreckage of an enemy mechanical unit, do not bother to look up.
무슨 일인데?
너 저번에 정체불명의 세력이 습격해왔다고 하지 않았냐? 그게 이놈들이야?
기다려봐.
뭐?
안드리스, 대조 결과 나왔어?
조금만 더 기다려줘. 조립 방식과 부품 모델을 더 확인해볼게. 방금 미슈티랑 기올카한테 격파된 다른 유닛들을 검사하라고 부탁했어. 그쪽에서 수집한 결과도 종합해야 해.
그래, 빨리 처리해.
Leaving Andorus to work in peace, Klukai rises to a full height.
일단 대충 검사해봤을 때 이 기계들엔 명확한 소속 표식이 없어. 그리고 일반 PMC의 기계를 개조한 것들이야. 그래서 개조 수법과 사용 부품을 전에 만난 놈들과 비교하고 있어. 겹치는 게 많다면 같은 세력 거라고 확신할 수 있겠지.
이번 습격에는 인간 병력도 있었어. 죽은 놈 빼면 다 튀었지만.
Gee, I wouldn't have guessed that, to be honest.
이 인간들도 본 적 있어?
아니, 전에 우리를 습격한 건 개조한 기계들 뿐이었어. 화력이 그때보다 강해진 데다 이번에 추가된 인간 병력도 고성능 무기를 갖고 있어.
Klukai peers down at the dent left by the bullet that hit her on the arm.
내 경험상 이 정도 장비는 일반적인 바라그단이나 현상금 사냥꾼이 감당할 수 있는 가격이 아니야.
그렇군. 대장님, 보고드립니다. 적 인간 병사의 시체를 충분히 수색해봤지만 유효한 단서는 없었습니다. 그래, 놈들한테 쓸만한 무기나 배터리 아니면 방어구 없나 봐봐. 다 모아서 챙겨. 하지만 대장님, 비제식 무기 사용은 위험하고 규정에도 어긋납니다.
Fuck regulations, we're scavs now.
이럴 때 규정은 무슨 놈의 규정이야? 쓸만한 게 있으면 전부 활용해야지. 그래도 충분히 검사는 해야겠지. 전자 발신 기능이 있는 것들은 다 버려.
So we have to get rid of the guns. They have electronic messaging apps on them.
예, 대장님.
클루카이 대장.
They say in order to the weapons are biocoded. They require you to enter a Google authentication key to use them. The future is now.
동일 모델끼리는 사격 관제 코어도 대부분 똑같은 단자를 채용했고 부품도 흔한 군수 공장 제품이에요.
Metal Gear Rising
인터넷으로
flashbacks.
출고 시간을 조회하고 싶지만
왜 그래?
네트워크가 끊어졌어요.
뭐라고?
Dimitri rummages through his pockets for his communicator, but then he remembers it's fallen under the seat in the previous battle. Klukai confirms Andorus' observation after checking the connection herself.
정말이네.
말도 안 돼. 임시 기지국을 설치했어. 신호가 복구되는 게 정상이라고.
Dimitri rushes back to the jeep in disbelief. After searching, he finds his communicator and accesses the signal interface. The digital screen is now pitch black. There is no sign of the blinking lights. They've been cut off from the world 2 hours ago.
어때? 계획은 순조로워?
Oh no. It's Cocoon.
예. 다만 도중에 약간 변수가 발생했습니다.
변수? 저쪽에 또 새로운 원군이라도 튀어나왔니?
아니요. 신호가 약해진 것이 발견되자
조사부대가 인원을 일부 나누어 임시 기지국을 세우기 시작했습니다. 우리 예상보다 훨씬 신중합니다.
그건 좋은 소식이 아닌걸. 그 갈라져 나온 인원들도 살려두면 안 돼.
예. 하지만 매그니 시큐리티는 이전에 이 구역에서 페르데우스의 활동을 돕긴 했으나 기후가 복잡하고 시생물이 많은 탓에 현지 지리를 잘 파악하지 못했습니다. 게다가 이번엔 병력 일부를 부점 추격에 할당한 상태여서 현재 조사부대의 모든 동향을 파악하기엔 역부족입니다.
쥐새끼 한 마리 놓치는 게 얼마나 위험한지는
Referencing the former events, the last two events, which covered the whole. So basically, in the last two events, we followed Mangi security taking out Abujam, and that's where the main story was. It's moved on from that. It's currently merging with this one, this narrative.
저번 조사부대가 무슨 말썽을 피웠었는지 잊지 말라고.
예, 명령하신 대로 매그니 시큐리티에 전달했습니다. 저들이 윗선을 보고하지 못하도록 해당 구역에 통신관제를 가했습니다. 군용회선은 이미 마비 상태입니다.
Complete communication blackout. Basically they've basically sentenced them to death. The Yellow Zone is it's so vast and treacherous that just being cut off from communications with anyone can be a death sentence. It's like being stranded in the desert.
그럭저럭.
Like you got no signal, you're running out of supplies, there's no sustainable method to get more supplies. You're either gonna find a way to communicate with someone or you're going to die. Like the Outback by Irradiated. You know, two different examples. I mean, the Outback is just a desert with less sand, so...
하지만 그게 무조건 안전한 방법은 아니야. 비콘이나 임시 기지국에 있는 한 돌파당할 위험성은 여전히 남아있어.
Belusifia? I like the way she said that. Cocoon's demeanor shifts ambiguously. Every word seems to be a warning thinly veiled in humor.
설마 아무 대비도 없는 건 아니겠지?
I want you to have contingency plans. I want your contingencies to have contingencies. That's how carefully I want you to orchestrate this.
이것은 응급 조치일 뿐입니다. 당신의 명령대로 조사부대의 별동대 수색과 제거.
I'm just wondering,
현재 남은 비콘 파괴 작업.
why do these actors have such a hard-on for the decimation of the Survey Corps? I can only think that it's a KCCO connection, like they have something against the ex-KCCO or neo-Soviet like forces.
그래.
Or they just want to strike against the URNC. That could also be it, but...
추가로 한 가지 조언해줄까?
무엇입니까?
산호피엔 파르벤 그룹에서 전해달래.
Sect FABN, Sect Fabin. I don't... I have no idea. This is the first time this has come up. I have no idea what this is.
필요하다면 비장의
You may
수단을
activate the
사용해도
last
된다.
resort if necessary. Ooh, ominous. French? I don't speak French.
쓸지 말지, 쓴다면 언제 쓸지는 네 판단에 맡길게. 하지만 꼭 깔끔하게 해치우고 비처리도 제대로 해. 누가 보더라도
They were very
이건
briefly mentioned before in regards to the Girard Group and Mangi.
당국의 의심을
Oh, okay.
받았건
So they're an
하는
organization. I'm gonna guess that one of the companies that's behind the third generation dolls that have been plaguing us.
같은 명령을 매그니 시큐리티에게도 보냈어. 그쪽한테 권한 이양해달라고 요청하면 돼.
예.
아무튼 화이팅.
Before the comms line terminates, Cocoon suddenly taps the screen.
아, 또 하나 당부할 게 있어. 조사부대가 자꾸 졸라대니까 상부에서 동네 부대를 또 원군으로 보냈어. 이미 엄청 가까이 왔으니까 그쪽에 전혀 의심 못하도록 진행해야 해.
Uh-oh. That sounds highly like an intervention's about to happen.
드디어 끝났다.
Your reinforcements have been intercepted.
돌아가면
You no longer have reinforcements. That's like the most dreadful thing to hear. Reinforcements are on the way. Oh, phew. Your reinforcements have been intercepted. Oh. Your reinforcements are no... You are no longer getting reinforcements. Ah. Having evaded the incessant pursuit of an unknown force, the Survey Corps and 404 are now taking temporary refuge in an abandoned settlement that they have chanced upon. The settlement is shielded by hills to the southeast, so the dolls of 404 are currently monitoring the surrounding areas from their respective hiding spots on all three sides. Considering the extent of damage that Mishti has suffered, Klukai has paired herself up with her.
아휴, 저 사람들 화력이
Oh,
갈수록
how dare they
세지고
damage
있어.
my daughter.
대체 어디서 온 것들이야?
The monsters.
칼로카이, 너 또 어디랑 원수진 건 아니지?
Klukai, did you do this? The beepo.
저번 정착지에서 단자 문제로 제대로 충전도 못했는데 지금 갖고 있는 예비 배터리로 전투 한 3번은 가능하려나?
Because of problematic ports? This is what happens when you don't bring the bright adapters. Or get one of those universal adapters, then you can like plug in anywhere. This is like traveling 101.
할 수 있어.
에? 정말이야?
Yeah, Mishti, I'm pretty sure that's just you.
내 전투 시간을 1분 이내로 제한한다면 가능해.
Oh, as long as you keep each battle under a minute.
그럼 이미 에너지 바닥났단 뜻이잖아.
Thank you for your the short length optimism from Andorus. We can fight plenty more battles, as long as they're under 60 seconds. Klukai connects to the regional comms channel.
다음 작전 계획은 다 짰어? 적의 공격 의도는 이미 명확해. 놈들은 우리가 주변 구역을 수색하는 걸 방해하고 있어. 놈들에게 포위당했다간
아 시끄러. 생각 좀 하자. 생각 좀.
우와, 이 아저씨 진짜 대단하네. 난 피곤해서 죽을 것 같은데 아직도 우렁차게 화를 내고 있잖아. 대체 누가 인형이고 누가 인간이야?
I don't really think that's a I don't really think that's a thing. Wait, hold on. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Huh? Give me a second. Okay, there we go. I've had to make a compromise because I just realized the chat for my YouTube feed hasn't been responsive. I don't think anyone has said anything on the YouTube chat, but I've now opened the YouTube chat on my other computer so I can actually see that if anyone's actually putting stuff in there. Like I said, I don't think anyone was actually engaging on that platform, but if they did, I did not see it for the longest. It's actually been like that for a while now, so the YouTube chat in my OBS was not responding, so I don't know how long that's been like that for. So if anyone's speaking on YouTube, I have not been ignoring you. I just didn't know you existed. Go men are sorry.
그건 너부터 반성해야 하는 거 아니니? 미스티, 너는 여기서 경계 유지하고 있어. 내가 가서
I do
대체 뭘
realize now
그렇게 고민하는지
on the
보고
YouTube
올게.
stream, my face is like right beneath my like watermark, which is less than ideal. But what are you gonna do, eh? Klukai heads over to the building in which Dimitri is taking cover and finds him checking and rechecking a slip of paper with an unknown sequence of numbers against a map.
뭐 하고 있어?
Shh! He's trying to figure out a puzzle that came with his Happy Meal.
뭐 하고?
He needs to focus his brain cell.
대장이 조용히 하라고 했지. 단서를 찾으려고 전체 상황을 복귀하는 중이야.
언제부터 저러고 있던 거야?
이 정착지 이름이 적힌 팻말을 찾았을 때부터.
It sounds like he's been at it for a while.
여기는 아니고 여기도 아니야.
Dimitri seems to be measuring some kind of distance on the map using his own rugged fingers. However, he eventually gives up and puts the paper away in annoyance.
이게 평면상의 방향과 거리를 나타낸다고 가정하면 기준점을 알아야만 위치를 파악할 수 있어.
알아.
네가 다음 지시를 빨리 내렸으면 와서 묻지도 않았어. 보급이 얼마 안 남았어. 이렇게 목적 없이 도망만 치다가는 결국 적의 추격에 전멸당할 거야.
전술적 안목은 인정하지.
Bordering on a compliment. We're almost there. Just then, a young soldier of the Survey Corps enters through the door.
대장님, 인원 배치 완료되었습니다. 다음 지시 부탁드립니다. 대기.
벌써 방어선을 구축한 거야?
그럼 뭐 계속 숫자 놀이나 하면서 빈둥거리기만 했겠냐?
I mean, I don't know. It could have been playing Sudoku.
너희 넷
It's not a bad way to pass the time, to be honest.
지시가 필요하다며 멍하니 있지 말고 와서 봐.
Dimitri beckons Klukai and gestures for her to take a closer look at the map.
남동쪽에 고지 보이지? 지금 부대에 있는 기계 유닛의 70% 이상이 저 위에 배치돼 있다. 동시에 저 위에 사람을 5명 배치해서 양동 작전을 준비 중이다.
양동?
그래, 놈들은 지금 끈질기게 쫓아오고 있어. 대략 3시간이면 따라잡히겠지. 그리고 지도상에서 가장 가까운 정착지까지 최소 6시간은 걸려. 그동안 종적을 숨기는 건 거의 불가능해. 놈들과 거리를 벌리거나 추격 병력을 한 번에 크게 줄이지 못하면 다음 정착지에 도착해서 물자를 보급하기도 전에 따라잡혀서 끝장날 거야.
그래서 여기서 머릿수를 좀 줄여보겠다.
그래, 놈들 입장에서 우리는 쪽수도 적고 장비도 구식이니까 만약 반격한다 해도 게릴라 혹은 매복 작전을 쓸 거라 생각하겠지. 이 구역은 저 정착지로 가려면 반드시 지나야 하는 길이고 바로 옆에는 고지가 있지. 조금만 머리를 굴리면 누구라도 매복하기 좋은 장소라고 생각할 거야. 우리도 놈들도. 우리가 가까운 정착지로 이동 중이라는 걸 알게 되면 가장 먼저 우리가 엄호 병력을 어디에 배치했을지부터 생각할 거다.
지금 딱 그렇게 배치한 거 아니야?
그 깡통 대가리론 이해를 못하는 거냐?
Dimitri has outsmarted the Klukai, for she is but a single brain-celled tin can.
우리 쪽 기계 유닛들은 대부분 손상돼서 정면으로 붙여봤자 아무런 도움도
Apparently,
안 돼.
this military plan is too five-head for you, tin-head, so let me spell it out for you.
차라리 여기서라도 제대로 써먹는 게 낫지. 그리고 이번 작전의 핵심은 너희 404다. 놈들이 고지로 유인당한 틈을 노려 너희가 서쪽에서 후방을 친다. 그러면 놈들의 추격 부대를 한 번에 무너뜨릴 수 있겠지.
미리 말해두는데 네 계획대로 움직이면 우린 고지에서 얻어맞을 인원들을 챙겨줄 수가 없어.
위에 보낸 5명은 내가 제일 신뢰하는 전우가 이끌고 있다.
My most trusted
너희보다
comrade will
위치가
be
훨씬
leading me.
빠르다고.
He is smarter than you.
너희 넷이 움직이는 즉시 고지에 있던 부대는 기계를 자동 공격 모드로 바꾸고 반대쪽으로 우회해서 본대와 합류할 계획이다.
그건 일이 이상적으로 풀렸을 때나 가능하지. 성공률은 40%도 안 돼. 본대랑 합류하기 전에 적에게 포위돼서 전멸할 가능성이 커. 그리고 현재 상정 중인 적의 규모는 저번 전투를 기반으로 한 예상치일 뿐이야. 만약 이번 작전에서 적의 숫자가 예상치의 130%를 넘어서, 즉 인간 20명과 기계 25대
I don't
이상일
think
때는
numbers are really what he
이
wants to
작전의
hear right
성공률은
now.
25%
I think
이하로
more than
떨어질
anything,
거야.
he probably will want to hear an alternative rather than your plan is going to fail. This is your success rate.
어이, 군인의 싸움이 대체 뭐라고 생각하는 거냐? 승산이 100%가 돼야만 움직이는 소꿉놀이인 줄 알아? 우리가 할 일은 기회를 붙잡아서 승리를 현실로 만드는 거다. 이런 상황에서 승산이 50%라도 넘긴다면 그게 다행인 거지.
그 정도 각오를 해두란 뜻이었어. 본대는 어떻게 움직일 건데?
경장비만 챙겨서 철수한다. 전력을 보존해야 해.
목적지는?
목적지는 2곳이야. 하나는 가장 가까운 정착지. 하지만 아직 주민이 남아있는지 보급할 물자가 있는지는 알 수 없어. 다른 하나는 비슷한 방향에 있는 기지국이다. 그곳을 찾아 수리하면 외부와 통신이 복구될지도 모르지. 그러면 증원군과 연락할 수 있을 거다.
기지국까지는 얼마나 걸려?
정착지와 같은 거리다. 도보로 약 6시간.
도보로? 지프가 있잖아.
아니, 이제부턴 차 없이
그게 무슨 뜻이야?
너희 소형 지프를 빼면 조사부대에는 지프 한 대와 소형 군용 트럭 한 대가 남아있다. 이 작전을 성공시키려면 먼저 차량 한 대를 적이 습격할 가능성이 가장 큰 북동쪽에 배치해서 최대한 빨리 놈들의 주의를 끌어야 해. 동시에
Your jeep has been
시끄러운
requisitioned by the
소형 정찰
URNC.
유닛을 여기저기에 배치할 거다.
It is now government property.
너희도 본 적 있지? 전투력은 없지만 소음 하나는 아주 죽여주지. 적의 시선을 끄는데도 우리 쪽에 상황을 전달하는데도 최고야. 다만 이 차량과 정찰 유닛은 회수할 가망이 없어.
다른 한 대는?
다른 한 대는 고지 방어팀에게 맡긴다. 전장을 벗어난 뒤에 본대를 따라잡을 수 있도록.
이상적인 선택이라고 보긴 어려울 것 같은데. 너도 방금 그들이 본대에 합류할 가능성이 낮다고 인정했어.
To give him a
이
chance.
덩어리가 뭘 안다고 짓거려? 어려움을 알면서도 전진하는 건 영웅이다. 하지만 어려움을 핑계로 남의 퇴로를 끊는 건 빌어먹을 쓰레기나 하는 짓이지. 내가 고지에 보낸 건 양동부대다. 죽으라고 보낸 관역판이 아니야.
나는 단지 작전 성공률 극대화를 위해 조언하는 것뿐이야.
Dimitri takes a deep breath.
작전 지휘는 내가 한다. 너는 404 데리고 얌전히 명령이나 따라. 알겠어? 자꾸 그 깡통머리로 쓸데없이 인간들 걱정이나 하지 말고.
I find that the belligerent racists are never creative with their slurs, you know? At least the ones that are creative with them are kind of respectable. That's a horrible thing to say. Klukai decides to not argue with the stubborn Dimitri. Wow, character development.
대체적인 계획은 알았어. 그럼 이제 따로 움직이자. 먼저 갈게.
30분 후 현재 정착지 남서쪽에 집결해라.
알았어.
Klukai fills in the other 404 members on the operation plan. After confirming the basic terrain around the settlement, they join the Survey Corps in hiding within an abandoned building in the southwestern part of the settlement.
평소였으면 잘 시간인데.
I just imagine Mishti like has a watch, but instead of like actually saying the time on it, it just like instead of the numbers, it just has nap on all around the watch. So oh, look at the time, it's nap time. Sleep. I can vibe with that, to be honest. I'd love to look at a time and just always be like, ah, it's nap time. I would get nothing done.
정말 드미트리 말대로 걸려둘까?
I don't know, will they take the bait? I don't think it's gonna be that simple. Or they will, but they'll prove to be such a formidable force that they're just like, oh shit, this ain't working.
모르지. 이번 작전은 적들이 저번에 만난 것과 비슷한 수준이라 상정하고 짠 거야.
We're finished.
상대 화력이 저번보다 더 강하면 골치 아파져.
그건 확실히 그렇네. 클루카이 언니, 정말 이 작전 믿어도 될까?
그쪽에 기댈 생각하지 말고 우리가 어떻게 대응할지부터 생각해. 일단 여기서 반격을 가해서 추격병과 거리를 벌릴 필요는 확실히 있어.
알았어. 그럼 힘낼게.
안드리스, 이따가 움직일 때 차에서 너무 멀어지지 마. 우리 물자를 안전하게 지켜야 해. 만약 미리 철수해야 될 상황이면 바로 연락할 테니까 그때 차 몰고 와. 알았어, 대장.
The four dolls lapse into silence as they remain at the station. Soon after that, an ear-splitting alarm goes off in the northeast, followed by a vicious burst of gunfire. At the same time, the vehicle deployed beforehand explodes, and Dimitri's voice can be heard through the comms channel.
전원 주목. 적 목장 병력 접근 중. 눈앞이 주의하라. 3유효 사거리에 진입한 모지 부대가 먼저 매복 공격을 시작하고 적절한 타이밍에 미리 설치한 폭탄을 터뜨려 적의 화력을 약화시킨다.
알았어.
With the first gunshot fired up from the hill, the battle has begun.
클로카이 대장, 적이 제대로 미끼를 물었어. 현재 파악한 정보에 따르면 적은 약 15명 정도고 중력기계 2개, 제공기계 5개가 있어. 육상기계는 아직 정확히 알 수 없지만 대략 10개 정도로 추정돼.
비올카, 미스티, 놈들이 남동쪽으로 50m 더 이동하면 우리도 움직일 거야. 후방에서 협공할 때 비올카는 제공 유닛을 우선 제거해서 적의 시야를 좁혀. 미스티와 나는 중형 기체와 다른 육상 기체를 처리한다. 적이 남서쪽으로 가는 본대를 눈치채지 못하게 주의해.
알았어.
안드리스, 너는 이 구역에 남아서 적이 접근하면 우선 근처에 매설한 폭탄을 터뜨리고 연막탄을 투척해.
알았어, 대장.
Even though the enemy force is thrown into disarray at first, they soon regain their footing and launch an attack on the hills using cover and their anti-air units. Klukai keeps gauging the distance between them and the enemy force. Finally, she gives the order.
사공사, 전원 작전 개시.
As the dolls enter the fray, the enemy's attack becomes noticeably hamstrung. Meanwhile, Dimitri starts directing the main force and retreating toward the settlement.
어디요? 적 대통령이 전부 제거했어.
잘했어.
요카, 드론 처리했으면 빨리 와서 나 좀 도와줘. 정리에서 진짜 위험하다고.
비올카, 즉시 미스트를 도와서 중형 빛의 접근을 막아. 나머지는 내가 차례.
알았어, 언니. 언니도 조심해.
Timing her move carefully, Klukai detonates another set of explosives, successfully impeding the enemy's attempt to regroup.
군대, 여기는 404.
404 to main
현재 적
force.
모장 병력을
Let's go.
추격하여 제압 중이다.
그래, 알았다. 이반, 그쪽은 몇 명 남았어?
2번!
아직 3명. 하지만 한 명이 중상을 입어서 모두 뛰겨.
그놈들 혹시 눈치챘어?
모르는 것 같아. 놈들의 주요 목표는 여전히 여기 고지 쪽이야. 하지만 404의 견제 덕에 진격이 꾸준히 더뎌지고 있어. 드론은 이미 가장 먼저 처리했고 지형과 먼지 구름 때문에 놈들의 시야가 제한적이야. 본대가 철수한 건 아직 눈치채지 못했을 거야.
I feel like this is going too well.
지미, 넌 진짜 잔머리 하나는 끝내준다.
그건 이따 합류해서 얘기하자고. 임무 종료. 너희 먼저 철수해. 고지 뒤로 우회해서 와.
알았어.
404는 15분만 더 버텨라. 이반 쪽에 철수한 다음에 모든 기계 유닛과 남은 폭탄을 터뜨려서 적의 주의를 끌고 추격로를 봉쇄해. 그리고 그 과정에서 적의 가용 전력을 최대한 섬멸하라. 늦지 않게 본대와 합류하고 로컬 통신 접속 상시 유지해.
알았어. 드디어 끝나나. 다행이다. 이렇게 순조로울 줄은 몰랐어.
Things never go this well in the Frontline universe. Something unexpectedly bad is about to happen. Everyone on the comms channel breathes a sigh of relief and starts to relax a little. Staying close to the jeep, Andorra suddenly looks to the side in alarm.
경고. 서쪽에서 여론받은 감지. 적의 지원군 같아. 적의 지원 요청을 받은 모양이야. 상대 전속 전진 중. 아군 부대와 조우할 가능성이 높아.
뭐라고?
너희 주변엔 은폐물이 없어. 제자리에서 은폐.
그럴 시간 없어.
The wave of dust kicked up by enemy reinforcements march is already within Dimitri's view.
여론 반응으로 볼 때 제공기체 10개, 중형기체 5개로 추정돼. 무장 인원수는 불명이야.
Even though everyone was prepared for the worst, the moment enemy reinforcements showed up, their despair is palpable through the comms channel.
저만 주목. 모든 조명을 끄고 제자리에 포복. 명령이 없는 한 이동도 발포도 금지다. 아무 소리도 내지 마. 상황 전파한다. 적 부대가 현재 육안으로 관측 가능한 거리까지 접근했다. 규모는 404가 추정한 수치의 약 2배.
Are they gonna try and Pripyat this? The channel lapses into silence. As the seconds tick by, the enemy's AA units are fast approaching the survey corps and will soon spot the barely hidden soldiers. No tricks or tactics will save them from the enemy's firepower. All the soldiers press themselves to the ground with bated breath, doing everything they can to reduce their biosigns.
저놈들 이동 경로를 보니까 너희 쪽이랑 정면으로 충돌하겠는데? 어떻게든 방향을 꺾게 만들어야겠어.
Hearing Ivan's voice through the communicator, Dimitri is compelled to respond, even though he just gave the order to forbid anyone from making a sound.
함부로 움직이지 마. 어쩌려고 그래?
지원 요청. 아무래도 아직 우리 임무는 안 끝난 모양이네.
그게 무슨 농담이야? 우리 지원군이 지금 어디 짱 박혀 있는지도 모르는데 너 대체?
Dimitri stops abruptly mid-sentence when he realizes what his comrade is getting at.
왜 놈들이 이렇게까지 우리를 못 죽여 산다는지는 모르겠지만 우리가 전장을 벗어나 지원군과 합류하려는 건 무슨 수를 써서라도 막으려고 하겠지. 그럼
그딴 소리 짓거리지 마. 지금 너네 임무는 본대로 합류하는 거라고.
팀이 내 말 끝까지 들어. 내가 이따가 증원부대 보조 요청을 날리고 합류를 시작을 할 거거든. 디미, 너는 내가 맡은 빈틈을 이용해서 형들을 데리고 먼저 가라. 시간 얼마 못 끌 거야.
Not the sad music.
속임수인 거라. 바로 방향을 돌려서 너희를 추적하겠지.
야, 이 자식아, 내 말 좀 들으라고. 안 들려?
우리 임무는 양동 작전을 펼쳐서 본대가 무사히 탈출할 수 있도록 돕는 것.
짱 말장난 하지 마. 후퇴 당장.
Ivan says nothing in response to Dimitri's fury. The winds and gunfire in the Yellow Zone resound in the comms channel.
디미, 나중에 우리를 찾아서 모스크바로 돌려보죠. 우리 모두의 꿈이 시작된 곳이니까 난 죽어서도 꼭 거기로 돌아갈 거야.
Amid the silence, Ivan's voice sounds ghostly, almost unreal.
이반, 지금 당장 멈춰.
Ivan makes no answer. The mechanical units on the hills to the southeast of the settlement suddenly stop firing and start following a jeep that is speeding in the complete opposite direction. A signal flare with a bright trailing tail soars into the night sky with no second thoughts. Man, we only met Ivan like 5 minutes ago and he's already making a heroic sacrifice. What a Chad. The amber flare flashes several times in the sky at a certain frequency, then falls into the desert. This sudden development has drawn the attention of both the enemy force fighting within the settlement and their reinforcements. The Survey Corps exposing their own route is making them doubt the authenticity of their intelligence.
대장님, 저 신호는 대체 저놈들 지금 지원군과 합류하러 가는 겁니까? 좀
정보에 놓친 부분이 있었을지도 모르겠군.
Fucking mangy security.
우리가 그렇게 큰 소란을 피웠으니 증원을 몇 부대 더 보냈을 수도 있어.
그럼 어떡합니까? 철수합니까? 위에선 정체를 드러내지 말라고
Sick
했는데.
fit though, gotta admit. Yeah, they're not bad. They're rocking like their high grade like battle armor.
청아, 새 증원이 왔다는 건 이미 우리가 발각됐다는 뜻이잖아. 임무 목표도 회수 못했는데 지금 철수해서
Oh, the pressure's getting to them.
합류하게 놔두라고. 정착지에 있는 5번대한테 연락해. 빨리 그 인형들 처리하고 저놈들 쫓아가서 막으라고. 증원 7번대 즉시 방향 돌려서 전속력으로 추격한다.
Having received their instructions, the AA units pivot swiftly. Ignoring the group of soldiers lying on their stomachs under the cover of night just a short distance away, they instead head in Ivan's direction to give pursuit. A familiar military song, accompanied by the sound of artillery fire, can be heard through the Survey Corps regional comms channel. It is a chorus of only 3 voices, but it resounds more sonorously than ever.
사공사, 최대한 빠르게 정착지대의 적군을 처리해. 놈들이 이 판에 따라가지 못하도록 막아.
Dimitri clenches his Dimitri clenches his fists. His voice grows hoarse and hollow.
철수해라.
알았어.
Klukai briefly assesses the number of remaining armed units within the settlement and the distance from the main force. Yeah, they look fine. You know, just a few, like, scorch marks here and there.
안드리스, 미스티, 뷰카. 너희 셋은 경장비 일부랑 안드리스의 외장 장비 챙겨서 즉시 전장에서 철수해.
잠깐만. 클루카이 혼자서 저놈들을 상대할 셈이야? 안 돼! 너무 위험해! 저쪽에 중형 기체가 아직 한 대 남아있어!
Have you seen Klukai? She's built different. Don't worry, she got this.
나도 남아서 언니 도울게! 미스티는 안도리스를 도와줘!
명령대로 움직여. 두 번 말하게 하지 마.
Is at this point you kind of realize that Klukai and Dimitri are basically two peas in the same pod?
적과의 거리가 너무 가까워. 지금 차량을 이용하면 반드시 들킬 거야. 그렇게 되면 본대의 방향도 노출될 테니 도보로 철수해야 해. 안드리스의 외장 장비는 꽤 무거워. 2명은 운반을 맡고 1명이 호위하는 게 최대한이야. 게다가 장비 때문에 이동 속도도 느릴 거야. 지금 바로 출발해야 해. 외장 장비를 포기한다면? 그럼 한동안 싸우다가 철수할 수 있어. 앞으로 전투가 더 있을 거야. 네 외장 장비는 꼭 남겨둬야 해. 바로 출발해.
Seeing that Klukai has already made her mind up, the three dolls know better than to argue. They nod at each other and begin their withdrawal.
엘리트 인형의 실력을 보여주겠어.
Okay, you can't tell me that isn't badass. Having detected 404's hideout, the enemy units start gathering towards the area. After confirming that her three teammates have successfully departed, Klukai double-checks her condition and gear, then calmly steps into the night filled with smoke and flames. I will make it back. I will not fall. Klukai pulls her thoughts away from the figure that has surfaced in her neural cloud for now and pulls her trigger with resolution. The battle begins anew. On Dimitri's end. The enemy reinforcements had gone after Ivan. At Dimitri's command, the soldier cautiously scanned the surrounding area.
현재 구역에 남아있는 적군 없습니다. 대장님, 이반 쪽에 증원을 보내는 게...
Dimitri knows full well what the soldier is hinting at. He gazes silently at the horizon, where the sky is aglow with the flames of battle. Little by little, the flying sparks devour the wrath and despair in his eyes. There is no more singing through the comms channel. It got cut off abruptly, along with the sound of artillery and the howling winds.
필요 없어.
Dimitri closes his eyes. His gaunt features betrayed the vicissitudes of his life. Of life. I don't know how to pronounce this word.
그래도 그냥 통신 범위를 벗어난 걸지도 모르지 않습니까?
두 번 말하게 하지
It
마.
really was an iconic art.
전원 기도비닝 유지하면서 현재 위치에서 정비하라.
그래도 명령 들어.
The young soldier still wants to say something, but Larion smacks him upside the head.
여기서 누구보다 이반을 구하고 싶어하는 건 대장이야. 만약 여기 대장 혼자 있었다면 지금 바로 총 들고 뛰어나갔겠지. 하지만 대장에겐 책임이란 게 있어. 우리의 목숨도 이반의 희생이 가진 의미도 전부 짊어져야만 해.
죄송합니다, 대장님. 제가 너무 충동적이었습니다.
Dimitri waves it off. He then opens the map and checks it against the paper again. Brief moment later, he slaps himself hard on the face.
제기랄, 그런 거였구나. 진작에 알았어야 했는데.
He picks up his communicator and tunes into the regional comms channel.
전원 주목! 이동 목표 수정한다. 목표는 북서쪽 약 1.5km 지점에 있는 야호드나산이다. 즉시 출발하라. 404 상황 보고.
우리 3명은 소체 손상률 25% 정도야. 지금 장비를 좀 챙겨서 부대 쪽으로 이동 중이야. 합류할 때까지 한 20분 정도? 그리고 클로커의 언니가 혼자 정착지에서 남은 적들을 처리하고 있어.
이놈들이 하나같이 영웅놀이라도 하는 거냐?
Dimitri understands the reason behind 404's course of action, but he still can't help but let out a curse.
야, 너 지금
Just as Belka is about to talk back, Klukai's impassive voice speaks through the channel.
영웅들인지 아닌지는 본인의 능력에 따라 다르지. 클로커의 언니! 자국 타선의 클루카이. 접착제의 자녀병력 전원 선멸 완료. 탄약 소비량 예상 초과. 소체 파손. 행군 속도가 22% 감소할 것으로 예상.
I feel like there should have been a battle there just so I can use her and, like, clear them out.
다행이다, 대장. 드미트리 앞저씨 말은 좀 지나치긴 한데 나도 이런 위험한 작전은 좀.
In fact, it kind of feels like there was meant to be a battle there, but they cut it out for some reason.
운 좋은 줄 알아라. 속도가 느리든 말든 상관없으니까 빨리 본대에 합류해. 목표는 야호드나 산이다.
Yahodna. Yahodna. At long last, under Dimitri's leadership, the surviving soldiers and the dolls of 404 file into the cave under the cover of the night. With no further directives from their commander, the soldiers, who had just had their close brush with death, all slumped to the ground with their backs against rocky walls. The fierce battle they have just experienced is still fresh in their minds. Nobody turns on any light source and nobody says a word. The dolls of 404 are also quietly sitting in the cave. Keeping some distance from the survey corps, they each inspect their own physical condition.
클루카이 대장, 우리 4명 소체 손상률이 평균 35% 정도야.
Did they take an additional 10% damage on the way here? Or was Belka just being a brainlet?
저번 전투에서 차량을 잃었어. 임시 수리용 부품도 전부 그 안에 있는데. 겨우 35%면 별거 아니야.
As long as we're above 50%, we're not in yellow health yet, so it's fine.
하지만 안도리스가 말한 건 평균 수치야. 언니가 손상률 제일 심각하잖아.
난 괜찮아.
정말 괜찮아? 그 왼쪽 눈 상태가 엄청 나빠 보이는데.
파편을 긁혔을 뿐이야. 보기에만 그렇지 아무렇지도 않아.
Is this the equivalent of a flesh wound? Your left eye is missing half of itself. It's just a flesh wound, it's fine.
그래도
Klukai shakes her head at Andorus, telling her to drop the subject. But she receives no visual feedback of Andorus' concerned expression through her left visual module. Her left eye is utterly fucked.
안도리스, 현재 위치에 관한 자료 더 있어? 어느 정도는.
I do wish that...
방금 정착지의 대략적인
I kind of
위치를
wish that they
가지고
had
계산하면
damaged versions of
지금
the
여긴
sprites.
야오드나산의 소금광산 내부일 거야.
I understand why they don't, because they're live 2D animated, and it would be an entire load more. It basically double the workload just to make damage sprites. It would be cool though. That's something that GFL 1 had. They had damage sprites, for better or for worse. I'm gonna have some fruit leather.
그래. 비올카, 미스티, 너희들은 절전 모드로 대기해. 에너지를 최대한 아껴.
Oh yeah, I do enjoy these sprites a lot.
안드리스.
So the artist does these is cooking.
유지하면서 동불박들 주시해. 우리 레이더는 이미 고장났고 드론도 전부 파괴됐어. 이제 믿을 건 너의 관찰력뿐이야. 맡겨만 줘, 대장.
And the only thing about this fruit leather is that it's fucking sticky. It's hard to get out of the packet. Oh.
알았어, 언니.
Yeah, fruit leather. Dude, have you never had fruit leather? It's freaking delicious, dude. That name is crazy. It's basically like, I mean, fruit leather is basically just fruit that's been like, it's been like mashed up and like, you know, it's been mashed out and like left to dry, like actual leather. Despite her injuries and exhaustion, Mishti does not zonk out immediately like she usually would. Oh, you know the situation is fucked when Mishti of all people is being too cautious to sleep. That's how you know the situation is foobar. The sleepo beepo does not want to sleepo. Situation is critical. After giving 404 their orders, Klukai stands up and walks over to Dimitri. He's sitting in a corner deeper into the cave, having a whispered conversation with Larion.
지미, 방금 대충 확인해봤는데 물자는 20%밖에 안 남았고 형제들도 절반밖에 안 남았어. 내 책임이야. 아니야. 그 상황에서 우리를 데리고 살아남은 것만으로도 기적이야. 그건 됐고, 디미, 그 종이에 적힌 내용을 해독한 거야? 갑자기 부대를 여기로 데려온 이유가 뭐야?
Dimitri leans back tiredly against the cave wall, clutching his gun tightly in his hand.
니콜라스 기억해?
Larion racks his brain for a moment.
니콜라스. 예전에 그 지방 장교 집안의 아들 말이야? 난 별로 얘기해 본 적 없어. 같은 소대가 아니었으니까. 하지만 너랑은 사이가 좋았던 걸로 기억해. 친한 편이었지. 윗선에서 받은 실종자 명단에 그 녀석 이름이 있었어.
Oh, dang. Okay, not killed by dolls, but he is involved in this. Oof.
저번에 주었던 군번줄도 니콜라스 거였어.
Ah, okay. Well, that changes things.
뭐 그 자식도 곧바로 루련 발가락이나 핥으러간 녀석.
Bruh, come on, we don't need dissent in the ranks, come on.
봐봐, 다 똑같다니까. 이러나 저러나 결국엔 제명에 못 가른 명이지.
Larion mutters some expletives through gritted teeth. Whether out of contempt for Nikolai or general malcontent, Dimitri cannot tell.
그게 중요한 게 아니야. 중요한 건 니콜라스와 이반 덕분에 이게 무슨 뜻인지
With that, Dimitri pulls the paper together that were pulls the pieces of paper that were found on the deceased out of his pocket. He smooths out the creases, then turns on his flashlight and angles himself further away from the cave entrance, and blocks the light with his own body.
이건 실제 지도를 기반으로 환산해서 간단히 그린 좌표도야.
여기, 그리고 여기. 종이에 적은 이 숫자들 모두 실제 위치의 좌표야. 그런데 이상한데? 이 숫자들 너무 크잖아.
변환을 한 번 더 한 거니까. 다만 여태까지 뭘 가지고 변환을 한 건지 도통 알 수가 없었어.
여길 봐.
오리진. 처음엔 원점을 찾아서 좌표를 계산하라는 뜻인 줄 알았는데 사실 그게 아니었어.
Dimitri pulls up the map on his communicator.
신소련의 국토 면적과 모스크바의 좌표. 아직 기억해?
종이 위의 숫자에서 그 둘을 빼면 뭐가 나오지?
Larion does some mental calculations and references the longitude and latitude on the map.
딱 맞아 떨어지네? 젠장, 팀이 너 진짜 똑똑하다.
I kind of wish they gave us little visuals for these kind of things, like give us like a little map visual. Just, you know, just like a window. Just like put a window like here or like here. To like help us visualize it a bit. I know some other gacha games do that. I think Limbus Company's done it a couple times. They just have like a little pop-up.
예전에 니콜라스와 전장에 나갔을 때
I think Arknights does
비슷한
it
걸
as
본
well.
적이 있어서.
I think GFL2's done it as well. I think they have done it in this game. They just haven't done it for this.
그 녀석은 기존의 암호 체계를 안 좋아하고 꼭 남들보다
Oh crap! I didn't mean to skip that. What do you say? Oh, who the what now? I'm just saying, like, for this, like, for the maps they're talking about, or the pieces of paper with the ciphers on them, they could have given us, like, a little pop-up showing us, like, a little illustration of it to help us visualize it a bit more. That's one thing about... It's a minor gripe about GFL2. They could give us a little more... They could give us little things like that to help us visualize more of the stuff, because a lot of the things that are happening are abstracted.
그런데 이 숫자를 써야 한다는 걸 어떻게 알았어?
오리진. 그건 원점이 아니라 신소련을 뜻했던 거야. 우리 이상의 시작점. 모스크바. 이반 덕분에 기억해냈어. 예전에 니콜라스도 그랬지. 신소련의 영토가 한치도 물러서지 않는다면 자신도 결코 물러서지 않겠다고. 그래서 그 녀석은 이 두 숫자를 변환 기준으로 삼은 거야. 다른 사람들은 그 의미를 절대 알아차리기 힘들었겠지. 지금까지도 이 두 숫자를 상수로 사용하고 있다는 건 그 녀석이 단 한 번도 신소련을 잊거나 배신한 적이 없다는 뜻이야.
방금 내가 한 말은 딱히...
Sparing his old comrade any further awkwardness, Dmitri swipes across the map and points at a location.
그래서 아까 우리가 전투를 벌였던 위치가 파악이 됐을 때 종이에 표시된 지점 중 하나가 이 지점들이 정확히 뭘 의미하는지는 모르겠어. 하지만 부하들에게 일일이 한 장씩 들고 다니게 하고 죽을 때까지 몸에서 떼지 않았던 정보라면 분명 그게 뭔지 반드시 확인해야 해. 만약 찾아낸다면 반드시 가지고 돌아가야 하고.
방금 한 바퀴 둘러보긴 했는데 뭐 별거 없던데?
이 동굴은 꽤나 넓어. 아마 더 깊은 곳에 있겠지.
Oh, you walked around for a bit. Yeah, real good survey there, pal. Had a bit of a wander.
데려가서
Didn't see
동굴
much.
입구를 지켜. 기척을 최대한 숨기고 바깥 상황을 잘 살펴봐. 나는 형제 2명이랑 404와 함께 안쪽을 살펴볼 테니.
그래.
After hesitating for a moment, Larion opens a supply pack, counts his remaining ammo, and hands over more than half of it to Dmitri.
조심해, 팀이. 이제 우리 형제들도 얼마 안 남았으니까.
Dmitri does not accept the ammo. He gives Larion a pat on the shoulder and helps him turn out his collar, which is rumpled under the strap of his weapon.
안심하라고. 내가 어떤 놈인지 알잖아. 그리고 마지막으로 다시 경고한다. 대장이라 불러라. 신병들이 보면 버릇 없어진다고.
Larion chuckles. Still a stickler for
알겠습니다,
protocol.
대장님.
Huh?
그렇지. 임무 하나 줄게. 저기 두 녀석이 눈물 닦고 있던데. 네가 가서 좀 달래줘.
After sending his subordinate away, Dmitri drops all pretense of blitheness and turns suddenly towards Klukai, who has been standing not far away.
실컷 들었냐? 우리 깡통 로봇께선 남의 말 엿듣는 취미도 있나 보지?
대화 끝나는 걸 기다리고 있었어. 뭐 기밀 정보라도 얘기하던 거면 더 안전한 장소를 고르지 않은 네 잘못이지.
됐다. 방금 작전 잘 완수해줬으니까 이번엔 그냥 봐주지. 너희네 야시 기능은 아직 멀쩡하냐?
약간 손상은 있지만 그래도 사용 가능해.
그럼 서둘러 정비해라. 5분 뒤에 출발한다. 동굴 깊은 곳에 무슨 비밀이 숨겨져 있는지 확인해 보자고.
알았어.
Oh boy, Ellids. What kind of hidden secrets in this cave? It's Ellids. It's always Ellids. Oh, the Elmo! The Elmo! We're back with the main gang! The Elmo cruises along in the night. It is traveling at the same speed, but the vibrations we are experiencing as the vehicle is in motion are putting me on edge. While we are en route to offer 404 reinforcement, Lena gets in touch once again, but this time she brings bad news. She lost contact with Klukai and the others. Losing contact in the contamination zones is a common but nonetheless distressing phenomenon. Bounty hunters whom I've met briefly, convoys of underground brokers with whom I occasionally do business, adventurers who happen to have hitched a ride on the Elmo. I've crossed paths with so many people in the wind and the sand, only to never hear from them ever again. But I never thought the same would happen with them this time. Fortunately, with Lena's help, Dia and I managed to make contact, and we agreed on a meeting place. Right now, the Elmo is heading towards the location at full speed. However, signal reception seems to be deteriorating, and my instinct tells me this is not a coincidence. I can't help but regret the sincerity I wanted to demonstrate. This prospect of having 404 join my ranks had been such a relief to me that I forgot the rules within the contamination zones. If I had contacted them sooner, we wouldn't be in this predicament now. I can only pray that my naive desire to give them a surprise has not put them in terrible danger. Oh, Commander. I just wanted to surprise them. Honestly. The Elmo is already traveling at full velocity. I just hope we won't be too late. No, I have faith in her and her 404. This time, I'll be the one who comes to you, Klukai. This time, I'll be the one who comes. Andorus and Klukai exploring the salt mine cave with the survey corps, while Michti and Belka are investigating another tunnel.
클루카이 대장, 미슈티와 비올카를 다른 갱도로 보내도 정말 괜찮을까? 로컬에 여기 지형도를 로드해놓긴 했지만 오래된 버전이라 불안전한데.
This is starting to look less and less like a cave. This cave isn't a natural formation. Someone built it, so it must lead somewhere.
우리가 가진 정보에 비해 크기도 더
If you
크고
know, you know.
구조도 복잡해. 평소에는 못 믿어워 보이지만 그 둘도 404 멤버야. 저번 작전으로 적의 추격을 늦추긴 했지만 결국 쫓아오는 건 시간 문제야. 지금은 속도를 내야 해. 알았어. 그 애들도 무사해야 할 텐데.
Once they turn the corner, the path widens up. Out of thoughtful consideration for Klukai's damaged left eye, Andorus positions herself on her left side. She brushes her fingertips lightly on the small, white crystalline substance on the surface of the wall.
소금 광산 같은 곳은 처음 와봐.
Oh, it's a salt mine.
암벽에 인공적으로 파낸 흔적이 있긴 하지만 물결처럼 형성된 골짜기나 색이 섞인 무늬는 자연의 작품이야. 그렇게
We're in the salt mine. This is where all hopes and dreams of the gacha players who rolled on Klukai. This is where they came to die. I see now why Nikolai led us here. He wants us to feel the despair of the thousands of players that didn't get Klukai.
지금까진 그린존의 빌딩 숲이나 옐로우존의 황무지밖에 본 적 없으니까. 이렇게
This is where I have a hut set up while I try to roll for Mishti.
정말 새로워.
First time down here.
가끔
For Andorus, quite
정말
literally.
놀랍다니까. 대체 누가 산을판에서 생겨난 이 공간을 요양시설로 활용할 생각을 했을까?
Sanatorium?
그냥 돈 벌고 싶었던 거겠지.
Yeah, like the like the salt mine in like the salt mine in Krakow, Poland. That's like the only salt mine I know of because it's the only one I've been to. I didn't like they make it like such a it's one of the like novelties of visiting the place where you're just like, yeah, visit the salt mines, lick the walls. And I felt like it was a school trip. And I felt like the only one there that was just like, I am not putting my tongue on that wall. Are you freaking kidding me? I'm not putting my tongue anywhere near that thing. You know how many people have probably licked that wall? Yeah, everyone else was just so enthusiastic about it. I was just like, you're all getting AIDS. You're playing like the lottery here, but it's the lottery that no one wanted. It's like I don't need to lick a salt wall to validate my experience there, you know? I was just happy to be there. It was quite amazing. Like it was okay. I wouldn't say it was amazing, but like it was nice. Like it was a unique experience, a unique cave diving experience. But I don't need. Like, I can go home and put a salt shaker to my tongue and have the same result, so. Or I can swim in the ocean with my mouth open. Neither of which sound particularly, like. They don't sound like particularly enthusing activities. So why would I lick a salt wall, which many people have probably already licked? Whale behavior. I guess I am a whale in some respects when it comes to this game. Dmitri humps at Klukai's remark from the forefront of the expedition.
네가 뭘 알아? 인간이 다들 너네처럼 임무와 돈밖에 모를 거라 생각하지 마. 인간을 기발한 장의력 아니었으면 너네 고철 깡통들이 세상에 나올 순 있었겠냐?
Noticing Klukai's irritation, Andros tactfully changes the subject.
너무 늦게 제조된 게 안타깝네요. 저도 붕괴 방사능 폭발이 터지기 전의 세상이 어떤 모습이었는지 보고 싶어요. 깊이 1-200m의 지하에서 생활하는 것. 듣기에는 답답해 보이지만 이곳만의 특색이 되었죠. 과거의 조사 자료를 보니 이곳의 요양시설은 한동안 현지 관광업을 지탱하는 중추였던 것 같아요.
Oh, that's why. Okay.
동굴 내부에는 파이프가 잔뜩 설치돼서 천연가스를 실어날렸다고 해요. 천연가스 덕분에 이곳은 1년 내내 봄처럼 따뜻한 기온을 유지하며 많은 관광객을 불러 모았대요. 관광객이 남긴 사진을 보면 이곳엔 마을도 있었고 밭도 있었고 넓은 녹지와 도로
those were the days.
오가는 자동차들까지. 안드리스, 임무에 집중해. 그런 쓸데없는 채로 있지 말고. 그냥 세상에 이렇게 활기찼던 곳도 있었구나 싶어서.
He is focusing on the mission. Don't discourage that. Come on.
드미트리 씨는 신소련 사람이시죠? 혹시 이곳에 대해 더 아시나요?
몰라.
네?
네가 말했던 그 시대엔 나도 없었어. 그리고 학교에서도 그런 쓸데없는 건 안 가르쳤고.
They don't teach culture in schools anymore. I guess there are bigger priorities in this post-apocalyptic world, but you know.
아, 그런가요? 하지만 전 이게 쓸데없는 거라곤 생각 안 해요.
여기가 예전에 어떤 모습이었든.
Dmitri gives a thick pipe mounted on the wall a smack.
마을도 요양시설도 전부 없어지고 이제 여기엔 파이프 몇 가닥이랑 고철더미밖에 안 남았잖아. 됐어. 헛소리 말고 물건이나 찾아. 쪽지에 표시된 지점이 아마 이 근처일 거야.
Seeing that Dimitri has no desire to continue the discussion, Andrus keeps quiet. The party walks deeper into the cave in silence, with only their footsteps echoing through the space. So I'm gonna presume only Andrus and Klukai went down there.
여기 붕괴 방사선량이 드미트리 씨, 대원분들 방호복
Because
상태 점검해 보세요.
Michty and Belko went into sleep mode basically.
왜 그래?
붕괴 입자 농도가 갑자기 상승 중이라고 나와요. 아무래도 광산 아니니까 공기 순환이 잘 안 돼서 가스가 고여 있을 수도 있겠지만 이 구역의 변화 곡선은 비정상적이에요. 다른 이유가 존재할 수도 있다. 그럴지도. 드미트리, 그쪽지에 적힌 지점과 관계가 있을지도 몰라.
그래, 확인해보자. 이쪽으로는 길이 하나밖에 없어. 바로 이 앞에 있을 거야.
I was just waiting for them to like find a fucking boojum or something. Oh. I didn't realize my jumper had fallen to the floor, and I had moved my chair over it, so I was like getting caught in the wheels. I don't want that to happen. It damages the jumper. I like this jumper.
너희들은 여기에서 대기해. 우리가 로컬 통신 범위를 벗어나게 되면 내가 안으로 더 들어오라고 말할 테니.
알겠습니다.
Dimitri glances at numbers shown on the detector screen and pats the two soldiers on the shoulder.
조심해라.
Oh. The party proceeds further into the cave. Fortunately, this tunnel does not lead very deep, and they see the end in less than 10 minutes.
이게 뭐지? 붕괴 결정?
Dimitri peers at a cluster of green crystals in the corner about a dozen meters away. Ah, they found Tiberium! Let's go!
아무리 여기가 레드존 근처라 해도 저거 너무 큰 거 아닌가?
I mean, Tiberium collapse, same thing.
그러네요. 옐로우존에서 자연 성장하는 붕괴 결정은 보통 7세제곱센티미터를 넘지 않아요. 그런데 이 결정은 최소 15세제곱센티미터는 되겠어요.
Andrus checks the radiation levels and wind speed again.
아무래도 이건 꽤 오랫동안 이곳에 있었던 것 같아요. 내부에서 붕괴 입자가 흘러나오면서 동굴 안의 방사선량이 이상해진 것 같아요. 동굴 내부의 공기 흐름이 좋지 않아서 입자가 내부에 계속 축적되다 보니 농도가 자연스럽게 정상 범위를 초과한 거네요. 안드리스, 가까이 가보자.
Klukai shoots a glance at Dimitri, who also wants to inspect the crystal from up close.
네 방호복은 구형이라 위험할 수도 있어. 살고 싶으면 가까이 가지 말고 여기 가만히 있는 걸 추천해.
그럼 둘이서 자세히 보고 와라.
응.
Klukai and Andrus walk on. Meanwhile, Andrus's voice comes through the level 2 connection.
드미트리 씨가 우리를 조금 믿게 됐나 봐. 다른 선택지가 없는 것뿐이야.
안드리스, 저 결정 타발을 꼼꼼히 살펴봐. 붕괴 결정은 비교적 안정적이라 결정 격자처럼 폭발하진 않겠지만 그래도 조심하는 게 좋아.
알았어.
After handing out Andrus's task, Klukai redirects attention to the comms channel.
미스티, 비올카, 그쪽은
Oh no, wait.
발견한 거
I'm an
있어?
idiot. They went down a different tunnel. They weren't in fucking sleep mode. I'm an idiot. They literally mentioned that like 10 minutes ago.
아직은 없어. 조금 더 앞으로 가볼게. 이쪽 밴도. 아야, 미스티. 앞 좀 보고 봐라. 야식 기능이 좀 망가져서 그래. 네가 참아.
Oh, the grumpy sleepo. It's very sleepy.
뭐라든 이렇게 넓은 길에서 부딪히는데.
She just wants to keep close to you.
도로 넓다고 사고 안 나냐고. 게다가
It's an analogy for sure.
알았어, 계속 수색해.
Driving alone in the dark while being exhausted. Man, I've been there. I really shouldn't, but I've been there multiple times. Klukai has had enough of their bickering and temporarily disconnects from the comms channel. She converses with Andorus through level 2 connection instead.
안도리스, 특이 사안 있어? 결정 내부의 방사선 농도로 봤을 때 이 결정은 약 반년 정도 여기 있었던 것 같아. 반년? 여기서 고작 반년 만에 이렇게 커다란 결정이 자라났다고? 응. 그래서 이 결정의 성장면을 살펴봤어. 대장, 여기를 봐봐.
Looking at where Andorus is pointing, Klukai taps the side of the crystal lightly, and a very thin crack appears between the crystal and the layer of rock in the cave.
자연 성장은 결정이 아닌 거야? 아닌 것 같아. 보통 자연적으로 성장한 결정은 부착력이 훨씬 강하지. 특히 하지만 여기에 있는 이 결정은 자연적으로 자라난 게 아니라 여기에 붙여둔 것 같다. 맞아. 어두워서 잘 안 보일 수도 있는데 이 결정 주변은 순수한 암석층이 아니라 시멘트로 굳힌 거야.
They cemented a collapse crystal here?
데는 충분해.
What are they doing? She frowns.
대장, 이건 혹시 헤로데우스와 이런 곳에 저런 기상천외한 짓을 할 놈들은 헤로데우스
Advanced construction material, yes. I like how they just settle on that. It's like, this is so bizarre, it has to be Paradeus. There's no other person.
정착지에서 발견한 그 돌덩이처럼
There's no other way this could be anyone else. No one else would do something this obscure and bizarre.
그렇다고 하기엔 너무 깊숙이 숨겨뒀잖아. 뭔가 의식을 치르기에도 적합하지 않은 것 같고.
It is a fair guess, yeah.
아무튼 일단 기록해둬. 통신이 돌아오면 리바에게 전송해. 알았어.
이봐, 너희 둘. 거기 쪼그려 앉아서 뭐 하는 거야? 다른 녀석들이랑 통신한 것 빼고는 아무 말도 안 하고 말이야.
드미트리 씨에게 상황 설명할까? 페르데우스 관련은 빼고.
After severing level 2 comms, Klukai walks several steps back to Dimitri and directly states the conclusion they have arrived at.
여기 있는 결정은 인위적으로 설치된 거야.
인위적으로?
맞아. 그리고 만약 저번 조사부대가 발견한 게 이거라면 그 종이에 표시된 다른 지점들도 아마 똑같을 거야.
이기래. 대체 뭐 하는 놈이 이딴 걸 설치해?
뭐 하는 놈인진 몰라도 이 구역의 붕괴 방사선 농도가 비정상적으로 높은 이유는 설명이 돼. 정착지 주민들과 조사부대의 엘리드 환자들이 보였던 특이한 증상들도 여기 매설된 붕괴 결정과 관련이 있을 거야.
대장, 드미트리 씨. 결정에 관한 데이터와 영상 자료 모두 저장했습니다. 그런데 또 발견한 게 하나 있어요.
또 뭔데?
Forgetting all about the dangers of collapse radiation, the impatient Dimitri ends up striding up to the crystal. Andros points at the rock strata that has been chipped off slightly at the base of the crystal. Beneath the grey rock, one can just about make out a white metal outer shell wrapped around the bottom of the crystal.
크기를 더 정확히 재보려던 건데 파내고 보니 아래에 훨씬 더 엄청난 게 묻혀 있었어.
어떤 장치처럼 보이네. 단순히 붕괴 결정을 고정하는 데에만 쓰는
White
건
metal?
아닌 것 같아.
They're not beating the allegations, are they?
완전히 파낼 수 있겠어?
지금은 어려울 거야. 굉장히 단단하게 박혀 있어서 부수지 않고 파내려면 전문 채굴 장비가 필요해.
게다가 붕괴 결정을 보관할 전용 용기도 필요하겠지. 이 정도로 큰 결정을 그냥 들고 다니는 건 너무 위험해. 좋아. 일단 영상 자료와 좌표만 가져가고 나중에 증원 부대랑 다시 오자고. 서둘러 돌아가야 해. 최대한 빨리 통신을 복구해서 이 중요한
Oh,
발견을
I get it.
거다.
This is why Blue Sphere and Cocoon want to take out the Survey Corps. It's because they found this out. That's why they really just want to cut them off and exterminate them all. They don't want this to get out. Oh, it makes sense.
안드레스, 미스트랑 비올카에게 연락해서 아직 새로 발견한 거 없으면 그냥 돌아오라고 전해.
Right on cue, her communicator starts beeping. The moment the line connects, a deafening howl can be heard through the channel. Ah, they went down the wrong tunnel, so they get an encounter.
무슨 일이야?
The fucking Boojum's down here! Of all the places, it's here.
뭐라고?
She's really dropping that. I'm gonna watch it once I get a new body. Oh no, she really thinks she's gonna die.
알았어. 지금 바로 갈 테니까 버티고 있어.
Also, make sure my next body is as crap as this one, so I can enjoy sleeping.
못 이기겠으면 도망쳐. 네 최고 특기가 그거 아니야? 아무튼 우리가 도착하기 전까지 최대한 다치지 말고 견제만 해. 출구 쪽으로 접근 못하게만 막아. 기다렸다가 우리 도착하면 정면으로 상대하자. 명령이야. 즉각 실시.
She terminates the call and looks at Dimitri.
미스티와 비올카가 수색한 갱도에 저번에 그 부점이 숨어있어. 난 안도리스랑 같이 지원하러 갈게. 걔네 둘만으로 오래 못 버텨.
거참 빌어먹게 재밌구만. 같이 파티라도 하자는 건가?
Dimitri barks out a laugh and raises his communicator.
드미트리 원사다. 다들 들리냐? 전에 싸웠던 부점이 다시 나타났다. 동굴 입구에 있는 형제들은 안전에 주의하라. 전원 전투 준비! 나랑 같이 들어온 인원들은 제자리에서 정비하고 7분 후 복귀해서 합류한다. 그 다음 바로 부점이 있는 위치로 이동해서 놈을 상대한다.
After giving his orders, Dimitri checks how many rounds he has left in his weapon.
노이투 가려고?
아니면 저 부점이 우리 한 명씩 쓰러뜨리고 빠져나가서 계속 주민들을
Okay, you gotta give it to Dimitri. His first instinct was just like, the Boojum's here? Oh fuck yeah, we can finish what we started.
멍하니 서 있지 말고 빨리 움직여. 나도 돌아가는 길에 고철 덩어리 운반하긴 싫으니까.
He's just like, oh, it's our lucky day. We get to discover this. We get to have this crystal discovery and kill the Boojum. There it is. That big fucking Wendigo looking motherfucker. I mean... what support? It's still the same support units, so, you know. Put a gun down. But I think Klukai will just wipe this thing out, as per usual. The thing is, this isn't even the last battle of the event. So something tells me there's more on the horizon. But for now, Klukai, do your thing. Brum, brum.
결과 아니죠.
Charon would be proud. The Boojum gurgles one last time and then it gives up the ghost. Its ravaged body slams into the rocky walls and slowly slides to the ground As the corpse shifts, its outer shell peels off and faint glistening pieces of metal fall from it. They clink crisply as they hit the floor. How many dog tags does this thing have?
클루카이 대장, 저건
Klukai gestures to Andorus, indicating that she should stop speaking. Dimitri walks forward and picks up each of the metal pieces. He says nothing. Instead, he pulls out his combat knife and plunges it into the Boojum's soft, exposed innards. With each soaring stroke, he opens a bigger and bigger hole in the Boojum's body, causing nauseating slime and collapse crystals to ooze out.
으아, 지금 부점을 회부하려는 거야? 마치 그 드래곤을 해치우고 심장을 꺼내 찌르는
Mischief.
용사처럼?
Be quiet.
안 되겠어. 나 비위가 약해서. 클루카이 언니, 난 가서 주변 경계할 테니까.
I like the Foley effects here. Very meaty.
손을 안에 집어넣었어. 정말 심장을 뽑아내려는 거야? 배설하지 마, 미슈티.
어이! 가만히 구경하지 말고 거들란 말이다.
Dimitri breaks his silence to call his men over, then speaks quickly to them. They help him enlarge the hole in the Boojum's side, and Dimitri half crawls into it. After feeling around for a bit, he emerges covered in filth and savagely wipes the ooze off his mask.
아, 지독해. 고향의 도살장보다 지독하구만.
뭘 찾는 거야?
Dimitri doesn't answer Klukai's question. Instead, he cleans off the items he found inside the Boojum. It is a glass box. There you go! This is what we need more of! It is a glass box, roughly the size one would use to hold a ring, with small fragmented collapse crystals on it. A ragged cloth is stuck in the box. The part outside the box is unrecognizable. The only part of the fabric which retains its original color is the part near the seams.
루련의 군기 같군. 군번줄과 이 상자를 싸맨 것 같은데 다 부식되어 버렸어.
What is that?
부점의 체액이 케이스 안까지 스며들었어요. 내용물이 무사하면 좋을 텐데.
It's a drive, I think. Oh, it's a military sound recorder. Oh boy, it's gonna take a bit more than just a little R&R to get this thing back in order. He pays it no heed and wipes the recorder down before pressing the play button.
여기는 루크사트주 약중국 오염지대 관리 및 복구 추진처 신소련 대간부
Mikolai, no.
환경정화 프로젝트 소속 제7환경조사부대 1364소대 이번 임무 총지휘자 니콜라스 준이다. 우리는 상부의 지시로 이 지역의 환경조사 작업을 진행했다.
역시 이 녀석이군.
The sound from the recorder is garbled. A complex mix of emotions fills Dimitri's heart as he listens to the voice of his old friend in the recording.
본론만 말하겠다. 우리는 계획적인 습격을 받았다. 통신 설비와 방호 장비가 파괴됐다. 적은 매그니 시큐리티라는 사설 무장 집단
NITOs!
니토.
Oh god.
니토? 그 뭐냐? 페로데우스의 니토?
Well, they know about Paradeus now.
페로데우스는 진작에 청산된 거 아니었나?
아무래도 여전히 활동 중인데다가 새로운 조력자까지 생긴 모양이네. 이제 와서 생각해보니 저번에 매그니 시큐리티가 의료물자 호송을 맡은 것도 그걸 핑계로 병력을 보충하려는 꿍꿍이었던 거야. 그때부터 우리를 처리할 생각이었겠지.
갉아먹을 개자식들. 전부터 여기에 숨어 있었구나.
The recorder keeps playing. Nikolai doesn't sound like he's in good shape. His breathing is coming in rapid gasps.
매근 시큐리티, 겉보기보다 훨씬 복잡한 사건이다. 놈들은 페로데우스에 협력하고 붕괴 결정을 땅에 묻어. 우리는 전력을 다해 놈들의 자료를 탈취해서 칩에 저장했다. 결정의 위치와 매근 시큐리티의 배치를 간단히 표시해서 아직 싸울 수 있는 병사들이 가지고 나가게 했다. 대부분 엘리드에 감염됐다. 모두 병마에 시달리고 있다. 탄약도 얼마 남지 않았고, 아무래도 우리는 여기서 탈출하기 힘들 것이다.
I'll give props to the voice actor. He sounds like he's legitimately dying. Like, did the actor like purposely put himself on his deathbed to record this audio? Like, hot dang. Dimitri's body tenses up from anger. He is silent, but anyone near him would be able to hear his teeth grinding.
대장, 드미트리 씨 상태가 안 좋아 보여.
조용. 계속 들어.
It's moments like this that Klukai does have a more acute understanding of reading the situation. Because I find that the other dolls just don't have experience, so they just like mutter their thoughts. Just like, wow, that's gross. Klukai's like, shut up for a moment, okay? Let them have the moment. The recording keeps playing, but the sound quality keeps getting worse. It seems Nikolai's body's reaching its limit too, because he's coughing non-stop. Christ, dude! Is the VA okay? That sounded bad.
불명이다. 반드시 이 칩을 보존해야 한다. 그걸 위해 우린 마지막까지 싸우겠다. 설령 맨주먹만 남는다 해도 오로지 저항해야, 이 세상에 끊임없이 저항해야 우리의 모든 것을 되찾을 수 있다. 보고서에서 본 적이 있다. 붕괴 오다마가 피어날 때 탄소 기반 생명체는 높은 확률로 부점으로 융합한다고. 부디 그게 정말이었으면 좋겠다. 정신 나간 소리 같지만 이게 마지막 남은 방법이다. 이걸 발견하는 게 아군 증원 부대이길 바란다. 이 집에 든 정보를, 아니, 누구든 좋으니까 우리를 찾아낸다면 죽여다오. 우리가 인간일 때 남긴 그 마지막 목소리를 들어다오. 우리는 일루련 종합 프로젝트 소속 조사 부대의 군인이다. 우리는 한 번도 고개를 숙인 적이 없다. 결코 고개 숙이지 않을 것이다.
The recording ends. For a while, the darkened mine is silent. The men from the Survey Corps are well beyond anger at this point. Their eyes are wide and bloodshot. The dolls from 404 look at the corpse of the Boojum they had just killed and recall the words spoken by the deceased. Nobody can confirm the true origins of the Boojum. Perhaps it was just a monster that cruelly devoured the remains of the previous unit, but there is no doubt that in life, It was the toughest thing in this region, a veritable walking fortress.
안드레스, 칩의 내용을 읽을 수 있겠어?
흔한 군 제식 포맷이야. 하지만 표면이 많이 훼손돼서 내용을 읽을 수
Are you
있을지
telling me
모르겠어.
that those Survey Corp people, they all died and intentionally became a Bujum? That's fucking metal, dude.
드미트리 씨, 제가 칩을 확인해도 될까요?
Dimitri glances at Andorus, then takes the chip out of the box and hands it over to her without a word.
일부분은 해석이 가능하지만 나머지 내용은 전문가에게 맡겨야겠어요. 그리고 이 칩은 보호 처리가 되어 있어서 안에 파일을 백업하거나 전송할 수 없어요.
일단은 해석 가능한 부분을 열어봐.
알았어.
Andorus shares the portion of data which she can decrypt with Klukai via a level 2 connection.
이건 메일 기록? 정말이지. 쥐새끼 소굴이 따로 없네.
무슨 내용인데?
While the embers of rage are still smoldering in Dimitri's eyes, he seems to have calmed down.
매그니 시큐리티와 사누피엔 파르벤 그룹의 메일 기록.
There it is, Sect Fabin. I'm just gonna call him Fabin. It's easier to say.
산호피 뭐?
Sex. Hey, careful! Careful, you might summon an altar god with that. you might summon an old one with that, and you won't like what you summoned them for.
이번에 너희가 전달받은 의약품을 공급한 업체야. 그런데 이제 보니까 절대 평범한 화학제약 회사는 아닌 것 같네.
Pharmacy.
잉 돌리지 말고 그냥 말해.
It's always pharmaceuticals. God damn it.
루레는 정화 프로젝트 추진을 위해 최근 옐로우존 깊숙이 수많은 환경조사 부대를 보냈어. 하지만 인원 소모도 막대하고 회수한 데이터도 만족스럽지 못했지. 너희 내부에선 이런 인원 소모의 원인을 전부 돌발적인 환경 요소로 퉁치고 넘어갔겠지.
그래. 발야그단이나 이번 매그니 시큐리티 같은 인위적 요소가 있긴 하지만 전체 실종 원인 중에선 15% 미만이다.
바로 그게 문제야. 네가 직접 보도록 해.
Klukai asks Andorus to project the email logs. After quickly scanning through them, Dimitri's expression suddenly changes.
이 자식들 정신이 나갔어. 빌어먹을 젠장!
After seeing Dimitri cursing out loud, the other two Survey Corp troopers move in to take a look.
헤로데우스와 매그네 시큐리티가 여기 말고도 활동 중이라고?
여기 언급된 위치 나 들어본 적 있어. 훈련소 동기가 거기 갔었는데 똑같이 소식이 끊겼어.
이건 전체 기록 중 일부분에 불과해. 아직 해석하지 못한 내용 중에 놈들이 물밑에서 활동한 증거가 잔뜩 있겠지.
I mean, good on the Survey Corp for like getting this information. It's
그리고 공개
impressive.
결정의 자세한 사용 방법을 명시하진 않았지만 이 기록만으로도 결론을 내기엔 충분해. 헤로데우스는 지금 살아있는 인간을 이용해서 붕괴 방사선에 관한 실험을 하고 있어. 그리고 붕괴 결정은 바로 붕괴 방사선.
I guess Klukai's made the executive call to just be like, we're gonna tell them everything now. They're in on this now.
신도들이야.
We're in this fuck Paradeus boat together.
이거 대공사가 따로 없네. 니콜라스의 쪽지를 보니까 붕괴 결정을 많이도 묻어놨나 본데.
그러니 추가적인 병력 지원이 필요한 거야. 그린존에서 활동하는 보안 회사가 옐로우존의 인력을 장기간 파견하고 있으면 당연히 의심을 사겠지. 하지만 모 회사를 대신해서 물자를 운송하거나 연구원을 호위한다는 핑계를 대면 눈을 속일 수 있어. 하지만 아무리 그래도 이 정도 움직임을 루렌이 전혀 눈치 못 챌 리가 없는데.
반드시 소식과 증거를 상부에 전달해야 해. 그쪽이 당장 움직여서 대책을 세워주지 않으면 위험할 거야. 이 빌어먹을 놈들을 하루라도 빨리 없애버려야만 세상이 평화로워질 거야. 이들이 흘린 피를 절대 헛되이 할 순 없어.
이 칩은 보안 등급이 아주 높아요. 내용을 복사하려고 하면 파기 프로그램이 자동 실행되죠.
그래, 알고 있다. 아무튼 일단 입구에 있는 형제들과 합류해서 빨리 출발하자.
Anders hands Dmitri the chip. Dmitri returns to the glass case with the utmost respect. He looks at the Bujin's body one last time without saying anything, then leaves without looking back. It's so crazy. They turn themselves into a Bujin.
404를 적으로 돌렸답니다.
It's such a crazy... They turn themselves into a Bujin to secure the intel. It's fucking nuts. Anyway, before we carry on, I need to do a little bathroom break, so I will be right back. The lobby theme for part 2 is so fucking good. Also, hello, I'm back. It's the same song as part 1, but it's like the beginning of the song. I know this because I've listened to the full song a bunch. It's a fucking amazing song. It's called Recollection. Sorry, it's called Reconnection. Nope. Wait, wait for it. Oh no, it doesn't kick in. Fuck, okay. So, usually at that bit, it's looped here. But usually at that bit, then the music from the first part plays. In the full version. I'll link it in the Discord later, it's a really good song. Typically, you would expect them to use it the other way around. It does sample that theme from Shattered Connection. Yes, it does. So, yes, that's why it's called Reconnection. It's because from the Shattered Connection, we become reconnected. That's the reference. Isn't it just rad when things come out like that? It is such a cool ass touch. I love it. Anyway, cutscene time. 2 hours ago.
보고. 붕괴 결정 촉진 장치 가동 권한 이행 완료.
네,
Blue Sphere studies the screen before her coldly, then begins entering a series of commands.
모든 장치 예열 단계 진입. 진심이냐?
예. 가동 여부, 가동 수량, 가동 시기 모두 제가 결정합니다.
너무 위험해. 이 구역에 결정을 몇 개나 설치했는데 방사 선량이 바로 1만을 넘을 거야. 그
Yep,
정도면
Black Zone mentioned.
조치라고.
Are they gonna detonate all the crystals to create black zones? Are they fucking insane? Of course they are. Of course they'd do that. Why wouldn't they?
처치 임무는 반드시 완수해야 합니다. 우선순위가
Wait.
가장 높은 명령입니다.
Recover the item, eliminate any witnesses. So, to ensure that all witnesses are eliminated, we're gonna render an entire region uninhabitable.
만약 임계 시간까지
Yeah, just parodies things, you know? Just parodies things. Just dirty bomb an entire frickin' region. Wipe it off the maps. Blue Sphere's response to the security officer is cold and aloof, as though this was simple, savage, as though the simple, savage, and insane plan is one that is reserved for when there is absolutely no other choice. However, that is not the case. She silently studies the file in her neural cloud. It was written a long time ago, even before the first catalyzer was installed. Its title is the Powahi Plan, named after the first picture humanity took of darkness. Wait, let me look this up. Black hole specifically? No, I don't think it is a black... I don't think it's referring to the black hole. Hold on. Oh, no, maybe it is. Maybe it is. But I know that the black... So, I'm reading this. The black hole was named after something. Yeah, it's derived from a Hawaiian creation chant. Powehi. So Powehi means the adorned, fathomless dark creation. But you are right. It is referring to a black hole. And now this darkness from the depths of space is about to descend upon the world. GFL really loves his obscure references like that, doesn't it?
최후의 수단을 원치 않으신다면 작전의 성공률을 높이시면 됩니다.
그게 말이 쉽지.
그룹에서 통보했을 겁니다. 이번 작전은 제가 지휘합니다. 명령에 거역하실 생각이라면 당신을 교체하면 그만입니다. 사람 한 명 줄어드는 정도로 계획에 영향은 없습니다. 그리고 저는 당신의 오판으로 조사부대를 일거에 섬멸할 절호의 기회를 놓쳤습니다. 부정과의 여러 조우전에서도 목표를 제때 회수하지 못했습니다.
그 보점은 속도도 무시무시한 데다가
Oh, so they were after the Bujum.
놈을 쫓아다닌 거리만 해도 300km는 된다고.
The security officer feels a twinge of pain in his head as he thinks about the 2+ weeks he and his men have spent chasing the Bujum. It was as though the thing was intelligent, intentionally avoiding his forces and circling around them, but it also destroyed everything it saw like a mindless beast.
도중에 병력을 나눠서 기지국도 파괴하고.
That's so nuts. That's so crazy. I still can't believe that the Bujum was technically on our side. That's nuts. The story goes hard.
그놈들의 지휘관은 딱 봐도 베테랑이었어. 다른 누구였어도 쉽게 못 이겼을 거라고.
이유는 상관없습니다. 그룹은 실수를 저지른
typical.
언제까지고 용인하지
Typical
않습니다.
executives. They're just like, do this or die. We don't care how hard it is, we just care if it gets done, otherwise you will face the consequences of your actions, and we will just have to come up with another plan.
미안하다.
After realizing how dangerous his position is, the security officer gives up on trying to defend himself.
목표의 동향은 파악했습니까?
조사부대와 404 일행은 야호드나 소금광산 유적지 안에 숨었다. 부점을 추격하던 부대의 보고에 따르면 다친 부점도 그 안에 숨어있을 가능성이 높다. 그 광산 일대를 봉쇄만 하면 조금씩 포위망을 좁혀 놈들을 단번에 처리할 수 있다.
예상되는 소요 시간은?
보수적으로 잡아서 3일 정도. 그 광산은 내부 공간이 꽤 넓다. 전에 결정을 매설한 것 외엔 탐색한 적이 없어서 내부 지형에 대한 이해가 부족해. 게다가 놈들은 광산 어디에든 숨어 있을 수 있다. 찾아내서 처치하려면 시간이 필요하다.
너무 늦습니다. 루련의 증원 병력이 도착하면 당신들은 작업을 즉시 멈추고 신속히 이탈해야 합니다. 그렇게 되면 그들조차 발을 디딜 수 없도록 이곳을 데드존으로 만들 수밖에 없습니다.
정말로 그 플랜을 동원할 셈이냐?
아직 모릅니다. 묻겠습니다. 놈들을 한 곳에 모아서 우리가 감시 가능한 곳에 몰아넣을 수 있습니까?
화력 차이를 봤을 때 반나절이면 충분할 거다. 조사 부대의 화력은 애초에 한정적이고 그 부점도 중상을 입었다. 문제는 그 인형 넷이다. 그놈들만 아니었으면.
그 인형들은 제가 처리하겠습니다. 당신들은 조사 부대와 부점에만 집중하세요.
Blue Sphere is injecting herself into the battle plan.
그럼 문제 없지. 그 인형들을 어떻게 상대할 셈이냐?
따로 방법이 있습니다. 제가 도착하기 전까지 당신들은 광산의 주변 지형을 파악하고 모든 출입구에 병력을 배치하십시오. 놈들이 빠져나가려 할 때를 제외하고 제 통지가 있기 전까진 그들에게 들켜선 안 됩니다.
알겠다.
그리고 조사부대에서 떨어져 나온 인원들은 전부 찾았습니까?
거의 다 찾아.
거의 다. 경고했을 텐데요. 제가 도착하기 전에 전부 처리해야 한다고요.
Blue Sphere isn't angry, but the coldness in her voice is more terrifying than mere anger.
다 찾았다. 그냥 그중 한 그룹을 처리하지 못했을 뿐 이미 사람을 보냈다.
네, 서두르십시오.
Blue Sphere hangs up and then she picks up the call from Cocoon.
찾았어?
아직 도착까지 1시간 30분 남았습니다.
그럼 됐고. 방금 확인해봤는데 루련의 증언이 도착하기까지 아직 하루 정도 남았어.
현재 상황이라면 가능합니다. 하지만 먼저 야호드나 소금광산 내부의 촉진 장치를 가동해야 합니다. 다른 장치까지 가동할지는 이번 작전의 결과에 따라서 결정하겠습니다.
문제 없어. 칼자루는 너한테 넘겼으니까 어떻게 쓸지는 넌 스스로 정해도 돼. 다만
Cocoon pauses for a moment and her voice grows cold.
검투사가 승리를 거머쥐지 못한다면 베팅한 관객 어르신들이 엄청 화낼 거야. 그리고 기억해둬. 요구사항은 아주 명확해. 반드시 증거를 회수해야 돼. 놈들을 제거하는 것만으론 전혀 충분치 않아.
They really want that intel, holy crap.
알고 있습니다.
그럼
I mean, understandably, that intel is the scandal of the century.
무사 기원을 위하여.
I mean, that there's enough intelligence there to ruin them, so of course they're going to do everything they can to get rid of it. Or secure it, even. It's crazy. How much... We're getting there, we're getting... We've got so much to go, lads. Oh my god. There's so much left. What? Why is part 2 so long? Dimitri and 404 return to the main entrance, where he shares what he's found with the other men. After hearing what happened to the deceased and about Mangi Security's arrangement with Paradeus, just about everyone present is filled with anger. This music, though, is getting serious now.
그래. 지금 우리 한 명 한 명이 아주 중요한 정보를 쥐고 있다. 이 정보는 무수한 형제들의 피와 땀으로 얻어낸 거다. 그들을 해친 놈들, 이 세상을 해치려는 놈들, 그 놈들을 반드시 응징해야 한다.
Oh yeah, of course. The optional side missions will give us like side stories. So I remember the side stories from the first part of the event were one was Dimitri's backstory involving a doll that betrayed him, and the other one was about the Boojum, actually. I remember reading the Boojum one and I wasn't terribly impressed by it, but hearing this bit in the event now puts it in an entirely different perspective, and that's kind of just like, oh, okay. It's different.
예, 명령만 내려주시면 됩니다. 이제 어떻게 하면 되겠습니까?
모두 잘 들어라. 이번 작전의 작전명은 봉화다.
Operation Smoke Signal. I like it, Dimitri.
작전 계획은 각자 단말기에 전달하겠다. 각 조는 정해진 방향으로 전진하라. 우리 중 한 명이라도 이곳을 벗어나거나 쓸 수 있는 기지국을 찾는다면 작전은 성공이다. 뒤처진 이들을 안타까워하지 마라. 너희 앞에 놓인 길이 더욱 험난할 거다.
예, 대장님.
너희들 같은 부하를 둬서 나는 자랑스럽다. 명심해라. 모두 마지막까지 살아남도록 전력을 다해라.
예, 대장님.
The men are all fired up by Dimitri's speech and eagerly begin gearing up. Meanwhile, Dimitri heads over to 404. For once, he doesn't look annoyed or disdainful. Instead, he hands the box containing the chip and a recorder to Klukai.
이건 너희 404가 보관해라. 우리 부대에서 가장 뛰어난 형제를 너희에게 붙여주지.
우리에게?
그래. 지금 조사부대의 인력과 물자 모두 소모가 막심하다. 그러니 칩과 녹음기는 너희에게 맡기는 게 최선책이라고 본다.
Klukai hesitates for a moment, then accepts the box.
이곳은 붕괴 방사 전량이 아주 높다. 언제든지 붕괴 폭풍이 일어날 수 있어. 그리고 그 빌어먹을 놈들도 공격해오겠지.
Dimitri lowers his voice.
너희와 동행하는 형제가 다치거나 부득이하게 후미에 남게 되면 그들을 너무 신경 쓰지 마라. 칩을 가지고 여길 벗어나는 게 최우선이야.
드미트리 씨는 같이 안 가시나요?
나? 그럴 리가. 난 남은 형제들을 데리고 이 싸움에서 이겨야 해. 전장에서 대장이 빠져서야 되겠나?
하지만
너희에게 승산은 없어.
으아, 클루카이 그렇게 직설적으로 말할 필요는.
Dimitri doesn't flare up like usual upon hearing Klukai's flat denial. Instead, he laughs.
그러니까 너희가 깡통 대가리라는 거다. 인간이 뭐 죄다 좋은 말만 듣고 싶어하는 머저리인 줄 아나?
무슨 뜻이야?
여기에 있는 모든 형제들, 심지어 입대한 지 얼마 안 된 신병조차도 생존할 가능성이 희박하다는 것쯤은 알고 있어. 뭐 신호가 끊어진 것도 분명 매그니 놈들이랑 관계가 있겠지. 임시 기지국을 세우러 간 형제들 중에 몇 명이나 살아남았는지도 알 수가 없어. 그러니 기지국을 찾아 헤매거나 이 황무지를 벗어나 상부에 연락하려고 애쓰는 것보단 너희가 이끄는 핵심 부대의 부담을 덜어주는 게 훨씬 이득이라는 거다. 너희가 칩을 가지고 여길 벗어나기만 하면 우리의 승리다.
하지만 진짜로 죽을 거야. 인형하고는 다르잖아.
우리라고 뭐 안 살고 싶겠냐? 하지만 죽을 수밖에 없다면 우리 형제들은 절대 쫄지 않아.
Fucking Dimitri, dude.
우리의 죽음이 놈들의 안주거리가 되는 것만큼은 절대 두고 못 본다. 뭘 우물쭈물거려? 하여간 기계는 기계로구만. 그렇게 일일이 이해하려 해서 뭐하게? 이해한다고 꼭 좋은 것도 아닌데. 너흰 그냥 받은 명령대로 칩을 가지고 나가면 돼. 우리가 어떻게 되든 너네가 신경 쓸 것 없어.
알았어.
After seeing Klukai put the box away, Dimitri nods in satisfaction and heads back to his men.
다들 주목! 30분은 출발한다! 이번 임무는 무슨 일이 있어도 반드시 성공해야 한다. 알겠나? 알겠습니다!
As the soldiers shout their ascent, a deafening alarm fills the air, and every man's collapsed radiation detector glows with an ominous red light.
여기 붕괴 방사선량이 급상승하고 있어요.
또 무슨 빌어먹을 소리야? 전원! 즉시 방호복 밀폐 확인!
붕괴 입자의 추세로 봤을 때 90% 이상이 광선
They
내부에서
detonated
나오고
it?
있어요.
Uh-oh.
드미트리, 당장 여기서 벗어나야 해.
그래,
전원! 나를 따르라! 현 시간부로
I guess it's like
개시한다!
smoking rats out of a burrow.
각조는 계획한 방향으로 이동! 로컬 통신 유지하고 범위를 이탈하면 각조는 임시 조작 명령에 따라라! 예! 404를 포함한 핵심 부대는 10분 대기 후 바로 출발한다!
404, 칩을 반드시 지켜라.
말 안 해도 알아.
However, just as everyone finishes their gear checks and prepares to leave, shadows in the night pour in and surround them. Their twisted bodies and savage maws are made even more fearsome by the encirclement.
시생물이 어디서 이렇게 많이?
붕괴 방사선량이 높아졌잖아. 거기 이끌려온 모양이야.
드미트리, 너는 병사들 데리고 일단 물러나. 404 소대, 전투 준비. 시생물을 물리친다.
Yeah, we can do this.
필요하신가요? 내림 성과가 있네요. 지금이라도 항복. 결과 아니죠.
And Queen Sweep, let's go.
지금이라도 항복. 결과 아니죠.
Got him. 4-4 on the Survey Corps put up a valiant resistance, but in the end they are forced to beat a fighting retreat into the depths of the mine. You mean the mine that's full of collapse radiation right now? Thanks to 4-4's supporting fire, the Ellids in the mine tunnels are temporarily cleared away, but they can still hear the howling of Ellid hordes some distance away. They take advantage of this brief respite to rest and reload.
으아, 여긴 무슨 시생물 양식장이야? 리스폰이 너무 빠르잖아. 큰 놈이고 작은 놈이고 끝도 없이.
아무래도 주변 시생물들이 전부 이리로 몰려온 것 같아. 당장 눈앞에 있는 놈들은 다 처리했지만 소리를 들어보면 아직 동굴 근처에 바글바글해. 이대론 빠져나갈 수가 없어. 하지만 계속 여기 가만히 있다간 동굴 내부의 방사선량이 계속 높아질 거야.
붕괴 입자는 얼마나 퍼졌어?
바람을 타고 계속 확산 중이야. 확산 속도는 일정해. 그런데 이상한 게 계속 퍼지고 있는데도 방사선량이 줄어들지를 않아. 그러니까
총량이 늘어나고 있다.
늘어나고 있다고? 그럴 리가. 붕괴 입자가 막 스스로 증식하진 않잖아.
클루카이 대장,
Andorus does not use her vocalizer modules for this. Instead, she requests comms with Klukai on level 2. She looks worriedly at the nearby soldiers from the Survey Corps. They lost even more people during the fighting just now. After realizing what Andorus has in mind, Klukai switches to level 2 comms as well.
무슨 일이야?
병사들의 방호복이 방금 전투로 여기저기 망가졌어. 덧대거나 교체할 소재도 없고. 방사선량이 계속 상승한다면 저들은 얼마 못 견딜 거야.
알았어. 방사선량이 임계치에 도달하기까지 얼마나 남았어?
확산 곡선과 농도 상승 추세가 이대로 유지된다면 약 2시간 정도.
They got time.
너는
More or less.
자네들 데리고 가서 근처를 방어해. 주변 상황을 최대한 파악하면서 시생물소를 줄여.
알았어.
After ending transmission, Klukai heads over to the Survey Corps troopers. Most of them are hurt. The blood and the mud from their journey have mixed and dulled to a dark brown which stains their ragged protective suits. Dimitri, who stands at their head, just finished encouraging his men. He is sitting against a rock wall and the soldiers he spoke to earlier are gone.
드미트리, 그쪽은 좀
산 놈은 살았고 죽은 놈은 죽었다.
방사선량이 계속 상승하고 있어. 여기 오래 머물 순 없어.
알아. 일단 형제들 숨 좀 돌리고.
He pauses, then his gaze settles on the radiation sensor Klukai is holding.
시간이 얼마나 남았지?
2시간.
그래. 2시간.
Dimitri falls silent. He looks at his men sitting in a group and he seems to be thinking about something. Perhaps he's running low on stamina, but his clenched fist is trembling slightly. However, he's doing his best to keep his face calm and steady.
우리
Suddenly, there's a violent shaking. Salt particles from the rock wall scatter like powdery snow. Dimitri stops talking and springs to his feet from where he's leaning against the tunnel wall.
지진?
Not far away, Andorus, who has been assigned to sentry duty, runs back while trying to keep her balance.
클루카이 대장, 폭발이야.
폭발이라고?
무슨 상황이야?
자세한 원인은 모르지만 과거에 요양시설에서 사용하던 천연가스 파이프가 일부 파손됐어. 다른 구역의 파이프 안에 아직 압축가스가 남아있던 걸지는 몰라. 시생물이 파이프를 망가뜨리는 바람에 가스가 폭발한 거 아닐까?
Oh great, so now they can be buried alive as well.
가스 유출? 그런 거 하나로 이 정도 충격이 발생할 순 없어.
그렇네. 폭발이 여러 곳에서 일어난 걸지도. 자세한 원인은 아무래도 폭발 원점을 살펴봐야 해.
재수가 없으려니까 별의별 일이 자꾸 터지는구만.
Andorus approaches the two of them and glances at her sensor.
마냥 나쁜 일만은 아니에요, 드미트리 씨.
이 상황에서 눈치도 없냐? 지금 농담 따먹게 할 시간 없어.
농담이 아니에요.
Andorus projects the data from the sensor.
폭발로 일부 구역이 무너져서 동굴 내부의 바람이 조금 잦아들었어요. 덕분에 붕괴 입자의 확산 속도도 많이 떨어졌죠. 이걸로 시생물을 처리하고 탈출할 시간을 더 벌었어요. 물론 여러분의 방호복을 보호하는 방법도 찾아야 하고.
A fortuitous omen.
사실 방금 보초 서고 있을 때부터 생각한 건데요. 야우드나 소금광산의 요양시설은 한때 번창했던 시절이 있었잖아요. 거기다 페로데우스 신도들도 이 일대에서 활동했으니 어쩌면 쓸만한 물자가 남아있지 않을까요?
Dimitri realized he was wrong about Andorus and licks not licks her lower lip, that'd be weird. Licks his lower lip awkwardly before clearing his throat. I mean, I would, but there's a time and place for everything.
맞는 말이군. 방금 내 말은 너네 인형들은 이런 상황에서도 참
He was just like,
못한다는 거다.
oh, yeah, you're right. Good job.
그야 저희는 알고리즘에만 기대는 기계니까요.
Dimitri sighs in relief after hearing the good news. He scratches his head in embarrassment, and his spirits seem to have lifted a little.
그럼 지금은 먼저 동굴안 상황을 파악하면서 다음 계획을 짜도록 하자.
하지만 동굴 내부는 여전히 붕괴 방사 선명이 높아. 일부 구역에선 방호복조차 무용지물일지도 몰라. 그에 비해 인형은 물론 붕괴 방사 선명이 너무 높으면 영향이 있긴 하겠지만.
Yes, until
일만 아래로는
we can still move
어려움 없이
freely
활동할 수 있어.
until the radiation reaches black zone levels. Clearly doesn't directly state her desired conclusion, but Dimitri looks away and lowers his voice.
우리는 여기서 대기하겠다. 정찰은 너희에게 맡기지.
동굴에 아직 시생물이 남아 있어. 여기 한 명 남기고 갈까?
아니, 우리는 방어복이 좀 망가졌을 뿐 총하고 칼은 멀쩡하다.
좋아. 안드리스, 비올카와 미스트에게 합류하라고 해. 동굴 전체를 수색할 거야.
알았어.
너희들의 실수는 사명사를 적으로 돌렸다는 거야.
It's another cutscene. 404 leaves. The end. Dimitri rubs his forehead and glances over at his surviving men, who are huddled together and discussing something quietly. There is barely concealed worry and fear in their eyes.
다들 기운 좀 내라. 인간이 인형보다 먼저 포기해서 쓰겠냐? 희생한 형제들 목까지 살아남아야 한다. 가서 걔네 가족들한테 소식은 전해줘야 하지 않겠냐? 케어도 좀 해주고.
Chins up, lads.
대장님, 그게 사실 그건 나중에 말하고. 보시면 됩니다. 신호가 잡힙니다.
The trooper holding his terminal is so delighted that his voice is trembling and he's on the verge of tears. He eagerly points to the monitor in his communicator.
전 그냥 기지국 세우러 간 형제들이 아직 살아있지 않을까 싶어서. 이제 우리 산 거 아닙니까?
The troopers seem to have been driven nearly mad by the possibility of the survival. They all crowd around, seemingly forgetting that they have terminals of their own.
이상한데? 이 신호 우리 전용 회선 아니잖아.
그게 무슨 상관입니까? 신호가 있다는 건 외부에 연락할 수 있다는 뜻 아닙니까? 대장님도 곧
It smells like a trap. It smells like a trap.
원군이랑 합류하면 매그니 시큐리티든 페로데우스든 겁낼 거 없습니다.
진정해. 저기 뿌리 미끼일 수도 있어. 메시지를 보내서 저쪽과 연결하는 순간 우리 위치가 들킬 거다.
하지만 이대로 포기할 수도 없지 않습니까? 대장님, 저 벌써 반년 넘게 아들 얼굴도 못 봤습니다.
Oh, don't let them pressure you into this. It's a trap! Just as Dimitri is torn between what to do next, the terminal which received the signal picks up an unfamiliar comms... Wait a minute. 5 seconds pass, but the request to pick up is still going. The monotonous dial tone echoes in the cavern, while the communication terminal's notification light keeps flashing. After thinking for a moment, Dimitri presses a few buttons on the terminal and silently shares the transmission with 404. through the regional comms frequency. After that, he hits the accept button. The communication link is successfully established, and an inorganic voice speaks over the line.
반갑습니다. 드미트리 원사.
Fuck! It was a trap!
누구냐?
저는 매그니 시큐리티를 지휘하는 인형 블루 스피어라고 합니다.
Dimitri's face twists into savagery as he hears the other person identify herself. He takes a deep breath, trying to speak as calmly as possible.
무슨 일이냐?
투항을 권고드립니다.
꺼져 새끼야!
I would like to request your surrender, screams angrily in Russian.
일단 조금 진정하시는 게 좋겠습니다. 언쟁은 시간 낭비일 뿐입니다. 여러분의 시간은 얼마 남지 않았습니다. 거기다
Blue Sphere pauses for a moment.
여러분이 현재 연결한 네트워크는 저희 쪽에서 구축한 것입니다. 여러분, 방금 통신 교란이 감지되었습니다. 404에서 외부의 호출을 시도했더군요. 물론 차단했고요. 이와 같은 행위가 다시는 없기를 바랍니다. 이해하셨습니까? 통신을 공유한 드미트리 원사, 그리고 외부 통신을 시도한 HK416이 각인된 전술인형. 권고에 불응할 경우 붕괴 방사 설량의 상승 속도를 높이겠습니다. 역시 너희가 한 짓이었네. 보다 간단한 방법으로 처리하고 싶었습니다만 결국 이렇게 부득이한 수단을 동원하게 됐군요. 인정하겠습니다. 여러분의 행동은 저의 예상을 뛰어넘었고 제 임무에 제법 큰 차질을 주었습니다. 그러니 저는 우리가 서로 편해질 수 있기를 바랍니다.
편해져? 개소리는 그만 짓거리라고! 너야말로 어디 구석에 꼭꼭 숨어 있어봐라!
저를 정면으로 상대하는 것은 최대한 피하시는 게 좋을 겁니다. 한 명도 남김없이 몰살당하실 거라고 100% 장담할 수 있습니다. 현재 광선의 각 출입구는 모두 폭파되었습니다. 여러분은 이제 나오실 수 없습니다. 출입구를 폭파했다고? 지금 상황에서 그런 짓은 폭탄 낭비에 불과해. 저는 분명 말씀드렸습니다. 일을 쉽게 해결하고 싶을 뿐이라고. 하지만 여러분께서 일을 복잡하게 만들고 계시죠. 저는 불의의 상황을 원치 않습니다. 제 고용주께서도 원치 않으십니다.
할 말 있으면 빙빙 돌리지 말고 빨랑 말해!
That's definitely a turn of phrase. Thank you for that, Dimitri.
저의 요구는 이미 명확하게 밝혔습니다. 다시 말씀드리지만 여러분의 투항을 권고드립니다. 저희가 부점에 부착한 감시 추적기가 파괴되어 있었습니다. 여러분이 아직 살아있다는 것은 그 부점을 처치했다는 뜻이겠죠. 하지만 그건 중요치 않습니다. 저는 여러분이 확보한 물건을 원합니다. 칩과 녹음기만 넘기신다면
Ain't no way.
얼마든지
No way, dude.
제시하셔도 좋습니다.
닥치고 전기양 꿈이나 꾸러 가라고! 네 놈들의 범행 증거가 거기 다 들어가 있는데 그걸 이놈들한테 넘길 것 같냐?
드미트리, 신소련군 출신. 당시 계급은 준이. 2064년 카타 장군을 필두로 한 신소련 강경파의 실각으로 남서지방 육군으로 전출.
The typical negotiation of when they say fuck off, you decide to pull up their entire biography.
2067년 W2067-0341 정화구역으로 전출. 7주로 철도 방위군에 편입. 2068년 징수품의 부정 축제가 적발되어 원사로 강등.
뭐 하자는 거야?
Thank you for the hydration checkpoint.
당신의 배경을 간단히 조사해봤습니다. 당신의 전우 니콜라스에 비해서 사고방식이 유연하시더군요.
That's funny that you're calling Dmitri the more intelligent one when Nikolai was kind of like the portrayal of intelligence.
제 요구에 응하신다면 당신과 부하들을 살려드릴 수 있습니다. 비록 일정 기간 동안 통신과 신변의 자유를 제한받겠지만
You shouldn't have added that thing on the end, and he might have slightly considered it. You'll have no freedom, but you'll be alive.
인간의 목숨은 하나뿐입니다. 부디 소중히 하시길 바랍니다.
The hand Dmitri is holding the terminal with trembles.
10분 내로 답변 부탁드립니다. 404 소대도 마찬가지입니다.
우리는 죽음 따위 신경 안 써. 네 조건은 우리에게 아무런 매력도 없어.
당신들께는 더 푸짐한 보수를 준비했습니다. 의뢰 내용을 변경하는 것에 대한 보상금입니다. 제가 알기로 당신들은 비정규 무력 관리국의 비공식 편제에 속해 있다고 자처하지만 본질적으로는 돈 받고 일하는 용병에 불과하죠. 저희 고용주께서 더 높은 가격으로 당신들을 고용해드릴 수 있습니다.
As if.
스스로 항복하고 이 기간 동안에 마인드맵 기록을 삭제하는 것만 확실한 답변을 주십시오. 동의하신다면 그 즉시 협력 관계가 성립할 것입니다. 당신들은 2세대 인형이긴 해도 인형인 이상 감정의 영향을 받지 말아야 합니다. 현실을 직시하고 최적의 판단을 내리길 바랍니다.
네 정보에 오류가 있네.
뭐라고요?
하이드 404 대원소 칩 의뢰편 제1조 의뢰 취소 또는 의뢰 측의 계약을 위반하는 상황을 제외하고 어떠한 이유로도 수행 중인 임무를 포기해서는 안 된다. 정해진 규칙은 반드시 따라야 해. 누구도 거스를 수 없어. 대장인 나도 마찬가지야. 게다가
Kukai pauses for a moment. Her tone becomes more forceful.
엘리트 인형으로서 너처럼 임무밖에 모르는 깡통 로봇을 보면 아주 가짠거든.
Taking a page out of Dimitri's book there, are you? Blue Sphere did not expect this response, and the channel goes silent.
잘한다. 젠장. 인형 말이 짜릿하게 들리는 건 난생 처음이네.
He's just like, oh fuck yeah, let's go.
어이 블루머시기.
Bleat balls. That's what I'm calling her now. Your name is not Blue Sphere, it's Bleat balls. Oh my god.
하나뿐이다. 하지만 그걸 어떻게 쓸지, 어디서 쓸지는 우리가 결정한다. 우리 목숨을 원하냐? 얼마든지 가지러 와봐. 그런데 아무래도 당장은 힘든가 보지?
언제든 가능합니다. 장단들이죠.
하, 그게 진짜면 너네 동굴 입구는 뭐하러 무너뜨렸냐? 그냥 쳐들어오면 될 거 아니야? 네가 굳이 이랬다는 건 대충 두 가지 경우의 수가 있겠지. 사실 너네 화력이 충분하지도 않고 붕괴 입자를 통제하는 것도 한계가 있다. 네가 하는 말은 순전히 허세다. 아니면 너는 지금 시간을 끌고 있다. 넌 지금 우리가 있는 광산에서 아직 멀리 있거나 아니면 뭔가 타이밍을 기다리고 있다. 저번에 매그니 시큐리티랑 싸울 때 인형 같은 건 못 봤거든.
She has been rustled.
이게 지금 누구 앞에서 약을 팔어? 야, 내가 처맞아가면서 전술 배울 때 넌 아직 나서 못
That fucking line goes hard. I was hustling when you were still a fucking screw in the toolbox. Suka. I fucking love Dimitri, dude. Dimitri is fucking amazing.
현명한 사람일 거라 기대했습니다만
Oh, he's an intelligent man, I'll tell you. More intelligent than you, tinhead.
그래도 당신과 직접 만나기를 기대하겠습니다.
The transmission ends and the signal cuts off. In her vehicle, Blue Sphere checks the call duration.
그들의 위치는 파악했습니까?
그래, 대강 파악했다.
인원을 재배치하고 화력을 집중하십시오. 각 출입구의 감시 인원은 철수시키지 말고 이미 폭파한 구멍도 계속 경계하십시오.
동굴 안에 설치한 붕괴 결정은 입자가 이미 완전히 방출됐어. 방사 선량이 단시간 내에 크게 상승하지 않을 거야.
현재 물자량으로는 광범위한 행동이 불가능할 겁니다. 동굴 안에 남은 시생물만 해도 충분한 위협이 됩니다. 저는 약 1시간 후 도착할 겁니다. 그때까지 어떠한 차질도 없어야 합니다.
알겠다.
호호호. It's heating up. 404 heads over to the entrance they used to enter the mine. As expected, it's been blasted shut.
언니! 돌덩이들을 한번 치우려고 해봤는데 너무 무거워서 아무래도 안 될 것 같아.
안드리스, 네 외장 장비 있잖아. 그걸로 뚫을 수 없어?
Andorus doesn't respond eagerly to Klukai like she usually does. However, she doesn't seem to have blue-screened either. Clearly, she's distracted by something.
안드리스,
클루카이 대장, 무슨 일이야?
뭐 신경 쓰이는 거라도 있어? 처리하기 힘들면 데이터랑 관련 프로세스를 내게 넘겨줘.
아니, 그냥 조금 불안해서. 방금 그 통신도 그렇고 조사부대 사람들은 지금 어떻게 됐을지.
조사부대 쪽은 당분간 걱정할 필요 없어. 그리고 블루스피어는 아까 말한 대로라면 본인이 직접 칩을 빼앗으러 오겠지. 그러니 미리 환경을 파악하고 물자를 보충해야
Time
수비와
for a little
반격을
high
대체할 수
energy
있어.
solution.
녀석이 얼마나 강한지는 알 수 없지만 그래도 반드시 맞서 싸울 준비를 해야 해.
아니, 내 말은 블루스피어의 말이 병사들에게 영향을 주지 않을까 해서.
영향? 블루스피어가 제시한 조건 말이야? 드미트리와 나 둘 다 확실하게 거절했어.
I don't think...
어떤
Yeah,
협력
I mean,
관계도 맺지
Andorus does
않을
have a point. Not everyone under Dimitri might feel that way.
알고 있어. 하지만 대장, 나는 그린존에서
But,
인간들과 많이 접촉해봤어.
give them the benefit of the doubt, like...
인간은 우리하고는 달라.
I don't know. They really made us, like, conflictive on the rest of them, because, like, obviously some of them are ride or die with Dimitri, but a couple of them are just like, I just want to see my kid again, dude, and, you know, that's a strong desire.
드미트리 씨가 한 말은 나도 믿어. 병사분들이 희생한 전우를 위해 흘린 눈물도 믿어.
I like to think Dimitri can keep them in check, though.
인간은 누구나 나약한 면이 있어. 블루스피어의 목적이 대체 뭔지는 모르겠어. 하지만 그자가 통신으로 제시한 조건은 병사들에겐 마치 폭풍우 쏟아지는 바다에 나타난 방주와도 같을 거야.
그렇게 말하니까 확실히. 전에도 저 사람들 계속 꼼수 부리면서 자기들만
I think this
이득
is a
보려고
situation where the dolls
목숨도
are
보장해준다는
trying to
소리를
predict
들었으니
human behavior,
누구 한 명이라도
but the case
동요하면
is that
모두가 줄줄이
Dimitri's
배신할지도.
got them under. He's got them under check.
클로카이 언니, 역시 조심하는 게 좋겠어. 만약 저 사람들이 저항하는 척하면서 뒤로 몰래 블루스피어랑 손잡으면 우린 정말 끝이야.
Mishti picks this moment to yawn, to the point of tears beading up in the corners of her little eyes, and then she reaches up to rub them clean.
너는 어떻게 이 상황에서까지 조는 건데?
She's been fighting a lot. Come on.
그치만 힘든 걸. 이번 임무 진짜 힘들어.
지나친 걱정은 하지 마. 지금 칩과 녹음기 모두 우리 손에 있어. 조사부대가 무슨 마음을 품든 현재 우리의 행동에 영향을 주진 못해.
Kukai looks around.
비올카, 여기에 경보기 하나 설치해. 매그니 시큐리티의 침투에 대비해서. 네트워크에 연결할 필요는 없고 움직임을 감지하면 즉시 최대 음량으로 경보 울리게 해. 수색 임무 석행.
Belka, use the alarm spell here. Scale it up to level 3.
움직이기 시작할 거야.
Sorry, 3rd level.
광산 내부의 상황을
That's how you say
최대한
D&D
파악해야
terms.
해.
Forofor searches around the location of the mine sanatorium while keeping track of their time and their distance from the survey corps. They check in with them at regular intervals to share what they've learned.
수색 시작한 지 거의 2시간 되어가지 않아? 거의 아무것도 없는 걸.
아마 요양원이 파산 신청할 때 갖고 있는 거 싹 다 팔아넘겼겠지.
아무 발견도 없는 건 아니야.
Andros pats a pipe beside her.
파이프에 천연가스가 조금 남아있어. 이거 화이트존에선 제법 감나가는 거야.
I don't think that's relevant right now, Andros.
그걸로 뭐하게. 아저씨들 온수 샤워라도 시켜주게.
Yeah, let's make an onsen for them. You know, keep the morale high and energize them before the final fight.
게다가 계기판 보니까 진짜 쥐꼬리만큼밖에 안 남았잖아.
근데 사실 우리 운 좋은 거 아니야? 천연가스는 폭발하는 거잖아. 이렇게 낡은 데선 막 가스도 새고 그럴 거 아니야.
Ah, makeshift explosives. Got it.
근데 우리 여태까지 부점이랑 시생물 잡으면서도 전혀 폭발 안 했잖아. 여기 인간들도 참 장치들이 아직도 작동하는데 좀 조치라도 취해놓고 가지. 어떻게 이런 위험한 것들을 그냥 버리고 가냐?
냄새만 맡아도
Sniffing noises.
가스는 없는 것 같은데.
그건 모르는 일이야. 도시가스는 일부러 냄새가 나도록 처리를 한 거고 원래 가스는 아무 냄새도 안 나거든. 그리고 지금은 옐로우존에서 천연가스를 안 쓰니까 가스 감지기를 갖고 다니는 사람도 어지간하면 없잖아. 혹시 모르지. 그래도 걱정할 필요는 없어. 천연가스는 농도가 일정 이상이 돼야 폭발하니까. 여기 면적이랑 가스 저장량을 고려하면
Then what was the point of
폭발이
this?
일어날 정도는 아닐 거야.
오, 그럼 다행이고.
Androspedia.
엄청나다.
그러게 말이야. 마치 지식을 엄청나게 쌓아둔
Isekai
무색의
mentioned
도서관 같아.
the great library of Andorus.
그린존에 있는 위성 도시에선 천연가스를 많이 쓰거든. 카페의 직원
Wait, did she work in a cafeteria before?
나와 있어.
Oh right, she worked at
좀
fucking
아닐 거야.
Zucchero, of course.
자자, 임무랑 상관없는 과학 교육 코너는 거기까지.
Yeah, totally irrelevant. Totally not going to be relevant later on. When there'll be a moment where, oh, the natural gas happens to be accumulating in this one location. Fire your gun. Upon reaching a fork in the road, Andra suddenly comes to a halt.
클로카이 대장, 발견한 게 있어.
뭔데?
오면서 계속 붕괴 방사선량을 측정하고 있었는데 여긴 다른 곳보다 수치가
아요?
현저하게 낮아.
Potential way out?
붕괴 입자가 아직 여기까지 안 퍼진 거 아니야?
안도리스, 붕괴 입자 농도와 풍속을 종합적으로 측정해. 측정 시간 5분.
Run that simulation.
알았어, 대장. 측정 결과 나왔어. 입자 밀도는 비교적 낮은 편이고 운동 속도는 상대적으로 높아. 운동 방향도 꽤 일관적이고.
드디어 찾았네.
응? 뭘 찾았다는 거야?
바람이지. 유속이 빠르다는 건 바람이 통한다는 거야. 광산 안에서 바람이 알아서 생겨날 리가 없잖아.
Clever
높은
Misty.
확률로 근처에
She's so
외부와
clever.
연결된 통로가 있다는 거지.
She's very smart. She may be sleepy, but she's very smart.
그렇구나. 미스티 너 보나마나 어디 애니메이션에서 배운 거지? 그럼 난 바로 언니 대신 출구를 찾아볼게. 글루카
No,
언니,
don't
내가
run
금방
ahead.
찾아올 테니까 기다려.
You brainlet.
아직 바람이 어느 쪽으로 부는지도 말 안 했는데.
괜찮아. 다행히 딱 맞는 방향으로 갔어.
저 녀석은
We
언제쯤이면
call that
지시를
fool's
기다리는
luck.
법을 알게 될까?
She just happened to go in the right direction. Klukai shakes her head and continues in the left-hand passage.
안드리스, 너는 저번 갈림길로 돌아가서 발견한 상황을 조사 부대에 공유한 다음에 다시 합류해. 미스티, 넌 따라와. 빨리 비올카를 따라잡아야 돼. 아직 시생물이 꽤 많아. 혼자 가게 두면 위험해.
Ellid fighting? Ellid fighting. We actually have a proper, like, mine map as well. Like, mines. Let's go. This is definitely not a one-turn thing.
필요하신가요?
So we'll put some guns down. Like so.
내림 성과가 있네요.
지금이라도 항복해.
Oh, it takes them out as well. Oh, excellent, dude. Wait, can we? Okay, we can get that.
지금이라도 항복해.
I don't think... Yeah, we can't get the one down there, but that's fine, because... Mishti is here. She can do it. Excellent. Don't you just love clearing continent in one turn? Excuse me.
구해줘서 고마워, 글루카이 언니. 시생물이 너무 많아서 하마터면
Brainlet.
다시는 못 볼 뻔했어.
다음에 또 멋대로 튀어나가면 버리고 갈 거야.
I don't think she's joking.
난 그냥 도움이 되고 싶어서 그런 건데.
뭘 잘했다고 억울해해. 지금은 긴급 상황이야. 약간이라도 실수하면 우리 모두가 위험해질 수 있어.
다시는 안 그럴게. 언니, 미안해.
After seeing that Belka seems sufficiently contrite, Klukai decides to drop the subject. A short distance away, Anders is running toward the group after passing on her findings to the Survey Corps. Hold on.
안드리스, 풍속은 어때? 변화 있어?
계속 데이터를 모니터링하고 있었어. 이쪽으로 갈수록 풍속이 빨라지고 있어. 출구가 바로 근처에 있을 거야.
좋아. 계속하자.
At last, 404 reaches the end of the mine tunnel. Yeah.
이게 뭐야?
I need to make G11's like a I need to make it like a Discord sound. No, I need to make a Twitch sound effect that you can redeem. That'd be the best thing. The tunnel entrance before them has been almost blocked off by rocks, but a wooden beam has fallen to deflect the stones in such a way that it is an irregular hole roughly 30 centimeters wide on the lower side of the entrance. There's no cut light coming in through the hole, probably because it's quite a distance to the outside, but they can hear the cold night wind of the yellow zone blowing through it.
이건 아무리 봐도 못 지나가겠네. 미스티 같은 땅.
You can't just call her that. She's not that small.
안드리스, 틈새 주변의 낙석 두께를 측정해봐. 낙석과 나무 지지대의 압력 상황을 가늠해서 너의 외장 장비로 뚫어버릴 수 있는지 계산하는 거야.
알았어.
She performed some quick measurements.
대장, 구멍을 조금 넓힐 수 있겠어. 지름 50cm. 어쩌면
I mean, 1 meter's enough, right? That'd be plenty.
충분해.
그리고 낙석 표면에 붕괴 결정이 붙어 있는 걸 보면 이 출입구는 아까 전에 폭발로 막힌 게 아니라.
So is it possible they don't know about this entrance, which would be kind of shitty until they got the location, but yeah. She looks down and thinks.
그렇다면 이곳은 적이 펼친 포위망의 맹점이 될지도 몰라.
Don't you think they'll hone in on your position the moment you make that hole, though?
조사부대가 철수할 수 있겠지.
아, 이제 와서 이런 말하긴 좀 그런데 내 예비 배터리 전력이 얼마 안 남았어. 그 외장 장비를 켜기만 해도 땡일걸. 공격은 못해.
Leather and Mishti were small enough to go through air vents in Paldiski. I mean, how big were those air vents? Have you played Starfield? Apparently air vents can be like 2 meters wide, so you never know. Air vents vary in size. Sometimes you would think sometimes you kind of presume that they build air vents just so people can crawl through them. They're like, some of them are just unreasonably spacious.
그 장비 전기 진짜 엄청 잡아먹는다니까. 이번에 챙겨온 전력 중에 절반은 걔한테 빨아먹혔어.
고생했어, 미슈티.
아직 그런 데서 칠 상황도 아니고 대리한테 꼭 개량하라고 말해야겠어.
Those are the kind of vents they have in fancy places. You could park a car in that air vent. That's how much luxury air they're getting.
그 대사도 여기서 나가야 칠 수 있지. 안드리스, 갈림길로 돌아가서 저쪽에 정보 공유해줘. 나머지는 제자리에서 대기.
Standing by.
너희들의 실수는 사공사를 적으로 돌렸다는 거야.
By the way, I wonder if some people are like a little miffed that I'm using that skin for Klukai's gun. I just think it suits her. I think it's one of the few like weapon skins they released where I think it kind of suits her, considering what she's like now. Hence why I'm using that over the traditional HK416 skin. They added a gun skin for Diane as well, actually, which looks pretty cool. So I might get that. Following Dimitri's orders, 404 returns to the mine tunnel where the survey corps are.
정말 그 출입구를 포기할
I've given
거야?
Mishti the traditional G11
도
though.
잘
Like,
살펴봤잖아.
some people think the G11 looks dumb. I really like the look of it. It's a very unique looking gun. So I've definitely like given her that as like a basic appearance. It's like with dolls like Macchiato, like the traditional WAR 2000 just goes way too hard to consider anything else. And you know, I presume she'd be all about that style. So, as nice as the skin is that she got, I prefer using the base WAR 2000. Well, not the base, but like the elite, the purple version, which is usually like the high-res traditional model. And then before that, it was mostly like funny skins, like the summer-themed one for Suome. Like, well, no, I'm not using that. I mean, you know, it's a skin. They do tactical skins through the PvP. Like, the PvP each season gives you, like, a, kind of like a tactical gun skin. Each time. I think it's mostly been LMGs, though, so far. Yeah, it is. The level of detail on the blue models is so lame. It's especially noticeable on the Mosin Nagant. Like, the purple Mosin Nagant just looks leagues better than the retired one, like the blue version. The blue version looks like a toy.
그래도 누군가 거길 지키는 게 좋지 않을까?
Makes me think of how they stretch things out in Ghost Recon Wildlands. Man, I wanted to like that game. Yeah, right? Like, you could have let us upgrade from the standard to like bigger things. Like, you could have done anything you wanted with like extended mags. You could have had a mag that goes up to like 70 or something. Or you could have it belt fed. Did you play Breakpoint? I did not. I kind of dropped Wildlands after like the first 20 hours. I was just like, I'm not getting anything out of this game anymore, so I just stopped playing it. I really wanted to like it for more, but I kind of just grew really bored of it.
클루카이 대장, 아까 전에 말했던 거 역시 조금 걱정이 돼.
I've seen at least one person spurg out that Daydream makes it so that G11 doesn't seem like it should actually function as a gun. Yeah, I took one look at the 5-star skin for that gun and I was just like, I kind of don't like this. This feels a little too this feels a little too how do you say it? A little too sci-fi magic for me. That's the case of a lot of the 5-star skins. I get what they were going for, but like, it's really hard to beat the traditional gun skins. There's a couple of exceptions to that rule. Like, I think some of the guns look good in their like modernized quote-unquote counterparts.
그래도 목소리에서 느껴져. 아직 뭔가 말하지 않은 속내가 있다는 게.
칩과 녹음기 모두 내가 단단히 보관할 테니까 너희는 경계 유지해. 만약 그 사람들이 배신한다면 우선 붕괴 방사선량이 높은 구역으로 후퇴해. 그쪽은 방호복도 파손됐고 탄약도 얼마 안 남았으니까. 대화는 이제 그만. 거의 다 왔어.
(404) returns to the tunnel where the survey corps is waiting, and they discover the troopers sitting around a patch of empty ground, quietly discussing something.
로렌, 이 위치 보여? 이따가 한 명 데려가서 바로 돌진해. 나머지는 신경 쓰지 마. 내가 최대한 전투 구역을 반대쪽으로 제한할 테니까.
효과가 있을까?
운에 맡기고 한번 걸어봐야지. 전황이 그 정도로 악화되지 않기를 바랄 수밖에.
알았어. 조작 끝나면 바로 돌아와서 가세할게.
What are they scheming?
그래.
After handing out assignments, Dimitri looks up to see 404 and signals them to come over.
지금 뭐 하는 중이야?
Klukai studies the patch of empty ground. It's covered with salt from the tunnels. There is a simple map and various symbols drawn on it. The upper part of the map has been circled for emphasis.
뭔지 모르겠지? 이건 작전 배치도다.
너희가 공유한 환경 정보에 따라 이 부근의 지형을 대충 그려봤다. 이걸로 붕괴 방사선량이 약한 곳에 미리 수비 병력을 배치해서 매근 이놈들의 허를 찌를 수 있지.
너희가 돌아다니는 동안 우리도 놀고 있진 않았다고.
Dimitri taps the circled part of the map and writes an F there. Klukai looks at the map.
매그니 시큐리티와 정면으로 붙을 셈이야?
그래, 놈들을 단단히 혼내줄 생각이다.
돌격은 물자 소모가 너무 심해. 현재 물자 상황으론 힘들어. 우리가 상대해야 하는 건 매그니 시큐리티뿐만이 아니야. 전투력이 미지수인 블루스피어도 있어.
네가 찬성하든 말든 무슨 상관이냐? 너희가 싸울 것도 아닌데. 너희는 우리가 싸울 동안 증거를 가지고 방금 발견한 구멍으로 빠져나가라. 인형은 그 뭐냐? 로컬 마인드 맵이란 게 있잖아. 그것도 어느 정도 증거를 할 수 있지.
You can lose all your limbs.
달달이 날아가는 건 상관없지만
Just make sure your brains are fine, alright?
챙겨.
Need those intact to extract the data.
그 구멍은 404의 화력으로 넓힐 수가 없어. 너희가 매그니 시큐리티를 막아서 우리에게 철수 시간을 벌어준다 해도 본질적으로 계획이 성립되질 않아.
After hearing her answer, the survey corps troopers laugh.
대장님이 따라했던 거 딱 그대로 아닙니까? 어떻게 말투까지 똑같냐?
봐봐, 쟤넨 머리통이 꽉 막혀서 못 떠올릴 거라고 했지? 이제 알았냐? 기계의 계산을 너무 믿지 마. 결국은 인간의 두뇌가 더 뛰어나니까.
아, 얘기 안 해서 진짜 다행입니다. 침상 밑에 꽁쳐놓은 마지막 보드카까지 다 따일 뻔했습니다.
The last crate of vodka. You couldn't bet that. That's your soul, dude. You can't bargain with that.
이 사람들 대체 무슨 소리야? 왠지
They making fun of you?
클로카의 언니를
Do they
무시하는
wanna
것
fight?
같은데. 무시하는 건 맞지. 나도 제 고지식한 건 인정하지만 안도리스 살짝 물러나 있어. 저 사람들이 이제 1분 아니 30초만 더 놀리면 클로카이가 폭발할 거야.
싸움은 안 좋은데.
You do wonder what the contamination suits for these guys are like exactly. It would be nice to know. I mean, you can see part of them. I can only presume that, like, they have a hood as well. As they see Klukai's face turn more and more grim, the troopers manage to settle themselves down in
다
time.
웃었어? 그럼 대체 무슨 계획인지 설명해 줄래?
구멍을 왜 못 넓히냐? 전기가 부족해서. 전기가 없으면 구하면 되지.
요양 시설은 전원이 진작에 끊겼고 천연가스 파이프에 아직 가스가 약간 남아있긴 하지만 발전기가 없어서 활용할 수가 없어.
Yeah, you see this here? I think this is the suit. But I think there's like a head component that they've omitted for like the sake of this. Unless for some reason it doesn't get in through your ears, which I don't think is a thing. I think they usually have like a hood or something that goes with this, but I think this under here, this is the suit.
뭘 그렇게 멀리서 찾아? 우린 남아도는 게 배터리인데.
Saying so, Dimitri points to the military backpacks off to the side.
이건 배터리?
그래, 전부 표준 단자에 규격 상관없이 뭐든 있으니까 쓸 수 있는 것들 다 가져가.
Yo!
배터리를 어디서 이렇게 많이... 드미트리 씨, 설마...
They took the batteries from the suits? Bruh! Just as she expected, most of the indicator lights on the suits have gone grey. Only a few people, including Dimitri, have their lights that are still on.
드미트리 씨, 이건...
Unable to compute what the troopers might be thinking, a neural car crashed! The Chad Survey Corp troopers. The decision was too Chad-worthy for Andros's poor virgin neural cloud, as it blue-screened entirely. Fuck.
이건 뭐? 보나마나 그
No,
전자도
she's
내로
malfunctioning.
계산했지? 지금 계산한 거 뭐야? 우리가 그 블루 모시기한테 항복할 확률?
Blia balls.
이놈들이가 조정관 돌려놓은 것 좀 보게. 뭔데? 이제 와서 진흙탕 싸움 한판 해보자 이거야?
아저씨, 잠깐만 성질내지 말고 내가 다 설명할게.
죄송해요.
야, 그걸 인정해버리면 어떡해?
머리 그만 굴려라. 인간의 선택이란 건
He's
너네
right.
썩덩어리들은
They were
평생
completely wrong.
세상은 확률이 전부가 아니야. 너네 프로그램에 적혀있는 승패의 정의, 그거 인간한텐 개뿔 아무 의미도 없어. 게다가 인간이 한 번 속이겠다고 마음먹으면 너네 같은 강철 대가리한테 들킬 것 같냐? 무시하지 마, 이 자식들아.
인간의 행위를 예측하기 어려우니까 더 조심하는 거야.
뭐, 참 잘했어요. 도장이라도 찍어주랴? 됐다. 지금 이딴 걸로 너네랑 입씨름할 시간 없어. 말랑 배터리나 챙겨가. 꾸물대다 탈출 못하고 핑계나 찾지 말고.
하지만 여러분이 위험해지잖아요. 전원이 꺼진 방호복도 어느 정도 효과가 있긴 하지만 그래도 성능이 크게 저하돼요.
누구 그거 모르는 사람? 어이, 우리가 장성열차에서 근무한 짬이 얼만데 이 답답한 자식을 너보다 모르겠냐?
지금 우린 양쪽 다 화력이 부족해. 이런 상황에서 방어복까지 약화시키는 건
미친 짓이지. 이 목 같은 세상 때문에 미쳐버린 거야.
This time he doesn't bother arguing. Instead, he decides to roll with what she's saying.
너희가 그랬지. 여기가 예전엔 신소련 땅이었고 비옥한 논밭과
Here comes the
자동차가
Chad
있었다고.
music.
인간이 생활하던 마을엔 푸른 산과 맑은 시냇물이 있고 우린 그런 좋은 시대에 태어나지 못했지. 제기를 그런 풍경은 본 적도 없어. 지금 여기에 있는 건 오로지 황무지뿐이야.
Virgin information doll. Crashes easily. Changes employers. Battery hungry. Versus Chad Survey Corp. Steadfast in all situations. Loyal to the end. Don't need no batteries. If there was ever a glowering advertisement to join the URNC Survey Corp, I don't know what to tell you, dude. I would sign up in a heartbeat. Kukai is confused. She's not sure what he's trying to say.
오면서 정착지에 사는 사람들도 다 봤지. 계속 낡아빠진 집에 숨어 살면서 늙어 죽거나 병들어 죽거나 아니면 시생물한테 잡아먹히는 것만 기다리는 사람들 말이야. 그건 옐로우 존이니까 어쩔 수 없는 거라고 할 수도 있지. 그런데 그럼 그린 존이나 화이트 존은 뭐 나은 게 있나? 잘 생각해봐. 이 세상은 어디나 다 개판이야.
Oh, absolutely, Tomato. It's the ones that were either kicked out. Those are the ones that got kicked out. The ones that weren't accepted for like the railway corp or anything else. They just went into the yellow zone and became bandits. They joined the Varjägers.
과거의 인류는 이 세상의 모든 땅을 누볐었지. 그런데 그 빌어먹을 붕괴 입자가 퍼진 이후로 다들 구석에 꼭꼭 숨어서 살아야 해. 얼마나 한심하냐?
His voice suddenly fills with anger.
이미 이렇게 한심한 꼬라진데 아직도 정신 헷가닥한 놈들은 지들 깜빵을 사치스럽게 꾸며놓고 편하게 누워있지. 매그니 시큐리티, 페러데우스, 그리고 그 어쩌고 저쩌고 그룹. 그 자식들에게 우리가 뭐라도 해야 돼. 안 그러면 도저히 분이 풀리지 않아.
맞습니다. 그놈들은 반드시 응보를 받아야 합니다.
원래 카터 장군님이 사라지시고 신소련도 없어진 뒤로 제복을 입는 의미도 없어졌다고 생각했었다. 그런데 말이야, 이 정화 프로젝트란 게 보기엔 영 어설퍼도 그나마 조금씩 우리의 것이었던, 우리 인류의 것이었던 영역을 되찾아오고 있어. 나는 철도군에 있으면서 계속 그걸 지켜봐왔어. 내가 무슨 파벌 소속이든 신소련이 무슨 꼴이 되든 이 프로젝트를 지키는 일과는 관계가 없어. 한 명의 군인으로서, 한 명의 보통 사람으로서 이 입장은 절대 흔들려선 안 돼. 그리고 나는 지금 신소련의 대지 위에 서 있다. 강경파의 사나이로서 나는 조국의 땅을 지키기 위해 뭐든지 했었다. 그리고 그건 지금도 마찬가지야.
His words fired up the soldiers around him. This crude and brutish sergeant is used to having his actions speak for him. He's berated every man here before, and he's also stood at their head to lead them. Everyone here knows that there's a fire burning in his heart, but they never once knew where his anger came from. Perhaps what drove Dmitri to depression wasn't the destruction of his ideals, being rejected by the people around him, or the things left unsaid with his friend that he would never get to resolve. He was deeply unhappy with this world, and yet he loved it dearly. There was no way someone as passionate as him could sit back and watch the world march to destruction without feeling a thing. Naturally, he hated himself for being too insignificant, too weak to do anything about it. But ever since he joined the armed forces and pledged to protect the Neo-Soviet Union, he has never once put down the gun in his hand or in his heart. His words remind the men of the Survey Corps of the oath they took once they swore to join the NSU army to help push toward the purification project. But every time, things have not turned out like they had wanted. But even if things do not turn out as planned, as long as they can do what they can for the sake of their oath, it will serve as the kindling for flames of hope, the bedrock on which civilization can be rebuilt. This vast land will bear the proof that they have existed. Nobody knows who was the first, but one by one, the troopers straighten up. Solemn looks on their faces before looking toward Dimitri and saluting him.
나는 이게 이성적인 판단이라고 생각 안 해. 볼로스피어의 전투력은 차치하고라도 지금 너의 상태론 매그니 시큐리티와 대적할 수 없어. 정면에서 맞붙는 건 404가 맡아야 승산이 있어. 너희가 남아봤자 개죽음일 뿐이야.
아까 말했잖아. 인간이 생각하는 승패는 너희가 정의하는 것과 다르다고. 뭐가 승리냐? 우리가 봤을 때 누구든 증거를 가지고 탈출하기만 하면 그게 바로 승리다. 덤으로 저 망할 놈들을 단단히 혼내주면 더 좋겠지만 말이야.
표현을 바꿀게. 너의 계획을 따랐을 때 404가 칩을 가지고 이곳을 이탈하는 데 성공할 확률은 높게 잡아도 24%밖에 안 돼. 그리고 조사부대 전원이 전사할 확률은 100%고. 이 계산 데이터는 정확해. 지금이라도 계획을 수정하는 게 좋을 거야.
나원 이거 기계가 날 논리로 기만하려고 드네.
무슨 말인지 모르겠어.
Kulkai's tone is a little stiff, but the look in her eyes says she isn't going to back down.
심취 떼기냐? 그럼 어디 말해봐. 404가 남아서 적에 맞서고 조사부대가 칩을 가지고 떠날 경우 한 5%는 나와? 여기 남으면 죽겠지. 그럼 나가면 살 수 있냐? 우리 목숨을 어떻게 쓸진 우리가 정해. 너네 깡통들은 이것저것 걱정 좀 작작하라고. 게다가 말이야, 정면을 너네 무쇠딱지한테 맡겨봤자 강대강으로 붙는 거 말고 뭐 할 줄 아는 건 있냐? 이런 상황에선 전술을 써야 돼.
You have to be tactical, right?
전술.
Like, what are you? Like, remember, what are you? Tactical dolls. Be tactical.
우리도 알아서 최선책을 선택할 거야. 네가 걱정할 거 없어.
최선책? 저쪽에도 인형이 있는데 그 자식이 내놓는 최선책이 뭐 너네보다 못할 것 같아? 너희가 데이터만으로 도출한 계획쯤은 저쪽도 똑같이 예상할 거다. 그러면 너희 눈 뜨고 얻어맞는 수밖에 없어.
너희는 지금 인간의 잠재력을 과신하고 있는 거야. 객관적으로.
After seeing Klukai wants to press the point, Dimitri clicks his tongue in annoyance.
됐다. 이제 그만. 기계는 기계답게 그 꽉 막힌 로직대로 일이나 잘하라고. 뭐가 이렇게 쫑알쫑알 잔소리가 많아. 그리고 우리가 너네 고용주다. 너희 명령 잘 듣고 제대로 수행만 하면 돼. 알았어. 인형 따위가 뭘 안다고.
Dimitri's tone is unyielding as ever, and his expression shows no sign of softening. He quickly rips off the battery from his suit and throws it into the backpack. The remaining troopers follow him without the slightest bit of hesitation. Now, all the lights on the protective suits have gone out.
이해가 안 돼. 인형은 망가져도 기억을 약간 잃을 뿐이야. 하지만 인간은 망가지면 바로 죽어. 그렇기 때문에 인간은 보통 본능적으로 자기 목숨을 부지하는 걸 가장 우선시해. 하지만 너희의 선택은 이걸 완전히 위배하고 있어. 그 선택을 난 이해할 수가 없어.
됐으니까 그만 다치라고.
여기서 시간 낭비하지 말고 명령대로 해. 명령대로. 알았어? 알았음.
말했잖아. 이해가 안 된다고. 하지만 너와 너희의 선택을 존중하고 이해하겠어.
You just said you don't understand it.
맞아.
뭐냐? 갑자기 진지하게 부르고.
As he looks at the solemn expression on Klukai's face, Dimitri realizes what she means. Perhaps humans and dolls will never be able to think the same way and reach the same conclusions. But at the very least, they can have the same goals.
가식 떨지 마라.
Although he still looks like he can't be bothered with any of this, Dimitri holds his hand out to
한번
Klukai.
반복한다. 잘 듣고 기억해라. 우리는 루크사트주의 합중국연맹 오염지대 관리 및 복구 추진청. 그 케이스의 내용물을 멀쩡하게 가지고 나가라. 이 광산 밖으로, 오염지대 밖으로. 알겠나?
의뢰 확인. 우리는 칩과 녹음기를 안전하게 판출하여 루크사트주의 합중국 연맹에서
They solemnly shake hands, and then Dimitri's face cracks into a smile.
이제야 좀 마음에 드네. 좀 진작에 이렇게 말 잘 들었으면 얼마나 좋아. 아유, 씨. 내가 하늘에 맹세하는데 쇳덩이들하고 협력하는 건 이번이 절대로 마지막이다. 생각 바뀌기 전에 빨리 가.
무은한 피로.
They've argued every step of the way here, but before bidding each other farewell, they finally shake hands and make peace with each other. The proximity alarms Hyde 404 left in the mine entrances begin to go off 20 minutes after they leave. The final battle is at hand. Oh, what a lovely little concentration of troops over there. Just in case.
내림 성과가 있네요. 지금이라도 항복해.
I like big damage numbers.
별거 아니죠.
That should take out the rest.
지금이라도 항복해. 별거 아니죠.
언니, 단기 통신 증폭기 설치 끝났어. 이제 조사부대와 통신 가능해.
드미트리, 들려?
There is a short burst of static, followed by Dimitri's annoyed voice.
일이나 해.
안드레스, 외장 장비 거치. 미스티, 너는 예비 팩토리 영들 도와줘. 알겠어, 클루카이 대장. 부탁할게, 미슈티.
알았어. 혹시 빨리 끝나면
Mishti hesitates for a moment and decides not to finish the sentence.
지금 임무에 집중해. 뷰카, 경계 유지. 주위 100m 안에 위험 요소 없게 해. 매그니 시큐리티의 병력은 최대한 회피. 만약 마주쳤을 경우 즉시 처치해.
맡겨만 줘, 언니.
4 or 4 members take their positions, and the sound of the survey corps exchanging fire with Mangi security comes in over the comms channel.
이 팀 5번 포인트로 후퇴. 적을 안으로 유인한다. 3팀 우측에서 협공.
대장님, 합치 완료. 다음 지시를.
The trooper's voice is drowned out by a torrent of gunfire, and he says no more. Reality is as cruel as ever.
3팀 응답하라. 3팀 응답하라.
위협. 3팀은 이미 전원 전투능력 상실.
5팀 빈자리 채워.
예. 대장님, 여기는 4팀. 희생문단.
발빠른 놈부터 처치하고 적의 진로를 유인해. 노렌과 사공사 쪽으로 보내지 마라.
The battle rages on. The regional channel is filled with sounds of gunshots, static, and the howls of the Elids. There are fewer and fewer responses to Dimitri's voice. Dimitri silently counts up the number of survivors, then grits his teeth and makes up his mind.
노렌, 그쪽 상황은?
지금 도착했어. 희생문을 만나서 조금 늦었어. 카운터풀은 이미 열었어. 이제 나밖에 안 남았네.
Is he gonna blow the whole place up?
지금 바로
Although he's doing his best to pretend that there's nothing wrong with him, his voice trembles a little. Nobody can be completely unmoved by death.
그래. 거기서 잠시 관찰하다가 제대로 작동하는 거 확인하면 연락해라.
전원! F 포인트로 후퇴한다. 후퇴하면서 탄약 잔량에 주의해라. F 포인트에 가까워지면 적과 거리를 좁혀 적의 움직임을 유도한다.
Having received their orders, the soldiers murmur their assent and begin their final relocation. On 404's side.
F 포인트라. 아까 그 작전 배치도에서 엄청 중요하게 표시돼 있었지? 거기라면 우리가 맨 처음에 전달한 환경 정보에 있지 않았나?
공공 샤워장 근처의 파이프 사이. 3면이 폐쇄된 좁은 공간이야. 샤워장으로 통하는 가스 파이프와 수도관은 모두 거길 지나가.
Yeah, they're gonna blow it.
그럼 설마 클로카이 언니 그 사람들
They're luring them into a powder keg to detonate it.
안도리스 말대로면 천연가스는 파이프 전체에 흩어져 있잖아. 가스가 샌다 해도 농도가 낮아서 폭발을 일으키기엔
That's
부족할
why they
거야.
turned on the compressor valve.
그쪽은 신경 쓰지 마. 우리 임무를 우선시해. 안드리스, 미스티, 그쪽 상황은 어때?
예비 전원 연결 성공. 프로그램 로딩 가능해.
즉시 시작해. 프로그램 로딩 완료 후 즉시 예열 시퀀스 실행. 발사 전 1분부터 카운트다운 개시.
알았어.
After giving out orders, Klukai switches to the comms frequency.
디미트리, 이쪽은 프로그램 로딩 단계에 진입. 그쪽은 아직 버틸 수 있어?
당연하지. 우리가 만만해 보이냐? 로드! 지점 포착 후 사격 중지! 내 지도를 기다려라!
The channel briefly goes quiet.
블루스피어는 나타났어?
이쪽은 아직. 다만 호퇴한 다른 팀이 놈을 목격했다는 보고가 있다.
A deafening gunshot blends an ear-piercing shriek with from an Aelid.
디미트리, 무슨 일이야? 디미트리!
There is no response from the channel for a long time. About 5 minutes later, all noise from the other side slowly fades.
이제야 만나는군요.
비올카, 단기통신 증폭기 파괴해. 404차는 통신 끊어.
The transmission cuts off.
드디어 끝났다. 돌아가면 하루
Dang, dude. That's really the end of them. That's kind of a oh, cutscene.
404와 통신이 끊어진 이상 이건 이제 쓸모가 없겠군요. 통신병 한 명만 남기고 나머지는 404를 수색하세요. 조사부대 생존자는 발견 즉시 사살할 것. 일일이 보고할 필요 없습니다. 드미트리 원사, 대부분의 경우 절대적인 전력차 앞에선 어떤 전술도 의미가 없습니다. 그렇기 때문에 극소수의 사례가 전설로 남는 것이죠.
똥이나 처먹어.
404는 어디 있습니까?
글쎄다. 하도 싸돌아다니길 좋아해서 말이지.
당신들은 미끼이고 칩은 저쪽이 가지고 있다는 걸 알고 있습니다. 시간을 끌려고 해도 소용없습니다.
어디 실컷 찾아보시지. 굳이 물어보는 걸 보니까 여기 지형도 잘 모르나 보지. 코미디 찍냐? 여기서 페로네우스랑 그렇게 붙어먹어 놓고 말이야. 그 총만 없었으면 너네 같은 덜 떨어진 놈들은 내가 진작에 대가리를 터뜨려 놨어, 이 새끼들아!
그렇군요. 하지만 제겐 시간이 없습니다. 안타깝군요. 당신이 상황을 이해하고 올바른 선택을 했다면 그가 죽을 필요도 없었을 텐데.
God damn it. Damn fucking Ellids. It's always Ellids, dude. The fuck do they even come from?
필요하신가요? 내린 성과가 있네요.
지금이라도 행복해.
Beautiful potato.
별거 아니죠.
지금이라도 행복해.
별거 아니죠.
졸려.
무의미한 저항을 그만두십시오. 이것이 마지막 경고입니다. 급소는 피했습니다. 부하분께서는 아직 살아있습니다. 딱 5분 드리죠. 다음은 심장을 노릴 겁니다. 인간의 목숨은 단 한 번뿐이죠. 무엇보다 중요한 건 살아남는 것 아닙니까? 살해서 집에 돌아가고 싶으시죠? 다시 한번 묻겠습니다. 404는 어디 있습니까?
너한테 그걸 알려주면 우린 뭘 얻을 수 있지?
당신과 저기 부하분을 살려드리겠습니다.
그럼 다른 녀석들은 개 죽음이라는 거냐?
뭘 원하시죠?
조이금이다.
좋습니다. 진작에 그렇게 나오셨으면 다른 부하들도 죽지 않았을 텐데. 드미트리 원사. 자, 말씀하시죠. 404는 어디 있습니까?
404는
슬슬 한계이신가 보군요. 솔직히 말하시면 바로 치료해드리겠습니다.
404는 그놈들은 지금쯤 이놈들 귓구멍 털어먹으러 갔다 이 새끼들!
Hey, that's my boy! Umber! Pocket Sand! He used the Pocket Sand!
늦었습니다.
Dimitri, no!
포기하실지를 모르는군요. 디미트리 완사.
Let it be known, Dimitri is how you pull off a good arsehole character well. He might be an asshole. He's honorable till the end. That's more than a meter wide. I'm just gonna say it.
모든 조명을 꺼. 전원 신속하게 도보로 철수한다. 북서쪽으로 전진.
He went down a hero. I need an F in chat for our boy Dimitri. And all the Survey Corp troopers. Fuck me. They did it.
알았어, 대장.
They fucking blew that joint sky high. I salute our fallen comrades.
저기, 나 갈림길 쪽으로 돌아가서 그 아저씨들한테 연락하고 올까?
Klukai glances back at the mine entrance. It is spewing flames and belching smoke, like an actual smoke signal, sending a warning of danger into the distance. As she watches the plume of smoke rise into the sky, her gaze hardens.
철수.
404 runs through the night as explosions go off non-stop behind them.
드디어 끝났다.
Hobson's Choice.
하루 종일 자도
What a name for that mission. They move quickly, avoiding Ellard attacks as best as they can, but the sustained high-output movement is rapidly draining what little of their charge remains.
클루카이 대장, 20분 이내에 에너지를 보충하지 못하면 행군 속도를 낮춰야만 해.
알았어. 현재 속도 유지하면서 전진.
지금 가는 방향 괜찮은 거 맞아? GPS 없이는 길 잃기 딱 좋은데.
별을 보고 방향을 알 수 있어. 이곳은 폭풍이 빈번하다 보니 하늘이 그린존이나 화이트존보다 맑아. 지금 우리는 대충 임시거점 방향으로 제대로 가고 있어.
She can see the stars?
포인트의 위치를 알기가 힘들 뿐이야.
그건 오니아로 퉁칠 수준이
Ah, we're
아니잖아.
super screwed.
엄청 심각한 상황인데 우리 정말 아저씨들이 맡긴 거 가지고 나갈 수 있을까?
뭐라? 미스티가 웬일로 포기를 안 하네?
Character development.
그 사람들 그렇게 말하고 목숨까지 바쳤으니까 나도 지금 이게 어떤 기분인진 잘 모르지만 애니에서 비슷한 장면을 자주 봤어.
It's an anime all the
있어서
time.
그 사람들은 엄청 대단한 군인들인 거지. 그러니까 좀 힘내보려고. 나도 애니
Yeah,
주인공처럼
yeah, that's the spirit.
이 사명과 부탁을 완수하는 거야.
Be that super cool protagonist.
엄청 멋있지 않겠어?
멋은 안 중요하거든. 그래도
Belka glances at Klukai, who's running at their head.
난 여기서 망가지는 한이 있어도 언니를 도와서 임무를 완수할 거야.
모두 의욕이 넘치네.
하지만 의욕을 에너지로 삼을 수는 없는 걸. 지금 남은 전력으론 우리 넷이 여기 빠져나가기만 해도 다행이야. 아휴, 이런 마법 하나 있으면 좋겠다. 막 봉인 해제 하고 외치면 눈앞에 보급소가 나타난다.
And then a supply drop appeared in front of them.
그럼 지금 외쳐.
에?
보급소를 찾았어.
Magic! Klukai gestures, signaling for the three of them to stop.
저건 매그니 시큐리티?
저 사람들 광산 안에 있지 않았어?
아마 원래부터 바깥에 배치해둔 병력이겠지. 우리가 빠져나온 동굴을 발견하지 못했어도 광산 주위에 어느 정도 포위망이 깔았을 거야.
잠깐만, 방금 보급소라고 말한 게 설마? 안 돼, 너무 위험하다고.
조건이 없다면 만들어내면 돼. 게다가 저쪽은 사람 수도 적으니까 승산이 있어. 404 전투 준비. 적을 섬멸하고 작전
Blunder.
물자를 탈취한다.
The good old loot and scoot. Or as they say in Delta Force, loot, shoot, and time to scoot. What do we got? Okay, okay.
필요하신가요?
Still have support troops, which is interesting. Let's put those there. Yep. Ooh, okay. I don't know about this. This is kind of an awkward layout to work with. So, no, we can't hit that guy, so...
내림 성과가 있네요.
Thing is, if we topple this, it takes them out, but it doesn't really do much about this guy. We might have to two-turn this, which is fine, honestly. Like... So let's just start off with this.
결과 아니죠.
And then we can... Can we get up here? I wonder. Yes, we can. Wait, did that not... Wait, hold on. Oh, it didn't hit two enemy... Right, okay, hold on. There we go.
별거 아니죠.
Is the new Delta Force any good? It's okay. Like, the extraction shooter mode is pretty fun. That's mostly the mode I played. I haven't actually played the Battlefield mode in it at all. But I've heard it's dreadful with microtransactions. Like, they almost kill the experience of the game, which is kind of sad to hear, to be honest. Ah, not quite. Whatever. They're not attacking the turrets, which is interesting. Oh yeah, the cheaters are really bad in it as well. They don't have a very good anti-cheat. It's sad that a game like that just kind of gets killed by that kind of thing, you know? While the battle rages on, Klukai looks around from where she's hiding behind cover and sets her sights on the jeep that's guarded by only one trooper.
천원 주문. 내가 10시 방향에 있는 매그니 차량을 탈취하겠어. 비엘카, 미스티, 현재 위치에서 화력으로 적 진영을 분단시켜.
You're losing your mind waiting for Marathon? I'm not too fussed about the new Marathon, to be honest.
차량의 무장을 제압해.
I think I'll always just be a fan of what Marathon was and not what it is becoming. So I can't... It's hard... I think the new Marathon is definitely for, like, Destiny fans. As someone who never liked Destiny and hasn't really had a good track record with Bungie lately, I find it hard to be excited about it. Yeah, that's fair. I think it's just not for me. I don't think it's my kind of thing. Because most of my marathon experience was kind of like a satellite to my Halo experiences. So it's kind of heavily tied to that. As Klukai gives the order, 404's dolls split up and deploy. The isolated troopers are caught completely off guard by the sudden ambush and panic. Some of the men on the outer perimeter try to drive away, including the man Klukai marked earlier. Andorus opens fire to intercept him. Meanwhile, Klukai uses his opportunity to reach the vehicle. Die! God, I wish you'd say that to me. Klukai coldly opens fire. Her bullet pierces the vehicle's windshield and the driver is hit. He loses control of the vehicle, which comes barreling towards Klukai. She seizes the opportunity and leaps on top of the vehicle before slipping into the cabin through a side window. She opens the door and throws the stunned driver out. Then she takes his place, steps on the gas, and turns the steering wheel around, sending the jeep towards the other three dolls. Oh, he was just stunned. I thought he was just dead. Like, she shot him dead, but no, he was just stunned. She just did like a GTA-style hijack. After hearing the command, the others climb into the jeep. She glances at the GPS and quickly figures out the current location. She drives towards 404's temporary base, chased by the sound of security gunfire. We continue. This stream has been so fucking long. It's been such a long stream. After evading pursuit from Mangi Security, 404 organizes the various supplies inside the Mangi Security Jeep before topping themselves off at their own discretion.
운 좋게도 물자가 많은 차를 골랐네. 부품이 없어 소체 수리는 못해도.
운 좋게 얻어 걸린 거 아니야. 이 차엔 사람이 한 명밖에 안 탔는데 5명씩 탄차하고 바퀴 자국 깊이가 같았어. 그러니 분명 물자를 많이 실었을 거라 판단한 거지.
Man, she succeeded that perception check.
역시 우리 언니야.
개인 정비 끝내면 바로 하차해. 이 차의 위치 추적기가 달려 있는지는 모르겠지만 매그니 시큐리티가 쫓아오지 않도록 다시 도보로 움직여야 해.
저장한 환경 정보와 오프라인 지도를 대조해봤어. 이 근처에 버려진 정착지가 하나 있을 거야. 지금 우린 야시 모듈이 망가진 인원도 있고 곧 붕괴 폭풍도 올 것 같으니까 거기 가서 쉬는 게 어때, 대장?
좋아.
They climb down from the vehicle, then begin heading in the direction Andorus indicated, toward the settlement. Fortunately, they reach the settlement before the collapse storm hits.
정지. 각자 개인 정비해. 에너지를 아껴야 하니까 비올카와 안드레스가 번갈아서 야시 모듈 켜고 경계 서.
알았어, 대장.
After that, the ruins are plunged into darkness. Klukai takes her turn out again. She doesn't expect the signals to come back on or for him to reply. Instead, she just stares at the long list of messages reading, "Where are you?" and it seems to grant her a small measure of peace.
전에 그 군인들이랑 같이 행군할 땐 불침번도 환하게 불 켜고 했었는데 지금은 아무도 없으니까 정말...
어차피 인형은 조명이 별로 필요 없으니까. 나랑 클루카이의 야시 모듈이 망가진 거 아니었으면 여기 올 때도 전혀 필요 없었는데.
Mishti leans against a nearby wall.
근데 조금 잠이 안 오네.
As Andorus polishes her gun, she begins unconsciously humming the soldier's song.
안도리스, 그거 흥얼거리지 마. 지금 들으면 기분이 이상해.
We must keep the tradition alive.
미안, 나도 모르게 저절로...
Unlike how the other three dolls are showing signs of relaxing, Klukai has calmed herself down and her expression is cold as she silently regards the box which the soldiers gave her.
이번 임무 반드시 완수해야 해.
The rope binding the box has come a little loose. Klukai carefully undoes it and prepares to tie it back up again.
경고, 커다란 열원 반응 감지. 대장 기준으로 8시 방향.
전원! 즉시 가까운 어폐물에 숨어!
Before she can finish speaking, she hears the sound of bullets ripping through the air behind and to her left. Since she can't see, she's forced to swiftly duck on pure instinct. Although she avoids being directly and fatally hit, the high-energy particle flux around the shots ruthlessly melts through her right elbow, and her forearm flies free along with the case.
젠장! 미스티!
Mishti, who is nearby, leaps out and grabs the box. Inertia sends her rolling across the ground, but the box, clutched tightly to her chest, is safe.
위험했다.
미스티, 뒤!
Oh! Mishti doesn't even get the chance to look back before a shockwave slams her into a nearby wall. The ruined wall collapses and Mishti's pinned under part of it, unable to get free.
너는...
블루 스피어라고 합니다.
Blue sphere, blue sphere. Ah, it's Bleat Balls! She survived! Fuck! A creepy mechanical creature they've never seen before stands at the exact spot where Mishti just landed. Mangi security troopers begin streaming in around her.
굳이 미리 차에서 내려서 기습한 거야? 그렇게 신중하게 구는 걸 보니
It really does look like something from Metal Gear Rising, doesn't it? So I'm guessing this is her, like, alternate form, kind of like how Darcher had like, her, like, you know, crazy boosted form. So I'm guessing all these third-gen dolls have this alternate mode, which is just, like, full fuck-off balls out mode.
확실히 더 이상 실수할 수는 없습니다.
Blue Sphere waves a hand, and the troopers spread out, forming a rough semicircle. She stands in the middle of the encirclement, and she truly is a gruesome sight. Much of her synthetic skin peeled off, exposing engorged muscle fiber bundles that bear scorch marks. You know, that isn't really conveyed in the art, but I guess I can picture it. No, it's definitely not reverse collapse style transformation. I think, yeah, this is like more Naito adjacent, but this is definitely like kind of a bridge between the old Naito like systems and the Shrike cells. I think it's like, you know, it's like the missing link of evolution between humanity and the primates. Parts of the jet black metallic endoskeleton are twisted at bizarre angles, supporting a still vaguely human-shaped torso. From the configuration, her limbs can no longer be described as arms or legs. They are entwined together in a state that alternates between stiff and twisted, their ends split into what looks like bestial or human hands. Klukai knows that this is definitely not normal, but she cannot work backward from Blue Sphere's current state to figure out what she might have looked like before this. She looks like a patchwork mess of hastily cobbled together repairs, but close analysis reveals that the welding points between each segment of her body are very regular, as though this was how they were meant to be. I'm surprised there's welds at all. This creature looks especially gruesome against the backdrop of the night and the storm, as though she had abdicated her place as a doll. Only her emotionless face allows her to be identified at all.
센스가 참 독특하네.
Get it twisted?
부랴부랴 쫓아오느라 고생 많았지?
Blue Sphere, who had originally ignored Klukai's taunts in favor of glaring at Mishti, suddenly raises a gun and points it at Klukai. Her target has already switched to her remaining left hand and has taken aim at her.
조사부대의 잔존 병력이 저에게 어느 정도 타격을 주긴 했지만 지금의 당신들만으론 여기서 벗어나는 건 불가능합니다.
Honestly, yeah. Like that right there, that's a fucking wallpaper. I can probably grab the image from elsewhere, but I'm gonna save that.
그건 해봐야지.
글루카의 언니를 건드린 녀석은 내가 절대 가만 안 둬!
Belka and Andrus point their guns at Blue Sphere, while Mishti struggles from where she's buried under the rubble. However, Blue Sphere pays no heed to her.
물건을 내놓으세요. 그러면 당신들의 임무는 종료입니다.
널 배품 수거장으로 보내주기 전까진 아니야. 404 소대 전투 준비.
You're really gonna fight her with one arm? It's pretty metal. Oh my god. Okay. That is a lot more horrifying when you see the model for it. She's kind of freaky. But, you know how it goes. This would be an epic fight if it was slightly more, difficult. But, oh my Jesus Christ. Man, they kind of go crazy with some of those physics, huh? Okay, we get a nice little thing here. Creates tiles with various effects, unaffected by control effects like stun, taunt, command, prohibition, or frigid. Cannot take cover due to its large size, able to support different support units. Cool, literally any of that would be relevant if I couldn't just do this. Beep beep. I'm sure in the challenge mode it'll be a bit more challenging. Holy shit, that one-arm reload. That's straight out of John Wick.
같아서.
Oh, there goes her leg. Mr. No! Misty! You leave our daughter alone.
죽어도 안 줘. 그건 네 얘기지. 우린 너 같은 배품이랑 달라.
Now who's giving into emotions? You change your target priority. Flare! Reinforcements. Let's fucking go! Fucking rammed her! Sexton's is just here too. I like they hadn't updated her model, so she still has her original attire, even though she's meant to look like this now. That's so fucking funny to me. They didn't replace that. We're so back though. We're so fucking back.
소체가 파손돼서 제2 형태로 변형할 수 없다는 뜻이야? 긍정.
The doll called Sexton nods and coldly regards her former comrade.
경계 유지. 베프리, 캐롤린, 404소대 인형들을 차로 옮겨. 신속하게. 알았어.
Blue Sphere is sprawled out in front of the two of them. KR Groza is something. Korean Groza, fun fact, Korean Groza is Angela in Project Moon Media. Which is very nice, by the way. I very much like that casting choice. Oh, she's triggered.
호명을 인지. 당신은 대상 직별 불가.
You can't just say that about 404. Oh, the rubble. Wait, she's not under the rubble anymore. The cold, unfamiliar gaze lingers over Blue Sphere for a moment longer, and then Sexton shakes her head, paying no further attention to the shocked Blue Sphere. She heads over to Vetpli to help her and Krolek move 404's frames. Oh, she was talking about their frames. Vetpli, you can't just say that! As she watches the dolls before them, Klukai snorts coldly. She had expected this much, but she's also a little disappointed. After all, he's not here. When she was facing off against Blue Sphere and at the end of her rope, she saw a set of blinking signals. Morse code for "Where are you?" At long last, the countless messages she had sent over all these years had finally been answered. I'm here. Although she was out of rounds, although she knew that this was merely a signal to coordinate with her, at the most critical juncture, Klukai used the muzzle flash from her gun to respond to the signal because she knew that once the smoke cleared, everything would be fine, just like now.
리바 녀석이
That's why
말한
she smiled.
너였구나. 이런 어설픈 패거리까지 증언으로 부르다니.
Jeez!
그 녀석.
I don't think you're in
다시
any
감동을
position
가지고
to criticize us. Bleat Balls is friggin' ripped.
미안해. 너희 위치를 파악하느라 시간이 많이 걸렸어.
She do be. I mean, you know, those third-gen dolls are built different. But I like that comment. Third-gen dolls can't beat zero-gen roadkill. That's the perfect phrase for that cutscene. Oh, whoops. That's my bad. Klukai does not accept Groza's apology. She puts on a strong front as she turns away to survey her surroundings. Just then, that familiar voice finally comes through Groza's terminal.
간만에 협력하는 건데 너무 깐깐하게 굴지 말지. 살려.
클루카예요.
After hearing her stubborn, proud voice, I sigh in relief. I have a lot to say, but I have no idea where to begin. The feelings between Klukai and me are like a recently undammed river, swelling yet still a little stagnant. As this mix of emotions washes over me, I reply with the crappiest line imaginable.
클로카이? 그게 지금 이름이야? 그럼 정식으로 인사할게. 오랜만이야, 클로카이.
This isn't a very long time for dolls, but seems to have caught Klukai off guard. Katak, katak, katak. What is this sound? Blue Sphere doesn't bother waiting for them to finish their introductions. She begins emitting strange noises.
임무를 반드시 완수해야 합니다.
목표 자괴 시퀀스 가동을 감지.
자게? 무슨 속셈이야?
클루카, 당신의 이름 기억했습니다.
With that, Blue Sphere closes her eyes. A blinding white light begins shining from the missing parts of her body.
적의 붕괴 결정, 광역 촉진, 가동, 카운트다운 20, 19.
붕괴 결정, 촉진, 큰일이다. 뭐지? 헤로데우스가 이곳에 붕괴 결정을 잔뜩 매설했어. 그 속에 붕괴 입자가 전부 방출되면 이것은 바로 레드존급 오염지대가 될 거야. 그 스위치를 자신의 자기 시퀀스와 연결해둔 게 분명해. 카운트다운이 끝나기 전에 소체를 완전히 파괴해야 해.
Groza opens fire and bullets rain down on the ruins of Blue Sphere's body, but the program shows no sign of stopping. Well, you tried.
캐롤릭, 코어를 파괴해.
알았어, 간다.
살살해, 살살.
Krolok, who has already made it to the side of the jeep, dumps Michti onto Sextons, who is already carrying Belka, then charges toward Blue Sphere while swinging her blade. However, the edge grinds to a halt after making contact with Blue Sphere's skull.
이 녀석, 대체 뭘로 만든 거야?
10, 9, 8.
Blue Sphere's countdown is still going.
전원, 집중 사격.
The bullets throw up clouds of dust, but Blue Sphere's self-destruct countdown continues inexorably.
3, 2, 1.
늦었어.
There's a blinding flare of light and the sound of an alarm, but then Blue Sphere's torso spews a shower of sparks before completely going dead. Counter-terrorists win. Everything is silent and there's no change in their surroundings.
그 스위치인지 뭔지 켜진 거 맞아? 아무 일도 없는데?
캐롤릭, 클로카이를 옮겨줘. 전원, 즉시 철수. 베프리는 운전을 맡아. 인근 지역의 붕괴 방사 전략 모니터링하고.
베프리한테 맡겨줘.
저기
Another familiar voice comes from Groza's terminal.
테레?
그 뭐냐, 그렇게 긴장 안 해도 돼. 그 촉진 프로그램 내가 꺼버렸으니까.
You could have told us this sooner, dear. Oh my
마지막에
god.
손을 끼고 아슬아슬하게
This
해낸 것이란
fucking
말이야.
guy, dude.
아, 이 식은땀 좀 봐. 호기심으로 섹스턴스의 메커니즘을 검사해본 덕분에 제때 취약점을 찾아낼 수 있었어. 3세대 인형 기술, 이거 꽤 재미있는걸? 거기 망가진 블루스피어의 소체도 회수해줘.
무슨 뜻이야? 그러니까 스위치 안 켜졌다고?
나도 확신이 없었다고. 그래서 조용히 있었던 거야. 성공해서 다행이지.
Thanks,
남은
dear.
돌아와서 이야기하자. 거긴 아직 위험해. 그러자, 철수해.
알았어.
They did it.
너희들의 실수는 404를 적으로 돌렸다는 거야.
Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go, dude. There we are. We're at the end now.
마인드맵 연결 확인. 이상무. 소체 기능 확인. 이상무. 자가 진단 완료. 부팅 중. 10%. 15%.
보통 소체를 교체하면 바로 깨어나는데 클루카이 씨 괜찮은 거겠죠?
Wait, did she get a new frame? I mean, I guess she kind of needed one, but...
디버깅 로그 좀 다시 확인해 볼게요. 마인드맵 연결 정상. 소체 기능도 문제 없고.
내가 보고 있을 테니까 넌 가서 좀 쉬지 그래. 며칠 동안 못 잔 거 같던데.
Mailing's been up for days. Oh, you precious bean, get some sleep. I feel so bad for Mailing sometimes.
그럼 무슨 일 있으면 바로 연락해 주세요.
I think it's the alcohol that keeps her going. Sort of fuel. As her newly activated auditory modules detect the sound of departing footsteps, Klukai opens her eyes in the diagnostic capsule.
굿모닝 클루카이. 아직 밤이지만 말이야. 게다가 너희를 회수하고 벌써 하루가 지났고. 뭐 됐고. 팔 좀 움직여 볼래? 새 소체의 유압 실린더가 정상 작동하나 확인 좀 하게.
다른 애들은?
너희 모두 파손이 심각해서 로컬 마인드맵 백업 옮기는 것만으로도 엄청 고생했다니까. 너는 그나마 상태가 좋은 편이었고 다른 3명은 아직 세팅 좀 해야 해. 그리고 클루카이, 미슈트의 스위치 있잖아. 만들어준 사람이 이런 말하긴 뭐하지만 그래도 좀 아껴 쓰는 게 어때? 부하 수준이 기준치를 초과했어.
Oof.
응? 웬일로 대답이 시원하대?
This mission's changed her.
혹시 마인드맵 모듈 다시 검사해줄까? 인격 설정에 결함 생기면 고치기 힘들다고.
인격 검사는 너나 받아.
After glaring at Dia, Klukai sits up on the examination slab. Dia sighs in relief after seeing her reaction. The look on his face seems to say that's more like it.
여긴 어디야? 지휘관 일모? 잠깐만, 네가 왜 지휘관이랑 같이 다니는 거야? 우리는 어떻게 찾았어? 블루스피어의 촉진 프로그램은 어떻게 막은 거고?
아유, 그렇게 한꺼번에 묻지 좀 마. 스택 오버플로우 나겠다.
I heard stack overflow. You're experiencing a stack overflow. Remain calm.
하나하나 전부 대답해.
꽤나 복잡한데. 먼저 말 좀 정리할게. 우선 너희가 연락 두절된 것부터 시작할게. 너희 신호가 끊어지고 바로 지휘관한테서 연락이 왔어. 마침 나도 현지에서 통신망을 검사해볼까 해서 엘모호에 탔지. 레나가 진짜 다급하게 지휘관한테 연락했대. 빨리 인형들 데리고 구해주러 가달라고. 그런데 결국 나밖에 없어서. 아휴, 내가 여기 인형들한테 얼마나 시달렸는지 몰라. 콜펜이란 애는 표정은 생글생글한데 하는 말은 얼마나 가슴을 찌르는지.
Hey, you don't be dissing our girl Colgate like that, alright? The Earl lapses into complaining, but Klukai seems entirely unmoved.
요점만 말해.
알았어. 우리도 이 구역에 들어서자마자 신호 관제를 받았어. 오프라인 지도를 보면서 도중에 기지국을 하나씩 검사해봤지. 확실히 낡은 데다 관리 상태도 안 좋더라고. 그런데 기지국 중에 최근 누군가가 의도적으로 파괴한 흔적이 있는 곳이 많더라고. 지휘관은 누군가가 이 구역의 통신을 끊으려 하는 거라고 판단했지. 그 구역 안에선 엘모호의 수신 장치도 소용이 없고, 구역을 벗어나면 다시 신호가 들어오긴 해도 너희에겐 연락이 안 닿는 상황이었지. 가만히 있어봐야 방법이 없으니까 지휘관이 인형들을 여러 팀으로 나눠서 너와 리바가 마지막으로 통신한 위치부터 찾아다녔어. 그러다가
키즈쇼는 방송국에서 해.
에이, 긴장 좀 풀어주려고 그랬지. 그러자가 수색 도중 조사부대 병사를 2명 구조했어. 부상이 워낙 심해서 살진 못했지만 그래도 본인들이 설치한 임시 기지국은 지켜냈더라고.
그러니까 곤전용 회선은 완전히 끊어진 게 아니었다?
맞아. 차단만 뚫어내면 쓸 수 있었지. 제대로 된 장비가 없으면 힘들었겠지만 마침 엘모호에 그런 게 제법 있더라고. 그래서 내가 조금 수고를 했지. 그 임시 기지국의 주파수 설정을 참고해서 엘모호의 통신 모드를 개조했단 말씀. 신호만 다시 잡히면 나머지야 식은 죽 먹기지. 메이링의 도움으로. 아, 넌 아직 걔 모르나? 엘모호의 엔지니어야. 어린데도 솜씨가 상당하더라. 맨날 과로에 시달리는 것 같긴 해도. 아깐 피로에 절어서 안색이 거의 토할 것 같길래 먼저 가서 자라고 했어. 아휴, 지휘관 그 사람 몇 년 안 본 사이에 완전 악덕 사장 다 됐더라.
요점만 말해. 마지막 경고야.
아휴, 알았습니다요. 아무튼 그래서 이 지역에 또 다른 통신 시스템 신호를 포착했지. 근데 보안 등급이 엄청 높아서 해킹이 좀 많이 힘들더라고. 그러다 그 블루스피어란 인형이 너네 위치를 파악하려고 보안 등급을 몇 분 동안 낮춰둔 걸 딱 발견한 거야.
그럼 그때부터 우리랑 연락이 가능했다는 거잖아. 뭐 하다가 마지막에서야 나타난 건데.
들킬 위험이 있었으니까. 남의 휴대폰으로 전화를 거는 거랑 비슷하다고 생각하면 돼. 상대가 확인을 안 하면 안 들키지만 한번 보는 순간 다 들통난다고. 그래서 정말로 부득이한 상황 아니면 건들지 않으려고 했지.
네 판단이었어?
난 그냥 기술자야. 나 혼자였으면 당연히 바로 연락했지. 너희가 어떤 상황인지도 모르는데 빨리 연락해야 문제도 빨리 해결하고 그럴 거 아니야. 근데 지휘관이 좀 더 기다려보라더라.
As she senses the sheer amount of trust placed in her, Klukai feels like a kitten is treading on her neural cloud.
그동안 제법 많이 발전했네. 그
He's
사람.
like, oh.
아무튼 그렇게 너희 위치를 파악하고 나선 매그네 시큐리티와 블루스피어의 동향을 계속 감청했어. 이야, 드미트리 그 아저씨 진짜 사나이라니까. 그 사람이 일으킨 폭발 덕분에 블루스피어의 소체가 망가져서 변형 시스템에 문제가 생긴 거라고. 그거 아니었으면 너희 넷은 우리가 도착하기도 전에 전부 박살났을 거야.
Dimitri. No.
그때 그 마지막 순간은 너희도 들었어야 했는데.
There's a wistful look on Dia's face.
그 뒤로 어떻게 됐는지는 너희도 알지? 섹스턴스의 소체와 마인드맵을 살펴봤는데 메커니즘이 상당히 독특하더라. 지휘관이 추측하기론 이번에 그놈들 이전에 만났던 다추어나 섹스턴스랑 협력 관계일 거래. 블루스피어도 다추어처럼 너희를 계속 2세대 인형이라 불렀잖아. 아마도 그 녀석들은 자기들을 차세대 인형이라 인식하고 있는 거겠지. 섹스턴스의 마인드맵에 남은 데이터로도 확인했어. 녀석들은 스스로를 3세대 인형으로 인지하고 있어.
I thought that's what they were.
그런데 디자인이 좀 많이 이상하더라고. 분명 마인드맵 융해를 겪었는데도 로컬 마인드맵 모듈은 정상 작동하고 있어. 정말 이상해. 나중에 리바한테 물어봐 줄래? 어쩌면 아는 게 있을지도. 아참, 리바는 지금 레나랑 같이 있어. 그쪽에서 살짝
The way Dia is just explaining all of this is really just kind of like, it reminds me of a few friends I have. He just explains everything without much cohesion between what he's explaining and goes on tangents repeatedly. But I think Klukai is just happy to hear familiar voices now. I'm not trying to call anyone out, alright? I'm saying that this is an endearing trait in some people, and I welcome it. It's just funny that I get reminded of it in Dia. It's a clear indicator of his type of personality. That's a good thing.
우릴 데려와? 알았어. 이따 연락할. 그건 그렇고 블루스피어를 저지한 것도 섹스턴스를 분석한 결과야?
맞아. 같은 3세대 인형이니 설계상 공통점이 있겠다 싶어서. 섹스턴스에게서 발견한 취약점이 블루스피어에게도 있어서. 다행히도 녀석은 그때 너희를 쫓느라 정신이 없어서 내가 해킹하는 것도 눈치를 못 채더라고. 그리고 진짜 시겁했다니까. 완전 핵미사일 버튼이잖아 그거.
Yeah, right. That's literally a nuclear launch button. The big red button inside of it. Would be a real shame if those people in question were listening right now or anything. Oh no.
블루스피어, 매그니 시큐리티, 그리고 배후에 있는 그 그룹. 그들의 악행을 반드시 세간에 폭로해야 해.
그래야지. 그런데
뭔데?
너희가 지키던 그 칩 말인데
No.
문제가 생겼달까?
뭐?
아니 일단 진정해. 완전히 망가진 건 아니고 데이터가 좀 파손돼서 당장은 못 읽는 것뿐이야.
원인은?
블루스피어 그 녀석 겉보기엔 얼빵하더니 사실 엄청 치밀했더라고. 결국 마지막에 한 방 먹은 거지. 녀석이 자게 될 때 내뿜은 섬광 기억해? 그건 단순히 부품을 태워버리는 게 아니었어. 자기장 펄스지.
자기장 펄스?
응. 엄청 복잡하거나 비싼 기술은 아니지만 귀찮은 점은 가까운 거리에 있는 전자칩을 먹통으로 만든다는 거야. 딱 너희가 지키던 그 칩이랑 녹음기의 메모리 칩 같은 것들.
복구할 방법은 있어?
메일링이랑 같이 이것저것 시도는 해봤는데 아직은 뭐 이쪽은 우리 전공도 아니고 말이지. 그래도 아직 속수무책인 건 아니야. 그쪽에 빠삭한 친구한테 연락해볼게.
빨리 해결해.
알았어. 참고로 녹음기랑 칩은 지휘관한테 잠시
So,
맡겨뒀어.
hold on a minute. So, there's a powerful EMP that was emanated from Bleat balls. That had no effect on the T-Dolls? Are T-Dolls immune to EMPs?
뭐? 그걸 왜? 그건 404가 받은 의뢰라고.
After thinking about the dangers hidden behind this mission, Klukai is reflexively attempting to exclude the commander from getting involved with them.
내가 부탁했어. 어제 지휘관이랑 연락했을 때.
Powerful enough to wipe a chip like that, probably not enough to fry them. He said it was a powerful one though, so I don't know, maybe it was purposely targeted on that kind of thing?
맞다. 그리고 지휘관이라면 아까 카리나한테서 통신이 왔다고 그러더라. 지금 지휘실에 있을 테니 가서 볼래? 엘모어 지도는 아까 네 저장 공간에 넣어놨어.
It was. As I'm discussing 404's mission with Lever and its links to the Elmo's previous encounters, I hear the door to the ops room slide open behind me. Unsurprisingly, the door standing at the person standing at the door is Klukai. Then we actually do have something in the lore somewhere that speaks to the ruggedizing almost any doll has to protect them from EMPs. I wouldn't be surprised, because otherwise EMPs would just be such an easy counter to T-dolls. Yeah, so that kind of... I guess it does make sense. Otherwise EMPs would just be such an easy counter to them, right?
어서 와, 클루카이. 정비 끝났어? 대레는 역시 실력이 좋다니까. 시간 있으면 메이링 도와서 고장난 것들 좀 봐달라 해야겠다.
엔지니어 교육비만 내주신다면 얼마든지.
비용만 적절하다면요. 나 지금 엄청 쪼들려서.
자, 거기까지 클루카이 대장님. 우리 클루카이 씨는 어째 대장이 되고부터 아주 돈돈 노래를 부르신다니까. 달마다 경비 신청 내역도 아주 한 트럭이고 말이야.
나도 가급적 돈 걱정은 안 하고 싶은데 전임자가 뭐 남긴 게 있어야지.
A what? A Pfennig? That was very dangerous to say. Wait, is this a typo or is this a real thing? Oh, it's a German penny. You could have said penny, but I mean, I guess she's meant to be German in a way, so I guess that makes sense. Oh, it was German currency before they started using the euro. Even so, though, like, I don't know. EMP didn't seem to really affect any of them. Though maybe it was like proximity, but I don't know. Let's not dwell on it too much. Oh, so it's like a psychic drone in RimWorld. It's not enough to, like, do any, like, obvious damage, but it'll give them a mood debuff.
내 탓하는 거니?
그럼 아냐? 대레한테 들었는데 요즘 지휘관과 연락은 레나가 다 하고 너는 계속 바빴다면서? 내가 연락했을 땐 전혀 안 그래 보이더니 대체 무슨 일을 하고 다닌 거야?
그냥 카린을 도와 저번 일을 조사 중이었지. 지휘관도 아는 일 말이야. 저번에 우리 제로원에서 꽤 큰 소란을 피운 거. 지금 우리 모두 뼈 빠지게 구르고 있다고. 옐로우존을 마음껏 활보하는 클루카이 대장님이랑 다르게 우리는 아직 처리할 일이 산더미라서요.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Otherwise, they just wouldn't be very efficient, like... They wouldn't be efficient, like, war assets, would they? If they were just, like, other machines.
내 질문에나 대답해.
뭐가 궁금한지 알아. 3세대 인형과 카린 쪽 일이 너희가 겪은 사건과 관계 있는지가 궁금한 거잖아. 아마 지휘관도 관심 있을 텐데. 전혀 몰라.
The smile fades from her face on the projection monitor.
확실히 단서를 몇 개 얻긴 했지만 이것들이 뭘 가리키는 건지는 밝혀진 게 없어. 아직 수사가 끝난 것도 아니고 카린이 단서의 유효성을 확인하기 전까진 통신상으로 그 어떤 정보도 유출하지 말랬어.
그렇게까지 신중해야 할 일이야?
걱정 마. 지휘관을 경계하는 건 아니니까. 아무튼 본론으로 들어갈까? 이번 클로카이의 임무에서 발견한 것부터 복귀해보자. 지휘관이 다른 구역에서 발견한 것들과 종합해보면 페로데우스가 신도들을 이용해서 붕괴 방사선과 관련된 실험을 진행 중인 건 확실해. 그리고 클로카이가 이번에 간 구역은 그 실험장 중 하나였던 거야. 블루스피어가 마지막에 가동하려 했던 것도 페로데우스가 붕괴 결정 내부의 입자를 방출해 특정 구역의 방사선량을 제어하는 장치였어. 그게 바로 내가 맡은 수사야. 당장 가능한 추측은 페로데우스는 현재 매그니 시큐리티와 그 배우인 사노피엔 파르벤 그룹과 관계가 있다는 것.
Never sends over some files.
칩의 내용물도 빨리 복구해야 하고 말이야.
리바, 우리 마인드맵엔 블루스피어나 매그니 시큐리티를 만난 기록도 있고 칩 내용을 읽어본 기록도 있어.
너도 알잖아. 법정에서 인형의 마인드맵 기록은
Dull neural logs are not
유효한
admissible as
증거로
evidence in a
채택되지
court of law. Unfortunate about that, isn't it?
사노피엔 파르벤 그룹을 고발하는 거든 이 그룹과 페로데우스의 배우 관계를 수사하는 거든 결국 칩이랑 그
It's kind of
안에
funny
데이터가 필요해.
how they won't listen to, they won't heed a doll's neural logs as evidence, but they'll heed like a physical like hard drive of information. Because, you know, like, one is so much easier to tamper with than the other.
그럼 우린 지금 할 수 있는 게 아무것도 없어?
지금은 잠시 때를 기다릴 수밖에.
On the screen, Leva is constantly fiddling with the interface. Her attention is clearly on other things. Yeah, it is. I guess it is black box logic.
반드시 증거를 안전하게 지킬 것.
리바!
에이, 그런 표정 짓지 말고. 심기가 불편한 건 이해하는데 404의 이번 임무는 원래 페로데우스의 행적을 조사하는 거였잖아. 그러니까 너의 임무는 실패한 게 아니야.
알아. 네 위로는 필요 없어.
그럼 지휘관 건?
I think she would very much like that.
어? 뭐라고?
Huh?
알았어. 장난 그만 칠게. 엘모호도 404도 어느 정도는 흑막에게 노출된 상태야. 내가 최대한 너희 활동 흔적을 지워주겠지만 그것도 한계가 있어. 그린존에서는 그나마 효과가 있을지도. 하지만 옐로우존 같은 무법지대에선.
알고 있어.
그럼 수고해. 새 인물하지만 엘모어에서 지내는 거 엄청 편할 거야. 휴가 같은 거를 생각하고 각자 마인드맵 컨디션 조절 잘해. 그럼 오늘은 여기까지. 지휘관, 우리 애들 잘 돌봐줘야 돼.
걱정 마.
Lever's image vanishes from the projection monitor and the ops room falls silent. I struggle to find something to say that can break this awkward silence. Klukai and I haven't met in a long time, and her face looks so downcast. She must have a lot to say, both about the 10 years which have passed and everything which just happened. I don't know where exactly to begin. Oh no, the music's playing. It's the music that plays when he reunites with the dolls.
여기 인형이 꽤 늘었네요.
그렇게 됐네. 그로자는 알 테고 나머진 나중에 들어온 애들이야. 이따 소개해줄게.
그리폰을 떠났어도 당신은 여전히 인기가 많네요.
그냥 모여서 입에 풀칠이나 하는 거지. 옐로우존에선 한 명이라도 더 많은 게 안심이 되잖아. 그런데 지금은 카린이 내 물주니까 404도 따지고 보면 간접적으로 내 사장님이 되려나?
사장이라.
I don't like the way she said that! I know some people are wilding over how she just said that. She put a fucking tone to that. I felt it. Holy crap.
좋아요. 한동안 404 모두 여기서 신세 잘 좀 질게요.
그래. 시설도 마음껏 이용하고 방도 마음대로 골라. 필요한 게 있으면 미링한테 주문 부탁하고.
Malefic.
너희의 충실한 브리프 인증 현상금 사냥꾼이 언제든지 분부에 따를 테니까.
그럼 방 하나만 골라주시죠. 임무 보고서 써야 해서요.
응? 이제 막 임무 끝났는데 좀 쉬지 그래.
다들 당신처럼 느긋한 줄 아세요?
네, 사장님 말이 옳습니다. 힘내세요, 사장님. 임무 보고서라면 그냥 지휘실을 써도 돼. 다들 방해하지 말라고 당부해둘게. 아, 맞다. 겸사겸사 기지 차량의 기능 상황 좀 대신 모니터링 해줄래?
In the end, Klukai is the only one left in the ops room. She doesn't start working right away. Instead, she sighs and looks out the window. The yellow zone at night is no different from the countless other nights she spent. The KR commander sounds like a legit middle-aged dude versus the JP one. I actually haven't heard the Japanese commander, so I can't really make the comparison, but I do really like the Korean voice for the commander. It's kind of like... At first, I thought he was the voice of Heathcliff from Limbus Company. I don't think he is. I think I made a mistake on that front, but I'm not entirely certain who the voice actor is. Or if it's even someone I know. Because the commander hasn't been credited for his Korean voice yet, so... Still waiting on that. I think they both kind of fit it. From your description, I think that still suits the commander. I think JP went for the more, like, he's been through a lot, he's kind of tired kind of thing. Whereas the Korean voice has gone for more of a veteran thing. Like, he's weathered, but he's still got the tenacity in him, you know? Operation Smoke Signal did not end in a satisfactory way. Those men who gave their lives to pass on their warning were ultimately buried in the land they sought to protect. In that place which was furthest from the sun, they gave their lives to illuminate the land. The choking sands swallowed their battle cry and the truth. The world cast out those broken soldiers, and the passage of time saw to it that they were forgotten. Such unfairness and injustice can be seen everywhere. Those soldiers who protected their land have even forgotten what their homes ought to look like. Klukai looks at the door to the commander left through, and her thoughts turn inward. Of course she's happy to be reunited with him. Of course she's happy that her long years of reaching out have finally been answered. However, what awaits them is both deeper and graver danger. While she believes in herself after what she's been through, she can't be entirely certain that she will not be swallowed up by the night. But at the very least the dawn has come. At least she will no longer be wandering at that faraway Aphelion. In the distant horizon, the sun slowly rises. Let's fucking go! She's humming it! A moment later, a fragmented melody echoes through the ops room, bereft of the passion it once had. I will complete your mission. After all, I'm luckier than you, because there's no way the person I found would just sit back and hide in a hole. Of this, Klukai is certain. The bits and pieces of the tune gradually coalesce into an orderly melody, praising the ideals of old and longing for the home of today. But the sun is still here, and the land is still here. I hope the dreams in the song will leave this barren, empty land. I hope it will become the rays of daybreak that will cut through the darkness, shatter the endless night, and ignite the light of dawn. Inside a simply furnished office, a middle-aged man in a suit is listening to Cocoon's report on the situation.
블루스피어가 소체 무력화 직전 자기장 펄스를 가동했습니다. 칩 내부는 전부 파괴됐고 조사부대 관련 인원도 모두 처리했습니다.
데이터 복원 가능성은
없습니다. 이 펄스는 스튜어트 그룹의 최신 특허 기술입니다. 목표에 내장된 데이터를 완전히 제거할 수 있죠. 블루스피어가 마지막으로 전달한 정보에 따르면 그녀는 하이드 404와 조사부대가 아닌 다른 누군가의 공격을 받았다고 합니다. 이 습격자의 정체는 불명입니다. 그런데 섹스턴스가 그쪽 부대에서 목격되었다고
Get
하더군요.
assimilated, nerd.
심지어 블루스피어를 알아보지 못했다고 합니다.
섹스턴스. 습격자 쪽은 추적 가능한가?
청소 부대가 도착했을 때 이미 그곳엔 아무것도 없었습니다. 블루스피어의 소체를 포함해 아무런 단서를 찾지 못했어요. 다만 블루스피어는 자기
Wait, so is there a chance we're gonna get Blue Sphere on our side as well?
권한도 전부 삭제됩니다. 섹스턴스가 목격된 것까지 고려하면 그들은 이전에 그 페로데우스 부락에 침입했던 자들과 관계가 있을 것으로 추정됩니다.
Wait, so they don't know it's the Elmo?
서둘러 파악해라.
예. 그리고 404의 인형들도 조금 신경이 쓰입니다.
그들의 정황은 조사해봤나?
그야 물론이죠. 그들은 완전히 독립된 소규모 전술 인형 용병대입니다. 보통 우편으로만 의뢰를 받으며 고객층은 일반적인 암상인부터 화이트 존과
This
그린존의
actually does help us narrow down who these
심지어
people are.
정보기관에 이르기까지 광범위합니다.
Yeah.
이번 임무도 비정규 무력 관리국이 의뢰한 거라고 하더군요. 의뢰 내용은 그 일대에 출몰하는 불법 PMC를 조사하는 것뿐이었습니다.
그러니까 우연이다.
표면적으로는 그렇겠죠. 하지만 하이드 404에는 이번에 파악된 인형들 외에도 2명이 더 있습니다. 동시에 최근 지라드 그룹을 조사한 그 비정규 무력 관리국 고위 관리, 그자의 인형 보디가드가 4명으로 늘었습니다.
Cocoon recalls the doll who had once matched wits against her. It would seem that her hasty handling of the data from before had indeed left a loophole which had been exploited. At the same time, the mysterious man realizes what she's hinting at. Wait, which doll was that? Is that someone we don't know? Is that alluding to something that we don't know about, or am I misremembering something?
그렇군. 임무를 속행해라.
Just before he's about to hang up, Cocoon stops him.
카카, 혹시 블루스피어는 어떻게 처리하려 하시는지 여쭤도 괜찮을지요?
Might be referring to Groza or Darcher. Interesting.
새 소체를 주고 계속 전장 청소 임무를 맡기겠다.
카카께선 유독 블루스피어에게 관대하신 것 같군요.
뭐하러 도구한테 성을 내나? 너는 네 임무에 집중해라. 기한이 다 되기 전에 너 그리고 네가 이끄는 팀이 그것을 만족시킬 만한 결과를 가져와야
That will satisfy it? What the hell is it? The middle-aged man raises his chin slightly. It seems he is displeased.
명령에 따르겠습니다. 즐거운 주말 보내시길.
The transmission ends. That's what we're left with. Dear God. Alright. Well, I'm gonna just blitz through these quickly, so I can get these out of the way. Then I'll probably wrap up the stream soon, because Oh my god. We're almost at 8 hours, dude. This has been my longest stream ever. Thanks, Yu Zhong, for making such an engrossing story for me to just get lost in. Thanks. Appreciate it. Real fucking nice. I loved it. I'm tired. You know how it goes. We still got support even on this mission, huh? I mean, I'm fairly certain we can do this with just turret, with just the Klukai, but, you know. I won't be able to stop thinking about it. Yeah, honestly. It's gonna be a brain worm for me. Die, 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 die! Easy time. With that event, we're like super close to catching up with CN, aren't we? We're a little closer, that's for sure. We're not closer in terms of like, so I don't think we're too much closer because what's been happening is that we've only ever been half a year off from CN anyway, because if you recall, the original Chinese server had to do a bunch of rewrites to completely retcon its first year, and they kind of had to hard reset the story. So, for instance, the events we got for like Dian and Centaurace, for instance, they were events that were add-ons to the main story. Those were recent. Those were very recent rewrites. Those came in within like the last like year. They came in just last year for this game. And obviously the first event we had, the Sojourner event with Ulrid and Suome, that event only came out in summer last year, and we got it as a launch event in fall, so, well, winter, I guess. So, they're doing things out of order, which probably makes it feel like we're catching up at a rapid pace, but I think they've paced things out accordingly. Because, for one, there's so many dolls. They've got a lot of dolls to still cover, and they're still, like, revealing new dolls, so I think the gap is going to remain consistent. It just might not be, like, it just might not measure up to, like, the amount of story content we're getting. But yeah, like, I don't think the gap is shrinking too much. I don't think they'll ever align the Chinese release schedule with the US one. But they definitely are fast-tracking certain things to the global server because they probably realized how much money it's making them. Like, for instance, Sharkery Swimsuit was only added, like, a couple of months ago or something, right? They only added Sharkery Swimsuit a couple of months ago to the Chinese version, and they released it with this event for global. So they definitely fast-tracked that. Which, I like this system. Like, there's a lot of story stuff that, obviously the story stuff is going to be delayed, but, like, they want to fast-track some of the cool things for us to use. Like, for instance, the base feature where you can explore your bases, when you explore the Elmo properly. I think they'll be fast-tracking that once it's ready, because it's not even out in China yet. Yeah, exactly. So I think it should be good. Anyway, we're just gonna do this. Actually, because we're running short on time, I'm actually gonna take off the animations for that. Skip. There we go. We're just gonna clear house here. Very good. Oh yeah, there's a few particular dolls I'm very excited for. CZ75 is one of them, aka Faye. She goes by Faye in this game. She's one of the additions that I'm very excited for because she is one of the dolls I played in the D&D campaigns I was talking about before. She is one of the characters I played at one point, and so I have like a special attachment to that character because of that. And she got added to the game, so I'm excited to see when she shows up. And also, one of the silhouettes they revealed very recently appears to be M200, who, surprise, actually happens to be another character I played in one of the D&D campaigns. So I'm exceptionally happy about that. Yes, M200. Now all we need now is K11 for the trifecta of my characters to be fulfilled. Well, my main characters. Those are the ones. M200, K11, and CZ75 were the ones I did the most as. I played like various others in a lot of the games, but I haven't done as much as them. Like Mishti, for instance. I have a game as I'm in one of the games as Mishti, but I haven't done as much with her yet.
필요하신가요?
Ooh, okay. We might have to. Yeah, I see the plan here. I don't think Klukai can solo this, so what I'm gonna do is. Wait, that's not. That's not Klukai. I'm gonna do this. Yeah, okay, and then we'll take her over. Oh, nope, don't rewind. Unless... Can we do a better move than that? No, we can't. Okay. Cancel rewind. Then we just do this. Takes all them out. Then in the middle, we grab our beloved Lotta. And she's gonna do a lot of damage. And then we'll just have Dushevnia finish them off. There we go. What if her new fit is that one all-black tactical outfit she had in that one bit of art? That'd be cool. But from what I saw, I don't think her outfit's gonna be too much different from what her original one was. Maybe a bit more like tacticaled out. Oh yeah, here we go. But yeah, I don't think it's going to be too different. It shouldn't be too bad. Fucking spider-ass motherfucker. This form of Gleat balls reminds me of it reminds me of something you'd see in The Forest. Like the video game The Forest. Like one of those weird flesh mutants. A little disturbing in that way, but there we go. Those missions done. We got a bunch of supplies for that. Very cool, very cool. Very nice. Let me claim all of this. Many-legged kind of mishmash. It's a great way of putting that. And then I'll collect the rest of these tomorrow. Got plenty of resources from this. Is that a Vector skin? No, I mean, that is a skin that is a Vector, straight up. Vector isn't even here yet. Nah, whatever. We'll buy the stuff. And we buy the keys. Then we buy these. Why not? And we'll finish off with the collapse. I think that there's some of the actual Paradeus in there, but I don't think it's... I mean, Paradeus is obviously not the same as it used to be. I think they're just using the Paradeus like iconology and stuff as a driving force for something else. I would call them Paradeus remnants more than anything. I think the group, aside from Paradeus, like, the Faben group and stuff, they're different. They're new actors. But I think they're using Paradeus as, like, a device. I think William still has his hands in the pie a bit here. But I think Paradeus is being used... Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if this was, like, the 5-brain, like, 4D chess move. I wouldn't be surprised if they were using Paradeus as like a threatening guise for their operations in order to draw that attention to them. You know? Because they know Paradeus have a storied history with a lot of people. They're probably using that... They're using the brand of Paradeus to, like... almost, like, in a way, like... you kind of make them into a scapegoat for, like, what is actually happening, while at the same time using them to actually develop things, because obviously some of the Paradeus research... Obviously some of the Paradeus, like, research that they're conducting is tied into the Shrike cells, which are from Reverse Collapse. We can clearly see that some of the research and experiments they've been doing correlates to the eventual capabilities of the Shrike, which is very interesting. Anyway, I'm not going to prowl on any further. We have been streaming for basically 8 hours, and I'm going to wrap things up for now because I am actually quite tired now. But before we do that, I'm going to do a 10 roll on this banner. Amazing. We didn't get anything. GG. You know, I can probably afford to do one more on it. We got the collapse pieces, why not? Oh, look at that. Nothing. Oh well. It is what it is. Was there anything else I needed to do? Ooh. $6 reached Affinity 8. I'll tell you that. Oh, actually, I wanted to buy the skin, didn't I? Here we go. The skin for Diane. We'll get that. There we go. Perfect. Hey, what do we have? Oh, it's just from the event. Okay. Thank you everyone for joining me. I'm not going to put the end screen up because I'm just going to turn everything off and go to bed because it's quite late. It's like 4 in the morning. Thank you for joining me though. This has been Girls Frontline 2, Aphelion Part 2. And what a banger event it is. Rest in peace to Dimitri. He was a true Chad of the URNC. I'll be saluting you in my dreams, Dimitri. You're an absolute champ. But yeah, I will see you all another time for a stream. I think the next stream I do is probably going to be something like well, I should play Spirity because people voted for that. That'll be the next stream, I promise. It'll either be on Saturday or some other time. I'm very spontaneous with the streams at the moment, but I'm doing a lot in the background as well. There's a lot going on, so everyone will know more about that eventually. There'll definitely be more GFL 2 in the future, though, because this game is very near and dear to me. Well, the franchise is very near and dear to me, so we'll just leave it at that. Good night, everyone. I will see you all around. Take care. Peace.